Chapter 345. Death Realm. Li Jun and the group had countless images in front of them as they analyzed the situation. The images not only showed the location, surroundings, and conversation of the gods but also many mortals that have just begun their path of enlightenment. "I have to say, conquering this world has not been effective resource-wise," said Tai Gand. "Given all these mortals so many heaven-grade talismans, and even a few saint talismans, it does not seem to be worth it. To hide these people from the eyes of the gods, mainly the supreme gods, the talismans are given to them were at least heaven-grade since these supreme gods are considered void-shattering realm powerhouse. And when it came to very sensitive gods like the Destiny Goddess, Li Jun and the others had to be careful and used saint-grade talisman. In the future, if we have to use so many resources to conquer a middle thousand world, of course, it will not be worth it," commented Yen Liling. "However, since this world is special and we want to be as fast and as efficient as possible, it is worth it." "True. So, what's next on the plan? We need a distraction. Right now, the world has just entered the beginning of a chaotic situation. With the talisman, we can temporarily hide these people. However, as they grow more powerful and swallow more gods, the supreme gods will catch their attention and set out to eliminate them. We need to distract them." Li Jun then looked at Wang Jun and nodded. She took out a communication talisman and began to give orders. Fire Realm, Fire God was heavenly abode. The Fire God was inside his temple, sitting on a fiery red throne. Flames of different colors surrounded the halls, giving the hall a more joyous atmosphere. His eyes were closed as he absorbed incense that looked like a golden thread. Underneath his robes, a few sword scars were slowly healing as he absorbed more. Nevertheless, his face still looked pale. Thinking about the reason he was in his current situation, the Fire God gritted his teeth for a few seconds before continuing what he was doing. Under normal circumstances, he could take his time to heal his injuries. However, with the outsiders threatening their world, he did not want to take any chances. Fire God suddenly opened his eyes and jumped off his throne. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before he could react, a sword pierced his heart. His years of battle experience and instinct made him dodge to the side, avoiding a fatal position. However, the sword managed to cut off his right hand, making golden blood gush out. The Fire God instantly controlled his body to prevent further loss of blood. Unfortunately, he discovered that his healing ability was hindered. He watched the person that attacked him. Outsiders. The man was dressed in tight black clothes that covered everything but his eyes. Although his clothes looked plain, countless runes could be seen engraved on them if looked with spiritual powers. A shadow-like cloak was emanating from his body. The Fire God remembered that person instantly came out from his shadow to attack him, and he did not even notice it. Knowing that he should be omnipotent in his abode, the Fire God immediately felt that something was wrong. Then, his face became somber. He discovered that the amount of law power that he could control was drastically reduced. Additionally, the room he was in was sealed, preventing him from contacting the outside world or using the power of the abode to teleport away. "How did you manage to infiltrate my abode?" Unfortunately, the person did not say a single word. Plus, the situation quickly turned dire. 9 more people appeared out of nowhere inside the room, and like the person that previously attacked, these people had an aura similar to peak title gods. The Fire God knew that if it was not the restraint of this world, these people should be in the same realm as him. Each of these people was holding a jade in their hands. Then, a strange circle made of runes appeared above the Fire God's head. Immediately afterward, he felt his strength rapidly being consumed. Without hesitation, he rushed to the person closest to him trying to eliminate him. Unfortunately, the 10th person that was not part of this formation rushed to stop him. A flame spear appeared on the remaining hand of the Fire God and clashed head-on with the assassin. With the power of law, the Supreme God had a slight advantage and pushed him backward. Unfortunately, his access to the law was weakening drastically. On top of that, his divine energy and soul were also slowly being drained. What made him even angrier was the fact that his opponent displayed no desire to fight him head-on, but wanted to buy enough time until he was too weak to retaliate. "Cowards!" roared the Fire God. "Why don't you fight me like real men?" Unfortunately, the assassin merely sneered after hearing and did not even respond to his taunt. As an elite assassin, he was trained to not only be a strong fighter in head-to-head confrontations but also to use any means to achieve his goal. So, he did not care about this pitiful god's words. 30 minutes later, the fire god's strength was reduced to a true god level or supernatural realm. However, the assassin did not immediately kill him. He waited a few minutes later when the latter was reduced to a mortal before cutting off his head. The fire god died full of grievance. He wanted to lure his enemy in and used a secret method to burn his blood and soul to use a powerful attack. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Once he died, one of the people in the formation said, "For someone who controls the law, this person was too weak." The others agreed with him. As part of their training, they have watched recordings of people who control law and even fought many of them, including fire law beings. One of the basic tactics of these people is to raise the heat in your body to an unbearable level. That way you will either combust and die, or if you can resist this attack, your strength would be reduced drastically. And if you can null all these, it is still distracting to be constantly taking into account the heat in your body, thus giving the opponent the advantage. As for more powerful people that cultivate the fire law, some of them are powerful enough to burn all matter, space, other laws and even time. Or they can use the mutual restriction of the element to begin to control the other 5 elements, or at least, add some magical abilities to their fire law. Another path forward would be to cultivate the fire law to the extreme until you can turn it into pure yang law, which is more advanced. And if the pure yang law is cultivated to the extreme, you can reverse yin and yang to gain insight into pure yin law, finally, cultivated yin yang law. Compared to these methods, the way that these supreme gods used or controlled law is too rudimentary. "Let's not waste time here and continue our mission," said the assassin who killed the fire god. "Our commander has taken a lot of trouble to provide us with enough information about the heavenly abodes, so that it is easier for us to infiltrate them. Let's not waste our effort and delay the young master's grand plans." This group then proceeded to the next target, and they were not the only group sent on assassination missions. The earth god was assassinated by poison. The dark god died from a powerful curse after discovering a mysterious item. He was too sure of his ability and did not think such a weak curse on the item could help him. The thunder god died while having fun in bed with one of his subordinate gods. His primordial yang was instantly sucked dry, killing him without having the time to respond. The goddess of dream was secretly fed a pill that made her enter a perfect illusion. Until her soul scattered and she died, she never woke up from that illusion. Many of them died because of the sudden betrayal of their closest subordinate. Supreme God Conference. All the gods looked around and first noticed that the projection of everyone more or less had some injuries, or looked like they just had a battle. Then, they looked around and realized that only 20 people showed up. "So, without counting the death god, 15 of us were killed in this assassination attempt?" said the life goddess with a hoarse voice. No one answered her. No one expected the current outcome. Many people assumed that the outsiders would remain quiet for a while after taking over the death god's territory. This should have given them enough time to prepare and plan ahead. Chapter 346. After being quiet for a few minutes, the destruction god suddenly said, "Is this really the dusk of the gods? The end of our era?" No matter answered him, as they do not know the answer to this question. Over their long years, they have suffered a few invasions, but nothing like this. Usually, their invaders, with the limitation of the word, are defeated by them after a few confrontations. Additionally, these gods are usually used to the form of warfare involving head-on confrontation of 2 armies. They did not expect their enemies to use dirty tactics like assassination and destabilization of their power. "Recently, I have noticed a large number of gods in my pantheon suddenly disappeared," added the life goddess. "Worse, even their faith seemed to instantly vanish." "The same thing happened to me," agreed the remaining supreme gods. The war goddess clenched her teeth before saying, "The Freedom Alliance in my domain has disappeared. I have lost my control of them." No one said anything more. They were already aware of her decision to shield these people, and quietly acquiesced to it. After all, the gods could use these people to spread fear amongst the mortals and increase their faith. But now, it seemed that this decision has come to hunt them in return. "What should we do now?" asked the water god, who was the only one amongst the 5 elements gods that survived. "We should heal our injuries first, then prepare for the worst," said the destiny goddess before her projection immediately left the conference. The other gods were confused for a moment before leaving. The destiny realm. The life goddess showed up along with order god and destruction god appeared in her abode to see her. "Mingyun, what happened?" "You are acting out of character," said the life goddess. "We do not have much time," said the destiny goddess. To the surprise of the other 3, as she said this, her hair slowly turned white in the process as if she had aged countless years. Although her face still looked youthful and beautiful, the other could feel that her lifespan had drastically decreased. "What have you done?" The Destiny Goddess did not answer her friend. As the two most powerful female gods in this world, they have known each other for a long time. Their friendship had withstood the test of time. "As I said, we do not have much time. We must choose another token holder as soon as possible so that we can activate the Guardian Protocol. This may be our only chance at surviving through this catastrophe." The other three remained silent for a while before the Order God said, "Who do you have in mind?" "The Light God," replied the Destiny Goddess. "Of the remaining surviving people, he is the only one who can be trusted. Plus, if we act fast enough, there should be no problem." The group acted immediately and secretly headed to the Light Realm. Since the 15 of the 36 realms were now in chaos with the absence of a supreme gods, it became easier for their action to remain secret. Plus, all the remaining supreme gods were healing their injuries as quickly as possible. Some people wanted to be at the fullest to deal with the upcoming storm, while the other greedy few wanted to take advantage of the current situation. When it came to the 15 unoccupied realms, it was the perfect time to occupy them and gather more faith. After arriving at their destination, the three of them rushed to the Light God's heavenly abode. The latter, who was already on guard after the previous assassination, immediately noticed them. The Light God was a middle-aged man dressed in a clean white robe laced with golden threads. A white halo floated on top of his head like an angel. "Why are you guys here?" he asked with a frown. "We need you to come with us," said the Destiny Goddess bluntly. "Reason." The Life Goddess quickly placed her hand on the Destiny Goddess' shoulder to prevent her from saying or doing anything rash. "We need your help to do something, but we cannot say anything to prevent any information from leaking. Just know that this might be the only chance we have at saving our world." The Light God pondered for a moment. Thinking about how he almost died during that assassination and how his opponent immediately escaped before he had time to take his revenge, anger suddenly overcame him. He took a deep breath to calm down, then said, "Fine." The four of them quickly left the Light Realm. While in the space between realms, the other three took out a token and activated it. Not long after, the Light God found himself in a beautiful white temple that seemed to exist outside of time and space. Although it was small, it exuded a holy and supreme aura. Without knowing it, the Light God found himself and the other supreme gods kneeling in front of the temple. Immediately, the Light God seemed to think of something and muttered softly, "God King." However, after seeing the serious attitudes of the other three, he did not ask. After kneeling on the ground for a few minutes, the aura on the temple disappeared and the four of them found themselves in a room with a tall status. As the Light God raised his head to look at the more than 100-meter statue, he was shocked to discover that he could not see his face. From its frame and muscles, it is obvious that it is a man. However, the Light God could not see the man's face. To be precise, he could not remember the person's face. As long as he blinks, he will instantly forget the person's face. And as long as he stares for too long, the face will become blurry and he will also forget. "There is no need to try, you will not succeed," said the Order God, who proceeded to take out a token. The other two followed him. The 3 tokens floated on top of the statue. A white light came from the token and began to scan the Light God. A few minutes later, a 4th token appeared and entered his sea of consciousness. Countless bands appeared on his soul, followed by many information. As the Destiny Goddess watched the Light God digest the information he just received, she sighed softly in relief. "Hopefully, this is enough to save me in this world." Death Realm. Li Jun and the group was monitoring everything with a formation in front of them. Li Jun suddenly asked Wang Ju, "Did you find something?" He noticed the frown on her face. "Maybe," she muttered. All the supreme gods, except for the Life Goddess, the Destiny Goddess, and the Order God, and the Destruction God, had some sort of injury after our attack. Based on the spy we have, we know that all of them immediately locked themselves in their main temple to heal. The 3 exceptions did the same. The question is why? Why did they enter seclusion when they were not even injured? "So, you suspect that they are planning something?" "Well, it is logical since they cannot watch us slowly destroy everything they hold dear," replied Li Jun. "Let's observe for a while before making our next move. Anyway, the current situation is in our favor." A few months passed. The group continued to watch the chaos of the 35 realms. Under their support, The Freedom Alliance became more powerful as they used the Devil Scripture to swallow more gods. On top of that, the people who secretly receive cultivation techniques also began to grow rapidly through attacking and swallowing other gods. Today, Li Jun called the other people for a meeting. "Why are you calling us?" asked Tai Gang. "I need you to prepare. We are going to attack the Destiny Realm." Tai Gang immediately became excited, while Yen Liling frowned. "Isn't this a little rush? The current situation is to our advantage. We can slowly wear out the other supreme gods before we attack them. Normally, that would be the case. However, the devil nature of the scripture has begun to affect the people of the Alliance and the new gods. They have begun to kill each other to swallow the other's powers." "So soon?" said Yen Liling. According to their plans, this would not be an issue until much later on. Then, they would use special pills that could alleviate these symptoms to control these people. "Yes. More importantly, I have a whim that something is wrong. If we do not act as fast as possible, there might be other variables, most likely coming from these three supreme gods." The group quickly came to a decision and began to prepare. Once everything was done, they used a transmission array to secretly enter the Destiny Realm. Unfortunately, as soon as they arrived, 20 gigantic palms descended from the sky, each of them powered by law. Chapter 347. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing this attack. He hurriedly waved his hand as his instinct kicked in. An ocean of blood manifested to surround the group and blocked the attack. Boom! The Destiny Realm shook slightly, scaring the mortal. Blood slowly dripped from the corner of Li Jun's mouth. Although he blocked most of the attack, it was too sudden, so he was slightly injured. He wiped out the bloodstain from his mouth with the back of his hand before raising his head to look at the sky. Fury could be seen in his eyes. He had to admit that his pride was a little affected after being planned by the gods. However, he quickly calmed down. As a person born from a powerful world, it is normal to have some sort of innate superiority over other people born in weaker worlds, especially given his status and standing in his world. However, his education has taught him to never look down on people, especially enemies. Although the people of the lower worlds are weak and have limitations, that does not mean that their future achievements are set. That does not mean that they are capable. In the myriad emperor world, there have been many great emperors who were born in small thousand worlds and slowly climbed their way to the peak, suppressed heaven chosens from powerful emperor lineages, and proved the Tao. So, after calming down, Li Jun began to access the situation. He saw the remaining 20 supreme gods coming out of a space tier. He glanced at the white-haired destiny goddess and instantly guessed that the current situation might have something to do with her. "What did you do?" he asked curiously. "Probability manipulation," she replied calmly. "I slightly modified the future to one that is more advantageous to me." Li Jun immediately understood many things after hearing this. The reason that the devil nature of the people who used the god-swallowing technique suddenly manifested. The reason he suddenly had an impulse to attack the destiny goddess, even though waiting longer was to his advantage. All of that was probably because of this divine ability. I have to say that is quite the ingenious method. However, judging by your current state, you must have paid quite the heft price, said Li Jun with a calm smile. All of that for a trickle of blood. The destiny goddess sighed inwardly. She did not expect that these people were protected by the power of fate. This drastically increases the price she had to pay for this technique. More importantly, she underestimated the power of these outsiders. More than 20 supreme gods sneak attacked them, and just one of them was enough to block their full blow. "You have not won this war yet," said the destiny goddess. She waved her hand and another space tier appeared. This time, a large army came out. They covered the sky, making it seem as if it was cloudy weather. And it was not just her, but the other supreme gods did the same too. After seeing this, Li Jun frowned. He could guess the plan of the destiny goddess. Since individual power was not enough to kill them, she wanted to use numbers. And this plan was feasible. Although Li Jun had the confidence to be victorious in a fight with all 20 of them, it would be very dangerous if he was surrounded by a large army and slowly tired out. After all, if his origin essence runs out along with his stamina, he will also be helpless. Not to mention the fact that his power was quite limited in this world. So, without hesitation, he also summoned his army, the Slaughter Legion. Tai Gang followed behind him and did the same. The space ring on their finger was capable of holding living people, so they carried their legions with them in case needed. As soon as the two of them summoned their legions, they did not waste time and ordered them to form an array. Blood-colored light flew from the slaughter army and rose into the sky before turning into a vision of a shield with a few weapons drawn on it. As soon as the vision appeared, the aura surrounding them dramatically increased. Unlike the Undying Legion, whose main advantage is their ability to share vitality to prevent their death, the Slaughter Legion can absorb Slaughter Chi to increase their defense, speed, attack, and overall regenerative ability. So, the more they fight, the stronger they became. After Li Jun used a formation, Tai Gang did the same as well. His legion, however, had a skull on top of its head. As for the gods, although they did not have formations, they had heavenly abode. All the void gods and above used the faith in their abode to boost the strength of their army. Finally, the two sides clashed. The gods' army was also well trained and disciplined, especially the legion led by the goddess of war. While in proper military formation and wearing armor, they could link all their divine energy together to amplify their attacks. This could be perceived as a form of formation. As they lined up in the sky with spears on their hands, countless elemental spells came from their weapons. Flames, thunder, wind, and water could be seen ravaging the sky. The different colors of the elements made the heavens look like a blooming flower, albeit a deadly one. The Slaughter Legion immediately surrounded themselves with shield spells to defend before rushing straight into the enemy line, as direct confrontation was in their favor. Once they reached a certain distance, the god army increased their elemental attacks to prevent them from reaching close to them. However, under the command of their leaders, they used another different attack, Frowny Face Blood Riot. The gods soon found that blood in their bodies was not under their control. Many of them started bleeding from the different orifices of their body, the vitality on them slowly fading. All of them immediately used their divine energy to calm down their rioting blood. However, the Slaughter Legion took the opportunity to reach their enemy. Then, a massacre began. Golden blood dropped from the sky. The gods felt one by one like scattered sand. The sky became gloomy as if mourning for the loss of these beings. Despite being outclassed in terms of number by at least 20 times, Li Jun's army still had the advantage. The reason for this was not only because they were better trained, but also because of the cultivation level of these people. In the god system, demigods who are equivalent to divine altar realm can fly. Meanwhile, only supernatural realm cultivator, which is equivalent of true gods, can fly. So, both Li Jun and Tai Gang's legion are composed of supernatural realm and above cultivators. However, the gods have many demigods in their fold. While the Slaughter Legion was decimating its enemy, the same could be said for the Undying Legion, if not more. These guys had no concept of defense and only attacked their opponent without any reservation. Then there is their immortality. Many gods have stabbed their opponents' hearts, cut off their limbs, and even their heads. Some had half of their bodies explode, with their blood and internal organs displayed all over the sky. Then, a few seconds later, they returned to normal. This brought great fear to the opposing side. After all, no soldier would want to fight an undying army. This was very detrimental to morale. As such, the Undying Legion slaughtered their opponent as easily as a death god taking away the souls of mortals to the afterlife. Meanwhile, the Life Goddess, who was an expert at life force, could see the reason for this legion's immortality after observing for a while. So, she understood that there were two ways to kill them. 1. Kill the main link of life sharing, which was Tai Gang. However, she did not quickly use this method as she did not know how powerful the opponent was. Additionally, since she was aware of this defect, the opponent should too prepare in advance. Another way is to instantly use a powerful attack and destroy more than 90% of the soldier's body, making it impossible for them to revive. So, she quickly ordered all the legion fighting them to do so. Unfortunately, Tai Gang was prepared this time and did not play around. The formation that their legion used was a defensive one that would drastically increase their defense. This way, it would not be easy for their opponents to instantly kill any of the soldiers. Just like, the battle continued for a few hours. The ground was not inhabitable by normal people as it was full of craters. Magma could be seen on the ground, along with constant lightning strikes and massive tornadoes. Countless bodies on both sides lay on the floor, with their armor drenched in blood and other bodily fluids. Destroyed weapons were scattered on the battlefield, with small shining light that displayed their once glory. In the clouds, Li Jun watched all of this with a calm look. By now, he was used to death and slaughter. However, he soon frowned as he noticed something. These supreme gods were too calm even though he still had an overwhelming advantage. What are they planning? Given the nature of this world, they should have a trump card, so I should watch out for it. However, the situation has not reached that point yet. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the life goddess begin to take action. And what she did next may instantly turn around the current situation. Chapter 348. A white and holy light came from the light goddess body before rushing out. However, the light did not target anyone from each side but went straight to the ground where the dead gods and cultivators lay. Immediately afterward, something shocking occurred. All the dead soldiers began to rise up from the ground. No matter how bad their injuries were, they would stand up, take a weapon and line up like an army. Plus, it was not just the dead gods that rose up but even the dead cultivators from each of the legions. Zombies? Deathlaw? Muttered Yen Liling. However, she shook her head after a quick observation. The life goddess was still using life law and a very advanced form of it. Life and death are intertwined like yin and yang. So, the extreme of life is death and the extreme of death is life. For example, installing life energy into somebody's body can properly heal them. However, if that energy is too much for them to handle or higher than their capacity, that person would instead die. After seeing the life goddess application of the law, the group was momentarily surprised. They could see that if she was not restricted by this world with her talent, she should have understood life and death law, and maybe evolve it into reincarnation. After mentally sighing to himself, he began to observe these zombies. He could tell that the life goddess took their remnant soul after being broken to animate their bodies. Additionally, she controlled the blood energy and resentment of the battlefield to strengthen their bodies. During the confrontation with the two legions, the zombies immediately had an advantage. Just like Tai Gang's army, they had no fear since they were incapable of such emotion. Stabbing or chopping part of their bodies did not stop them from moving forward. More importantly, their bodies were now more powerful than any magical weapons or armor. It took the soldiers more effort and power to kill one zombie. As a veteran commander, Li Jun could see that eventually, his men would be tired even if they won this battle. Their stamina and origin essence was draining at much rapid rate. Should I begin the battle with the supreme gods? No, not yet. They have not been pushed to their limits yet. He then ordered both legions to start using spiritual attack. Since all the soldiers were in the supernatural realm and had access to their souls, this was possible. Immediately, positive results could be seen. The zombies only had remnant souls, not complete ones. As such, they were susceptible to spiritual attacks. Many of them started to die at a rate visible to the naked eye. And these zombies did get back up afterward. The soldiers were elated after seeing the result. Unfortunately, that elation did not last long. Not long afterward, their new tactics ceased to be effective. They could feel a shield around the soul of these zombies. It was like they all suddenly had a soul-protecting treasure. Although the soldiers were confused, Li Jun and the others immediately traced the source of this sudden change. It was one of the 20 supreme gods, the god of soul. He was a handsome young man with an extremely pale complexion, wearing a white robe. However, it seemed impossible to determine his clothes from his skin. He had a vertical scar on his forehead that looked like a third eye. The soul god is the one that protected the zombies. What do we do now? Asked Tai Gang secretly through divine sense. How about you stall the supreme gods while we massacre their army? Suggested Wang Ju. Not yet, replied Li Jun. Let's use the cavalry first to test out the hidden means of these people. A space vortex appeared not far from Li Jun and Tai Gang as they summoned something from their space ring. Soon afterward, another army appeared on the battlefield and caught everyone's attention, and not just because of their number. All the soldiers of this group stood on top of a gigantic eagle 40 meters long and a wingspan of about 120 meters. The soldiers seemed to be glued on top of the eagle. To be precise, they seemed to be one and the same. Bonded together, each of them had long spears in their hands. These soldiers did not waste time after arriving. After receiving instructions, they rushed towards the god's army and started devastating them. The demonic eagles would tear apart anyone who stood on their way with their sharp claws. They would then use their speed and aerial maneuverability advantage to escape being besieged. Additionally, the soldiers on top of their heads would also send powerful attacks. Bodies began to fall on the ground at a rapid pace beyond the gods' expectations. Additionally, they saw another group that appeared on the ground. They seemed to be chanting some kind of mantra. As they do so, the resentments of the fallen soldiers began to disappear. After their death, the soldiers were immediately led to reincarnation. So the divine ability of the life goddess no longer worked. They could no longer resupply their zombie army with new soldiers. "What should we do now?" asked the supreme gods through soul communication. "Do we want to fight them head-on?" "No. Their leader seemed very powerful and can skip realms to fight. It's too dangerous." "That's right. The reason we started this fight in the first place was to use number advantage to wear him out. I did not expect that their army was so powerful." "There is no point of complaining or arguing," said the life goddess. "War goddess, it's time for you to use the same tactic during the War of Annihilation." "No problem," she replied. "However, we should be prepared for the worst as we may have to fight head-on in the end." The war goddess connected to her heavenly abode. A space tier appeared in front of her and the others. Then, a bunch of tall individuals with blue and purple skin came out wearing golden armor and holding a variety of weapons. The shortest amount of them was 10 meters tall, while the tallest was over 100 meters. This was a giant army. After seeing this, Li Jun frowned deeply as he tried to remember some information. From what they know about this world, a very long time ago before the age of the gods, there was another race in this world. The giant race. That race used to be the protagonist of this world, as even the world used to be referred to as Giant Supremacy World. Humans and demons were considered minorities, thus had little power. Despite the size of the giants, they were considered a peaceful race. They did not wantonly kill or mistreated the other races. However, conflict soon erupted between the human race and the giant race simply because humans reproduced too fast. As time passed, they needed more resources to survive, let alone strive. Although the giants were peaceful by nature, it did not mean that they would allow another race to rule their world. So, the human race suffered a catastrophe as the majority of them were killed in a war. Because of how far this world is to the myriad emperor world, the origin system never actually reached this place. So, the cultivation of humans was basic and involved imitating the bodies of giants. So, they had no chance of winning. After that war, the giant race began to monitor the human race and laid out rules on the amount of their population. Everything seemed to be going well until the individual known as God King came into this world. He was very partial to humans and began to preach to them and spread the god cultivation system. Although he did not do anything to the giant race, he also prevented them from harming the human race. After the God King left the world, humans were now a prosperous race under the protection of the gods. A new war then began. Unlike the previous ones, this one was a one-sided slaughter with the power of the supreme gods. Unfortunately, as the victors of this war, humans did not extend the same level of empathy towards the giant race and exterminated them. The only remaining few thousand were collected by the war goddess, enslaved and trained as soldiers for her army. After seeing the legion made of giants, Li Jun pondered whether he should show another one of his trump cards, which were a legion armed with powerful origin boats. These boats had powerful formations on them powered by many soldiers. Their destructive ability was simply catastrophic in a war like this. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he chose otherwise. The situation of the battlefield can change at any moment, and he no longer wanted to play this game of tit for tat. Since the supreme gods did not use their final trump cards yet, he would force them to do so. After all, they were not the only ones hiding their ability. Although he was cautious, it did not mean that he was timid. So, Li Jun ordered the others to begin to attack the army as he locked on to the supreme gods. Please read the author's thought. Chapter 349. Li Jun did not waste time as he immediately used his signature move. He threw his spear with absolute strength, causing countless sonic booms on the air. The spear turned into a red light, leaving scars on the space itself as it traveled forward with unstoppable momentum. The faces of the supreme gods became terrible to look at. They did not expect this outsider to suddenly overthrow the board like this and be so decisive too. Nevertheless, they were still prepared for the outcome. The light god was the first to take action. Law power circulated around his body before rushing forward. As a person who controls light law, it is very easy for him to break the limits of physics. So, his speed was countless times faster than the speed of light. That way, he turned into a streak of golden light and clashed with the spear. The sky was suddenly divided into two colors, blood red and holy gold. A few seconds later, the light god was pushed a few meters backward, but the spear's momentum was stopped. Then, out of nowhere, Li Jun suddenly appeared in front of him holding a halberd this time. He slashed down. The light god felt a heavy pressure like a colossal mountain was weighing on him. Even before the attack hit, he was immobilized by the pressure. So, although he wanted to use his speed advantage to run away, he was simply incapable of doing so. Luckily for him, he was not alone. A water shield suddenly appeared to protect him. Boom! Despite defending the attack, the shockwave created pushed him a few dozen meters, and he spewed a few mouthfuls of blood. Li Jun looked in the direction of the person who took action. He saw the water god waved his hand to create a massive tsunami in the sky. The tall waves rushed to drown him. Li Jun raised his hand and a ball of fire appeared in front of him. Then, the fire turned into a fire cannon. The fire instantly vaporized the upcoming water without even creating any steam. The fire cannon did stop but rushed towards the water god, making him scared. He thought that he would be gone this time. Then the war goddess, who was wearing black armor with a shield and spear, appeared and stopped the attack with her shield. Her hair danced in the sky as she looked at Li Jun, her eyes full of fighting intent. She inhaled deeply, and the sound of her doing so could be heard for 100 meters on. Then, some weird energy suddenly came all over the battlefield and entered her body. Her aura suddenly drastically increased. As a goddess of war, her strength will drastically increase during wars, so she was now at her peak. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Li Jun to clash head-on. Countless shadows appeared as Li Jun swung his halberd with unmatched speed. Nevertheless, the war goddess seemed to be able to always block her attack. Additionally, she seemed to have the ability to transfer the force of his attack elsewhere. Li Jun's eyes lit up as he increased the force of his attack. Instead of using a single force, he stacked them up to increase his strength. At first, she was able to block the attack. But once the stack reached a certain number, the war goddess' internal organs were shaking. She coughed out blood before being sent away. At this time, the life goddess finally made her move. She instantly appeared in front of Li Jun. A small vortex appeared in her hand as she began to absorb his life force. Her purpose was to drain him of his life energy, aging and killing him. Unfortunately for her, she absorbed a black substance instead. As soon as it entered her body, the life goddess said with an ugly expression, "Death Chi?" Li Jun had turned his origin essence into Death Chi and allowed her to absorb it instead. As soon as it entered her body, her right arm began to atrophy as it slowly became as thin as a mummy's arm. The life goddess immediately controlled the power of law to create a large amount of vitality or life chi to counter the death chi inside her body. Normally, she would love to study this kind of energy as it would be very helpful to her. Unfortunately, this was not the right occasion. While the life goddess was trying to save her life, Li Jun went for the kill. However, this time, it was the destiny goddess who intervened. She used her silver sword to block the halberd. Immediately after seeing her, Li Jun became more serious. The speed of his attacks suddenly increased. In just an instant, he stabbed his halberd more than 100,000 times, causing friction and scar on the space around him. Oddly though, the destiny goddess evaded all the attacks with ease. She seemed to be able to predict all his attacks in advance. Future sight? She is probably using her power of destiny to peek all of my attacks, to peek at her destiny. Suddenly, Li Jun stopped attacking, which caught all the others by surprise. He looked at all the supreme gods before saying, "I never imagined that you gods were the kind of people to fight to the death for your world. I'm surprised and respect all of you for this. However, you guys should realize that this battle is futile. My previous offer is still valid. As long as you guys joined us, once our purpose is finished, you will still be the leader of this world." Li Jun became quiet as he waited for their answer. Based on some of these supreme gods' facial features, he could see that some of them were tempted. A few seconds later, 8 of the 20 supreme gods flew in Li Jun's direction with the obvious intention of joining them. However, the war goddess suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked them. "What are you guys doing? Do you really want to become traitors? You all should understand that this is a hopeless fight," said the animal god. "Look out of their leader. Although he faced more than 20 of us at once, his breath is perfectly normal and not a single sweat could be seen on his forehead, and his aura is calm and smooth. Obviously, he has not tried his best, yet he is already so powerful." "The animal god is correct," added the shadow god. "This is a pointless fight. It's best to join the winning side and leave a fire of hope for our god civilization." "You," said the war goddess. As for the other supreme gods, they only sighed and did not say anything. Truth be told, many of them felt the same way. However, their pride will not allow them to bow to other people. They are supreme gods, powerful beings that ruled over the lives of countless mortals and gods alike. No matter who it was, they refused to bow their heads to another person, even if that person is stronger than them. "Fine," said the war goddess. "All of you have brought this upon yourself." The 8 traitors gods immediately became alert after hearing this. Unfortunately, it was too late. A large mouth suddenly appeared behind these people and instantly swallowed them. Everyone was shocked and no one had time to react. Many of the supreme gods were wondering what this mouth was. While Li Jun knew that this was the manifestation of the god-swallowing technique, he distributed the Mortal Freedom Alliance and the other people with fortunate encounters. Given the fact that the headquarters was in the war realm, he was not surprised that the war goddess had her people infiltrate this place and acquire the technique. After swallowing those 8 people, the aura of the war goddess drastically increased. After reaching a certain level, it seemed to want to sublimate. It appears as she was entering another realm. Unfortunately, she failed. Although the war goddess' strength did increase, it did not sublimate. With Li Jun's judgment, he could tell that she was really close to the saint realm. Unfortunately, the world had limits on all living beings. It was already a miracle that a middle thousand world gave birth to law beings, so it was impossible to give birth to a saint. Li Jun looked at the disappointed look on the war goddess' face, but he did not care. He decided to take things seriously and end this fight as soon as possible. So, he used his vision. A projection of Li Jun appeared in the sky. He stood tall and mighty with a spear in his hand. He was on a battlefield with countless bodies at his feet. There were myriad races that existed between all heaven myriad world. In the background, worlds could be seen being destroyed. Li Jun had calm and indifferent eyes and he witnessed all this slaughter. As soon as his vision manifested, the aura on his body also increased as his strength increased by a factor of 9. The aura revealed by his body made the entire world tremble. Chapter 350. After showing his vision and preparing to show his full power, Li Jun could feel an intense rejection from the world. He knew that it was because his power reached beyond the limit of this world. Fortunately, he was powerful enough to ignore the heavenly Tao of this world. However, he also decided to be careful since if he used too much strength, he might destroy the entire world. Li Jun gave a glance at the other people in his group. He saw the other 3 single-handedly suppressing the god and giant legions. However, according to his orders, they did not wantonly slaughter these people. No, they were just immobilized and had their powers sealed. These people were nothing but cannon fodders in this war. Now that he decided to deal with the supreme gods, Li Jun decided to spare them since they had value as believers. As long as the supreme gods fall or acknowledge their allegiance, these people will not resist. After seeing that everything was going well, Li Jun focused on his battle. An intense slaughter will emanated from his body, making the supreme gods feel fear as their blood momentarily froze for a few seconds. They wondered how many people this person had to kill to have such terrifying slaughter aura surrounding them. However, they quickly denied this idea because of how pure the aura was. Only a person that has understood the true essence of slaughter could have such a will. This also showed that this person was more terrifying than someone who indulged in mindless killing to understand a slaughter will. Immediately, Li Jun used a newly created technique from his Slaughter Dao code, Cry of the Fallen. A strange noise came from his body. Then, all the gods held their heads in pain as some of them screamed, while others groaned. All of them could hear the sound of countless people dying, of countless people taking their last breath. There were cries of sadness, cries of despair, of pain and suffering, of relief, of grief, and unwilling cries. To these supreme gods, it was like they were hearing the voice of all the people that have ever died across all heaven myriad realm. All the negative mood and intense emotions of these cries completely overwhelmed their souls. So, they hurriedly used their law to protect themselves. All of them succeed except for one, the Soul God. With his understanding of the law of soul, he should have been the one less affected by this attack. Unfortunately for him, the attack was directed at him, so he suffered the heaviest blow. The Soul God felt like his soul was being drawn by all these voices. He felt like countless people were dragging him deep under the ocean to drown him. He hurriedly used a soul shield to protect himself, but it was proven to be useless. Despair suddenly overcame the Soul God. As soon as such emotion came to him, the attack seemed to intensify. The voices became louder and louder, until, boom! His soul exploded. The Soul God was killed. 1 down, 11 to go, muttered Li Jun. In just the few seconds that he killed the Soul God, the others have already stopped his attack. However, given how pale their complexion was, it was not an easy process. Li Jun stabbed his spear forward and a gigantic one manifested itself to rush towards the remaining supreme gods. "No, stop him," yelled the Destiny Goddess. Unfortunately, no one understood what she meant, nor did she have enough time to clarify. The spear was too fast. Oddly though, it was not as powerful as the other imagined as they easily managed to stop it. However, they soon understood the reason why, and the meaning behind the Destiny Goddess words. Although the supreme gods blocked the spear, their group was separated. And that's exactly what Li Jun wanted. With another swing of his spear, countless weapons materialized in the air, surrounding one of the two groups. In this group, there were 6 gods: the Life Goddess, the Destiny Goddess, the War Goddess, the Destruction God, the Order God, and the Light God. As soon as these people tried to regroup, the weapons surrounding them fell like stars and attacked. The weapons were not only powerful but also endless, making them very difficult to get rid of. "All right, let's get rid of the weak ones first," said Li Jun nonchalantly. He rushed straight to the Water God with immense killing intent. The latter was immediately alert and fought back. Rain suddenly started to fall from the sky on Li Jun. What's more, each drop of water seemed unnaturally heavy. With ease, Li Jun deflected each of the droplets that fell on him. This act made the water god scared as he knew that each drop of rain weighed more than 100 million tons. Yet, Li Jun deflected them so easily. He wondered how powerful was this person's fleshly body. With his speed, Li Jun arrived in front of the water god in the blink of an eye. He stabbed him with his spear. The latter wanted to dodge the attack by turning his body into water. However, a powerful pressure came out of nowhere and immobilized him. The spear did not pierce the water god as he expected but gently touched him. Then, he felt his blood agitated. Before he could react, a swallowing power came from the tip of the spear and began to absorb the blood and vitality of the water god. In less than a second, his body dried up like a mummy, and even the vitality of his soul was also absorbed. 10, said Li Jun calmly. His words sent chill down the spine of the remaining supreme gods. They felt like lambs at a farm waiting for their turn to be slaughtered. Li Jun turned his gaze at the illusion goddess. This single gaze made her feel intense fear, as a result, took a slight step back in the air. During that single moment of faltering, Li Jun noticed that she accidentally stopped using her heavenly abode to block the space in her surrounding. So, he took advantage of the situation and instantly teleported in front of her. Albeit a little surprised, the illusion goddess was also a battle veteran. After quickly controlling the fear in her heart, she reacted quickly to the attack. Her body suddenly turned illusory and the spear went straight through as if she was nothing but air. With a sneer on her face, she said, "Can you kill an illusion?" Although she was not strong, she believed in her survivability. "Yes, I can," replied Li Jun with a calm and indifferent face. As he slashed his spear, blood spewed out like a fountain. The illusion goddess' head flew in the air, still with a look of shock and confusion as to what just happened. As for Li Jun, he did not even glance at her. What he cultivates is the Tao of slaughter/killing. As such, there is nothing under heaven that he could not kill. Whether is real or unreal, tangible or intangible, as long as he wishes to, he can kill it. 9, he muttered. Then, he looked in the direction of the group of 5. He felt an intense aura that caught his attention. As his gaze landed on them, he saw a strange metal eye floating in front of the destruction god. Saint-tier artifact? Based on the aura of the eye, he could tell that it was at least saint grade. Additionally, he could also feel the power of destruction on the artifact, making it very suitable for its owner. It seems that this destruction god has left this world at one point, and he might even have a fortunate encounter. After muttering these words to himself, a small cauldron appeared in Li Jun's hand. He waved it and the cauldron rushed to the group. As it flew in their direction, it immediately enlarged itself. After reaching 12 meters in both height and width, it stopped on top of these supreme gods. Immediately afterward, the 5 of them felt like they were in a quagmire. All their actions were extremely slow and require a lot of energy to move. Not long after breaking from the weapon's constraint, this group was once again blocked. Even the artifact in the destruction god's hand seemed to be barely able to confront the cauldron. Knowing the severity of their situation, the supreme gods took action to deal with their current predicament. Without hesitation, they started to power up the destruction god's weapon with their law, energy, and soul. They all knew that this weapon was their only way to get rid of their imprisonment as soon as possible. In the current situation, even an idiot could tell that once the outsider leader dealt with the remaining supreme gods, it will soon be their turn. Unfortunately for them, they soon realized that their enemy was better at controlling his weapons than them because no matter how much the eye increased in power, the cauldron still suppressed it. Finally, the destiny gods commuted through soul with the other five and said, "There is no time to hesitate. We need to activate the Guardian Protocol." Chapter 351. The other supreme gods were silent for a moment after hearing the destiny goddess words. Although they knew she was right, there was still a problem. "Mingyun, that's easy to say. We all know that a sacrifice is needed to do so. Who will be the sacrifice?" "Easy. Isn't there someone else here?" "You mean the war goddess." The light god suddenly sneered after hearing this. "I always thought you were a noble god, always doing things for the good of our world. However, I was wrong. Everything you did was just to save your life." The destiny goddess did not answer. She simply ignored his snide remark. As for her suggestion, the other four pondered it and realized that this was the best option. However, before making a final decision, the order god suddenly said, "This will not work. A lot of time is needed for the protocol to activate. Do you think the outsiders will give us that time?" "Order god, you mean?" asked the life goddess. "I will be the sacrifice. During that time, you guys ask the war goddess to buy us enough time." The remaining four became quiet, and no one persuaded him otherwise. All of them wanted to live through this catastrophe and return to their glorious era of lording over this world. The order god did mind this reaction. Truth be told, he has a great secret. Amongst all the supreme gods, he has lived the longest. One could say that his lifespan has long surpassed the 100 million year limit of supreme god. The reason for that was because he witnessed the coming of the God King in this world. He was one of the first humans who listened to the God King preaching, and one of the first gods that appeared in this world. He survived the War of the Giant and the War of Extinction. Over the years, countless supreme gods have been born and died, replaced by others. But he was still alive. As for the secret of his long life? Another simple answer. His fanatic worship of the God King. The order god realized that the more pious his belief was, the longer his lifespan was. So, over the years, he has dedicated his faith to the God King. Every day, for the past few 100 million years, he has prayed to his God, never missing a single day. A deep and profound light appeared in the order god's eyes. There was not the tiniest bit of fear, sadness, or reluctance. Only excitement. He was not afraid of death. To him, death meant that he will return to the heavenly kingdom of the God King. If it was not because of his duty as a guardian to watch over this world, he would have long reunited with his god. After making a decision, the destiny goddess immediately contacted the war goddess. "We may have a way to save this world. However, we need you to buy us some time. So, no matter what, do not let the outsider interfere with us." The war goddess was momentarily surprised. Then she remembered the rumors that amongst the supreme gods, there was a special group known as guardians tasked with protecting some great secrets of the world. Could the rumors be true? Could these five be the so-called guardians? Although she was curious, the war goddess knew that this was not the time to ask questions. So, she just nodded her head in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, 5 tokens flew from each of the supreme gods forming a pentagon, each of the supreme gods standing at a corner. A powerful golden light appeared on the order god's body, making him holy and divine. His blood, energy, soul, and law began to burn, used as a sacrifice to power up the 5 tokens. Such a large movement immediately alerted Li Jun. He has just finished suppressing these supreme gods with his cauldron and prepared to choose his next target when he saw the movement over there. Although he did not know what these people were doing, he knew that he should not let them continue. So, he flew in their direction. However, someone stopped him. It was a god wearing only pants and his upper torso bare. The man was very muscular as his muscles bulged. Veins could be seen all over his body, and they looked like they would be popped at any moment. Despite being slightly over 2 meters, his frame was quite large compared to regular humans. He looked more like a muscle bear than a human. God of might, thought Li Jun as he had some information about this god. He used the law of might, which is essentially a small part of the Tao of power. As one of the most powerful Tao between heaven and earth, even if this god only comprehended one aspect of it, it still provided him with unparalleled physical prowess. Under normal circumstances, Li Jun would be more than happy to fight this god to test the limit of his body refinement. However, he had better priorities now. Li Jun stabbed his spear and his opponent responded in turn by throwing a punch. Wherever the might god's punch traveled, the air will twist under his strength. There was bloodlust in his eyes followed by excitement. He enjoyed fighting people head-on with people that have a strong physical body. Unfortunately, most if not all the other supreme gods like to use strange methods to fight so that he never truly enjoyed a hearty battle. The only exception is when he fought with the thunder god who also cultivated a powerful body. Regrettably, his sparring partner was killed. Luckily, he found a new partner in this outsider. Li Jun's spear and the might god's fist rushed towards one another for a powerful clash. However, right before doing so, a green mist suddenly appeared from Li Jun's spear and rapidly entered his opponent's body, not giving him any time to react. Immediately afterward, the might god's body slowly turned gray from his feet all the way to his torso. "You poisoned me! How can you use such underhanded tactic?" Poison is one of the grand Tao of heaven and earth, also used for many acts of slaughter. Of course, I have to cultivate it as a minor part of my slaughter Tao. After saying these words, Li Jun watched how the might god rapidly turned into a gray sculpture before falling from the sky. Although this guy cultivated a Tao related to force, unfortunately, he only cultivated one aspect of it. As such, his powerful body is not immune to myriad poisons like other body-refining cultivators. Plus, there is no absolute in this world as even some poisons are powerful enough to kill body refiner as strong as Wang Wei. Not long after the might god died, another one appeared in front of Li Jun. This person seemed to have received some sort of information from the other group and was determined to stop Li Jun. As he looked at the person in front of him, Li Jun frowned as he noticed the sharp teeth and horns on this person's body. More importantly, he was at least 3 meters tall and countless grieving souls could be seen coming from his body. God of Sin, thought Li Jun. And based on his appearance, there is a high chance that he has a devil bloodline. Although surprised by this god's lineage, he did not care. He waved his hand and a white flame suddenly appeared around him and enveloped the Sin god. The Sin god felt a great threat from this flame and wanted to prevent it from moving forward. To his horror, he discovered that this flame seemed to be his nemesis. As soon as it touched him, it was attacked to his soul and body, then began to purify him. The Sin god screamed in agony as flames spewed out of his eyes, mouth, and nose. A few seconds later, all the grievances surrounding his body were purified, along with his soul. Then he fell from the sky. The purifying cleansing flame was truly the nemesis of devil cultivators or people with many sins. Li Jun then locked on the chaos god that was not far away. Of course, the chaos was not referring to the supreme Tao of chaos which includes the beginning and death of everything, but the antithesis of order. He threw his spear with terrifying strength, which scared the chaos god. The latter immediately dodged the spear. However, he was so close to being hit. Immediately, the thought of retreating and running away came to his mind. Unfortunately, before he could put his plan into action, Li Jun suddenly appeared before him. The chaos god only saw a flash of light before everything stooped. With an incredible look on his face, he saw 2 swords in Li Jun's hand before a look of sudden realization came to him. Finally, his body turned into millions of pieces before falling from the sky. All of this happened in less than 5 minutes. Yet, Li Jun felt that he wasted too much time. He rushed to the group that was doing the weird ceremony. However, he was once again stopped. This time by the war goddess. She seemed to have used a secret method to burn her blood and divine energy to increase her strength. With this, she was able to get rid of the suppression of the cauldron. Based on her aura, Li Jun could tell that her strength had reached the saint realm. Although this power was not sustainable, it was more than enough to delay him. The two began to clash. As expected, Li Jun only had a slight advantage. With each clash, he pushed her a few dozen meters behind. The power of law spread throughout the heavens, and as a result, the entire world began to shake. The power of these two exceeded the limit of this world, so destruction seemed inevitable. Tai Gang, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju immediately became serious after noticing this. They left what they were doing and began to use their powers to reinforce the Destiny Realm and ensure that the clash between these two did not spread further. As for the mortals and weak gods, they acted quick enough to place all these people into their space ring to save their lives. With more clashes, wounds could be seen all over the war god's body. However, her battle strength did not decrease as time passed by. As a person who cultivated the law of war, she will also become stronger the more she fought. Plus, she also burned her lifespan to sustain her current strength. At this point, she did not care about the fate of this world or anything else for that matter. All she cared about was this battle. The most intense battle she ever fought in her life. A slight smile could be seen in the corner of her mouth. Li Jun used his innate talent to summon a bunch of soldiers. Then, he sacrificed their lives to increase his battle strength. However, to his surprise, the war goddess did the same thing with her power of law. With the increase in strength, the battle became more intense. The people who were reinforcing the realm had a more difficult time doing so. They had to use simple formations to further stabilize the Destiny Realm. Otherwise, if something happened to this world, their entire purpose of coming here would have been in vain. They would have to find another world and start all over. However, not long afterward, the two suddenly stopped. Li Jun raised his head to look in the direction of the other group, and immediately, his face became ugly. A gigantic palm suddenly descended from heaven. The palm was golden and contained divine holiness to it. It was as if it was saying that it was people's honor to be killed by it. Boom! Li Jun's body exploded into countless drops of blood, and his soul was annihilated. He did not have a single chance at resisting. Chapter 352. Damn Heavenly Tao, cursed Li Jun as his body was rapidly recreated. His cells, tissues, bones, muscles, organs, skin, and even soul were reassembled as if nothing ever occurred. In the process, he controlled the spiritual qi in the surroundings to turn into clothes so that he did not appear naked for the whole world to see. Once he was revived, Li Jun immediately took a few strands of his hair. They had turned white. So much lifespan? In the previous attack, he was completely annihilated, body, soul, and Tao disappeared. The reason that he resurrected himself was due to his taboo innate talent. Although he previously used it against his battle with Tion, beforehand, he still studied it extendedly. And once he used the 3,000 Tao orbs to create his own scripture, he created a technique based on that talent that allowed him to essentially cheat death and resurrect. The only issue is that with each resurrection, a large amount of lifespan will be used as a price. Li Jun then hurriedly checked his companion. After seeing that none of them were attacked, he was first relieved followed by being horrified. If any of them were the ones attacked, without his method of resurrection, he would have lost all of them. Immediately, he thought of the main reason he died so easily. Heavenly Tao. As a heaven chosen of a powerful sect, Li Jun has supreme tier artifacts to protect him in case of a sneak attack. Normally, this treasure should have activated automatically to protect him. However, the heavenly Tao of this world interfered. Although it could not stop the weapon, it could delay it for a brief moment so that the powerful attack would succeed. Li Jun finally raised his head to look at what killed him. He saw that the remaining group, the Order God, was gone, and in the middle of the Supreme Gods was a young man dressed in white clothes. Golden light came from his body, giving him a divine temperament. On top of that, his expressionless and indifferent eyes added to his bearing as a noble and powerful god. Li Jun first noticed that there was no soul fluctuation from this person. Then he felt the aura emanating from his body. A supreme tier puppet? Is this the final trump card of this world? He muttered. After pondering for a moment, he realized that it made sense. This world was a middle thousand world that prevented anyone below the primordial spirit or tier 6 from entering. The strongest aboriginals of this world were void-shattering realm or tier 7. Most likely, the great emperor who came to this world decided to leave a supreme realm or tier 9 puppets as a final form of emergency. After all, that emperor must have believed that this should be more than enough to protect this world in case some powerful people who could jump rank to fight came to this world. After all, skipping 3 great realms, especially in the upper stages of cultivation, was simply heaven-defying. In the entire endless void, the people who could do this could probably be counted on one hand. As for nor leave something that reaches the level of Great Emperor or Tier 10, well, that would be too extravagant for just a small world. No matter how attached to this world that the Great Emperor referred to as God King is, he would not waste such precious resources on such a small place. Just the fact that he was willing to live a Tier 9 puppets showed his care. After figuring out all of this, Li Jun took a deep breath and quickly accessed the situation and his next course of action. He immediately knew what to do next since running away was never an option. He looked at the remaining 5 supreme gods and he could see a sense of relief from their eyes. Especially from the Destiny Goddess. It was as if they knew that their world was saved. Without saying anything, Li Jun took out a jade talisman and crushed it. His action drew the alert of the supreme gods as they realized that their enemy did abandon their plan, and just like them, was also using his trump card. Gray light came from the talisman. Then, an illusory figure appeared dressed in a gorgeous purple robe. It was a handsome man with gray floating hair and gray eyes that seemed to pierce at a person's soul. "So things have gotten so bad that you have to call my projection," said Wang Wei calmly. He looked at the surroundings and at the gods before frowning. He could feel a terrifying power elevating the level of this world from a middle thousand world to a great thousand world. Although he did not know whether this was a temporary upgrade or a permanent one, nevertheless, only a great emperor has such magical means to instantly the level of a world. "What happened?" he asked Li Jun, who rapidly used his divine sense to fill him on all the things that occurred in this world. "Well, we did expect this world to have unknown variables," muttered Wang Wei before looking at the supreme gods. As soon as his eyes landed on them, for a few seconds, these gods felt their souls freeze and their minds blank. This was the instinctive behavior when a prey encounters a predator. Fear overwhelmed them, making them unable to respond. Once they regained their bearings, cold sweat began to fall on their backs as they could feel their upcoming death. This was more evident to the Destiny Goddess as Wang Wei's gaze was locked on her. "The law of destiny," he muttered with a pondering look. Destiny and fate are usually used interchangeably. However, based on philosophy books he read in his past life and his understanding of the Tao of fate, this may not be absolute. Fate is absolute and unchangeable while destiny is not. For a person to achieve their destiny, they have to work hard and struggle, and the same can be said if they want to change their destiny. However, fate will not display this level of kindness. A perfect example of this is Wang Wei's ability to read fate lines. He can read the fate of mortals, their past, present, and future. However, when it comes to cultivators, he can only see their past and present, albeit they have to not resist or he has to overpower them. This is because cultivators have taken control of their destiny, so their future is not set in stone. However, they still have something called nexus of fate. Something that is bound to happen in their lives no matter what they do, what choices they make, it will happen. So far, Wang Wei has not encountered one cultivator that does not have a fate nexus. Even his grandfather. "I wondered what my fate nexus is," thought Wang Wei. Unfortunately, he does not yet have the ability to see his own fate, let alone others. "My projection cannot stay long in this world, so let's end this as quickly as possible." He clenched his fist and punched frowny face Fate Annihilation Fist. The world suddenly turned into black and white for a few seconds before returning to normal. Then, there was nothing else. No shockwave, no dazzling light, no mighty explosion. Nothing but a slight color change. And in that brief transition, the supreme tear puppet along with the supreme gods disappeared as if they never existed in the world. They did not scream, struggle, or even react for that matter. They were just gone. Forever annihilated or erased from the river of fate. There were only 2 things that showed that these people existed. No, that showed that they once stood where they were. The first one is the metal eye of the destruction god, and the other is a golden illusory person which was the soul of the Destiny Goddess. Wang Wei waved his hand and many runes appeared on the soul and sealed it. "The destruction eye is for you, while the soul is for me. Keep it for when my real body arrived in this world." "I'm interested in studying her destiny law," said Wang Wei. "Big brother, you should have sealed the puppet as well. After all, it is a peak product from another civilization. We could have learned something from it." Wang Wei paused after hearing this before shrugging his shoulder. "Well, you should have said so sooner. It's fine. Plus, we should have a chance in the future." Li Jun looked at the devastation of the Destiny realm and sighed. Luckily, they already saved the mortals. Once they fixed the environment, it should become habitable again. He then raised his head to look at the stars. After the supreme gods die, their heavenly abode becomes ownerless. However, if nothing is done, these abodes will also self-destruct themselves. So, he needs to take action as soon as possible. He looked at the fading Wang Wei and said, "How long do you think it will take before your real body arrives?" "Honestly, I do not know. I just infiltrated the Origin Pill Dao sect and it will still take some time before I can accomplish my goal. However, I will do whatever it takes to speed up the process. Is that so? In that case, I will do my best to increase the population of this world and gather as much incense as possible to await your arrival. I know you will since I can always count on you, said Wang Wei with a smile. Oh, by the way, Xueqi just finished her seclusion and entered the divine body realm. She always complained that she misses the long passionate nights with you. Li Jun's mouth twitched after hearing this as he could see Yan liling in the corner of his eyes. Obviously, he said this for her to hear and get him into trouble. He swore he heard his brother chuckle out loud before disappearing. Chapter 353. A few days passed since the final battle ended and Li Jun began to take over all the 36 realms. He organized people to build temples and spread the word that the Age of the Gods has ended. From now on, there is only one true God, the all-powerful God of fate. While dealing with the aftermath of this war, there were still some slight problems. One day, while overviewing documents, Tai Gang came to see Li Jun with some bad news. What's the matter? He asked. What should we do with the Mortal Freedom Alliance and the new gods? Their devil nature is rapidly overwhelming their minds and turning them into mindless swallowing machines. Li Jun frowned. Could we purify their mind to return to normal? We tried that. Although it succeeded, the price and times required to heal even a demigod is honestly not worth it. After pondering for a moment, Li Jun understood the crux of the problem. The god system does not cultivate the mind, spirit, or state of mind. As such, they are easily influenced by the devil technique. According to their original plan, after these people created enough chaos and weakened the power of the supreme gods, the group would jump in and help them suppress their devil nature. Finally, these people will be forced to hand over their faith to Wang Wei if they do not want their minds to be overtaken. Unfortunately, the Destiny Goddess probably manipulations seem to have accelerated the process. Additionally, the group did not take into account the fact that these gods' state of mind was so weak. I could use Buddhism methods to cleanse their minds. However, he quickly removed this idea from his head. He knew the horror of the Absolute Emperor's magic from Wang Wei's description. Although there was a chance that the crystal wall of this world would be able to block that technique, that is only a possibility. Unless the God King of this world was also an eternal emperor on the same level as the absolute beginning emperor. Even then this might not work. After all, there have been many eternal emperors from different world communities, yet, that technique still exists to this day. Li Jun did not believe for a moment that at least one of them did not try to remove that magic. So, after pondering for a while, he quickly came up with an idea. Before the Destiny Realm is reconstructed, placed all of them in there and have them swallow one another until a few supreme gods are born. Do you want to deal with these people using the same method as the Death God? Said Tai Gang with shining eyes. Yes. That way they can provide us with the most benefit. Tai Gang left to do his job. The next day, Li Jun met with Wang Ju this time. Did you find anything from the library of the Record God? Besides a few incomplete cultivation techniques of the world community next to us, there is only one noteworthy thing. Based on our analysis, there is a great possibility that the God King was a wounded great emperor who landed on this world. The creation of the crystal wall was most likely a way to hide while healing from his injuries. Li Jun furrowed his brow a little as he pondered the value of this information, then his eyes lit up. Did you find his blood? Or at least a place that was drenched on his blood? A great emperor's blood is of great value. If they could find it, then the value of this world would increase dramatically. Unfortunately, no. We have searched every corner but did not find anything. Keep searching. Use Void Sensing Talisman to see if there are any secret realms around. Search the Supreme God's heavenly abode to see if they have discovered anything, or have any kind of information. Wang Ju nodded her head before leaving. She had to dispatch the Fate Shadow Guard to once again search every corner of this place. This was exhausting work. While Li Jun got back to his work, a few hours later, Yan Liling came to see him. He could tell that she was happy as she was not only smiling but also humming a song. Her voice was heavenly, at least to him. Why are you in such a good mood? He asked. I invented a new pill. You have invented many new pill recipes. What's so unique about this one? This is an interesting new pill. I have discovered that the souls of these gods are combined with the power of incense. And as you know, incense can help people enter the primordial spirit realm. So, I created a pill using their souls as the main material that increased the success rate of entering the primordial spirit realm. I called it incense refining pill. What's the percentage? 40%. Li Jun's eyes lit up after hearing this. From his knowledge, the best pill that helps people enter the primordial spirit realm is the soul transformation pill, and the success rate is 25%. We could cultivate a few supreme gods and use their soul to refine your pill. Maybe it will be helpful to Big Brother Wang Wei in his breakthrough attempt. That was exactly my plan, replied Yan Liling. Moreover, I can try to refine a Saint Grade 1. With Big Brother's soul, he should be able to withstand it. All right, I will send new orders to Tai Gang. Their conversation ended quickly as the two were extremely busy. Yan Liling went back to her pill refining, trying to see if she could increase the success rate of her new pill. Li Jun had many things to deal with, especially when it came to reforming the views and understanding of mortals. The majority of them are still too reliant on the gods to do everything, while at the same time, many refused to acknowledge the fact that the gods they believed in were dead. Not to mention he had to deal with all the fanatic believers committing mass suicide and the depression that these mortals felt after losing their spiritual substance. It was only 3 days later that the situation stabilized enough for him that he could take a break. Not wanting to waste time, Li Jun began to study and refine the Eye of Destruction that he acquired after the final battle. This was a Saint-grade artifact that contained the Law of Destruction. Li Jun planned to first refine this weapon as his own, and when he enters the void-shattering realm, try to comprehend a little bit of destruction law to fuse with his slaughter Dao. Myriad Emperor World, Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Secret Realm. Wang Wei's clone, who was floating in the air in front of countless arrays, suddenly opened his eyes. A new memory appeared inside his mind out of a sudden. With squinted his eyes, he muttered, "It took more than 200 years for the memory of what happened in the world to reach me. Why is that? Could it be because of the distance, or because of the crystal wall?" He sighed before placing this question in the back of his head. In the past 200 years, he has studied all the arrays in this mountain. So, his accomplishment as an array master increased at an alarming rate. Despite this, he was still not even close to halfway through the mountain. He raised his head to look far ahead of him and saw Lu Mixius group, who was the farthest. Even them had barely reached halfway through the mountain. At this rate they might take even 1,000 years to reach the core. What exactly is this secret realm? Wang Wei could not come up with any guesses so far, as not only does he not have enough information, there are too many possibilities. After looking at Lu Mixius group, he looked at the second group behind them. This group was composed of demon races. They were very eye-catching, not because of their position, but because of their madness. These people started at a similar time as everyone else, but they quickly surpassed everyone. The reason was that these demon races did not care about their injury. They attacked and destroyed the formation without a care for their lives. Because of this, all of them were severely injured, yet they did not seem to care. Wang Wei could even see that many of them have injured their foundation in the process. The demon race must know something about this secret realm, and something inside must be very attractive to them. Wang Wei then finally looked at Jian Wushuang and the people from the sword-casting villa. He could see that the latter had entered the earth stage of the divine body realm and began to open his orifices. Wang Wei then got back to his own business. He first took out a talisman to review some information he received in the past 200 years because of his deep meditation. However, something suddenly dawned on him. I'm actually over 1,000 years old now. With his current lifespan, this is a very small number. After all, his cultivation realm grants him 90,000 years of life. And his fleshly body granted him over 500,000 years, which was the average lifespan of Saint. However, when compared to his past life, this was a very long time, especially in comparison to the average human lifespan of fewer than 100 years old. Many countries, dynasties, or even civilizations did not last 1,000 years, yet, he lived that long. And will continue to live much longer. At some point in time, he will probably be older than the planet Earth itself, and eventually the entire universe. After sighing for a moment, the clone reviewed the information he deemed important before sending it to the real body. For precaution reasons, the real body handed a lot of control to the clone, as he did not want to garner the slightest of suspicions with so many true monarchs present. Although Wang Wei had the strength of that realm, he did not have many of their means. As for the clone, he did not worry about it going rogue, since the method he used was a foolproof one tested for countless generations by the sect. Chapter 354. Inside a cave that was dimly lit, Wang Wei or Lu Qing suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled out loud. Then a wry smile appeared on his face. After 200 years, I could only cultivate to the peak of the supernatural realm, and that's only because I'm the one in charge. This Lu Cheng's talent for cultivation is truly mediocre. After stealing many fortunate encounters and using countless resources, he finally managed to engrave 50 origin pattern in the base of his good fortune lamp. One of the reasons that it took so long was not because Wang Wei also had to study Lu Cheng's innate talent and also increase his alchemy level. Truth be told, Lu Cheng's talent is not as bad as he said. 200 years is nothing compared to the 10,000 years of the lifespan of supernatural realm cultivators. Some people will spend their entire life without being able to break through, while some will spend thousands of years to do so. It's only because Wang Wei's vision is too high that he complained. Of course, these 200 years were not in vain. He looked at the book in his hand that contained his writing. With these notes, I should be able to create a technique that replaced Lu Cheng's innate talent. Wang Wei had great ambition for this technique, as once succeed, it would be of great value to him. Even after becoming a great emperor. The essence of that technique will be to have precise control of not only his strength but even the law. That way he can bring out more power using less. After putting away his notes, Wang Wei finally focused on the message sent by the clones. As for his memories and comprehension of formation in the past years, he will wait until the secret realm is over before taking these memories. After reviewing the information sent over, his mouth suddenly twitched. "This lazy guy," he muttered. The clone did not summarize and analyze the information. Instead, he sent it to him to do it. What made him speechless was the fact that this was something he would do, giving all the hard work to his clone while relaxing around. After shaking his head, he began to review the information. There was not much to take notice of with a few exceptions. The main one is related to the new heaven chosen of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Huang Yuan. More than 700 years ago, around the time Sun Jiaolong started his war, the rank 23rd during the Academy's heaven chosen, Huang Yuan, who was from the Soaring Lantern Valley, left the southern continent to head to the eastern continent. After that he disappeared. Then, another Huang Yuan appeared who was the heaven chosen of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The information stated that an anomaly was discovered, as when they began to search for traces of the original Huang Yuan, he suddenly appeared and returned to his sect. However, his memories of the past 100 years were gone. So, the Shadow began to investigate this new Huang Yuan based on the people they have inside the Loose Cultivator Alliance. They discovered the small thousand world that Huang Yuan was from, and someone was sent to investigate. And there was rumor of the son of a farmer who slowly entered the step of cultivation, and after a few hundred years, entered the supernatural realm and passed the ascending tribulation. This person was Huang Yuan. Based on this information, the Shadow managed to track down the middle thousand world that he ascended to. And just like that, the legend of Huang Yuan became the first person in 1,000,000 years to enter the void-shattering realm and ascended to a great thousand world were prevalent in this world. Unfortunately, the Shadow could not find the great thousand world that Huang Yuan ascended to. It seemed that some accident occurred during the process. However, they speculated that this Hunag Yuan might have been a supreme realm powerhouse from a great thousand world who discovered the coordinate of the myriad emperor world, who then proceeded to travel here in the attempt of proving the Tao. Unfortunately, he might have encountered another accident that caused him to lose his body, and only a little of his primordial spirit was left. So, he took over the body of Huang Yuan from the Soaring Lantern Valley. Why does this Huang Yuan feel like these protagonists that have to start from the lowest of worlds and slowly climb their way to the highest level? With their low background, defying the heaven and suppressing those arrogant heaven chosen that are born with a golden spoon on their mouth? Muttered Wang Wei. After laughing slightly to himself, he shook his head. If this was a novel, only he can be the protagonist. Furthermore, Huang Yuan's journey was not that unique. Throughout history, there have been many people like him, people born with extraordinary luck that slowly rose from the lower realm. Some of them achieved supreme and lived for millions of years, while some also became emperor and proved the Tao, becoming immortal. Wang Wei did not care much about Huang Yuan's background. What he cared about was when and how did this old Huang Yuan occupy the new one. If it was after the Academy's tournament, then, the question is, how did he deceive Heavenly Tao? Unless the latter allowed it, this should not be possible. If it was before the tournament, the single moment he placed his name on that book, he would have been discovered. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. From what he knows about Heavenly Tao and his discussions with Wu Hong, he knew that its main job is to cultivate a powerful great emperor. So, when it comes to outsiders like Huang Yuan who has a lot of potential, it is not beyond it to allow him to exist as he can become a high contender for the throne. As long as he used an identity token to become a citizen of this world and has his brand labeled with a myriad emperor world, it is not a problem. However, if old Huang Yuan's body possessed someone, the moment he was discovered by Heavenly Tao once he placed his name on the Heavenly Protection Book, his soul would be expelled. After all, the latter is still considered a foreigner before he acquires the token. After thinking about this, Wang Wei quickly went over a file that contained all information about the original Huang Yuan. He was a very talented individual and many people in his sect placed a lot of hope on him. And the latter delivered. In the tournament, he successfully entered the top 30 and made his sect proud. However, one thing did catch Wang Wei's attention. During his journey back from the tournament, Huang Yuan became sick and laid in bed for a few days. The sect master of the Soaring Lantern Valley thought that something was wrong with his cultivation, so he hurried home to have the Supreme Elder check him out. Luckily, even before arriving, Huang Yuan got better. According to the information the shadows gathered by reading many people's memories, many of Huang Yuan's fellow brothers and sisters, and the maids around him discovered that his personality had a slight change. These people assumed that it was because of his recent fame and glory, or because of his recent sickness, so they did place this anomaly on the back of their heads. Plus, Huang Yuan returned to normal afterward. This should be the time he got possessed. And after assimilating the memories of the original Huang Yuan, he began to imitate his normal behavior. Thought Wang Wei as his brain rapidly functioned and analyzed the information in front of him. The Soaring Lantern Valley is a supreme land, so they should have treasures that can detect whether their disciples have been body-possessed by someone else's primordial spirit. However, they did not detect anything this time. On top of that, this Huang Yuan was not discovered by Heavenly Tao and ejected out of the original owner's body. That can only mean one thing. This guy has a way to even hide from Heavenly Tao. His strength is not merely enough to do such a thing, so this can only be some kind of treasure. No supreme tier or quasi-emperor artifact can do so, as many people have tried using this level of weapons to kill those immortal heaven chosens on the book. So, it can only be either a high-level innate treasure or an emperor artifact, and not an ordinary one at that. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he felt like he came closer to the truth. Emperor artifacts are not easy to use or refine. Emperor lineages or families have an advantage in this situation, as their artifact have either bloodline restriction or luck restriction. These restrictions prevent other people from using these artifacts even after acquiring them, but also lower the threshold for descendants to either refine and use these weapons. As for innate treasures, forget how rare they are even more arrogant than Emperor artifact because they were bred by heaven and earth. Based on his background, Huang Yuan must have had a fortunate encounter to acquire a weapon of that rank. So, if he wanted to refine it, it could only be done in a very high realm. Huang Yuan used to be a supreme realm powerhouse, so he should be able to refine the artifact after many years. However, the state he was in was most likely caused during the process of acquiring it. In his situation, if he wanted to refine such a weapon, he could only wait until he recuperate, or Wang Wei placed himself in Huang Yuan's shoes to guess his actions. If it was him, he would want to use this powerful weapon to recast his foundation so that he has a better chance at the throne in the future. And the best way to do this is to immediately refine. In his current situation of being only a primordial spirit, the best choice would be to use the immortality of these heaven chosens to rapidly refine this treasure. Just after making such a plan, he discovered one of these people not only had the same name as him but also not from an emperor lineage with their powerful means. So it was the best choice. Wang Wei's mouth twitched as he realized how lucky this Huang Yuan was. He was most likely a son of destiny in the lower realm. He opened his eyes and sighed. After deducing all of this, he now knew Huang Yuan's hidden card and could guard against it. After deciding to pay more attention to him, he continued to review the other information. To his disappointment, nothing was found about Hua Feng Huang. The only noteworthy information was that a few days ago, the Heaven Mystery Pavilion activated their sex formation and blocked contact with the outside world. As for the reason, nothing was known at the moment. Once finished, Wang Wei prepared to leave this place. However, he suddenly felt something and looked in one direction. Has the karma backlash begun? He muttered softly. Chapter 355. Many years ago, Wang Wei predicted the karma backlash he would face because he stole many people's luck using a shoddy method, and the fact that he was so weak. So, he was prepared in advance and delayed the backlash for as long as possible. His original plan was to use the Origin Pill Dao Sect's luck to withstand that backlash. As long as he met with his third senior and used her strength, the backlash, which came in the form of countless people chasing him for stealing from them, would be solved. However, another plan came to mind. He wanted to use this situation to get some answers regarding the flame-controlling art. And the first step in his plan was to drastically increase the backlash before transferring it to his third senior sister, Lan Ling. Although doing so was taking a little risk, it was a calculated one. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not have a deep understanding of karma to magically transfer the backlash to another person. So, he used ordinary means. During one of his heists of other people's fortunate encounters, he secretly changed the aura of the object he stole to make it appear more valuable than it was. Then, he left clues that he might be a member of the Origin Pill Dao sect. These clues also led people to believe that the powerful weapon he stole was in his third senior sister's hand. After noticing something, Wang Wei no longer hesitated. He took out a Heaven-tier void transferring talisman and activated it. This was a talisman he made himself. Over the past 200 years, he has studied divine runes in depth, and with Lu Cheng's talent that can now perfect engraved runes, his accomplishments in talisman making exponentially increase along with his alchemy. A silver light enveloped Wang Wei and he disappeared. Soon, he found himself in front of a forest. He immediately used his divine sense to search the surroundings, and after not finding anything, he walked in one direction. Based on his feelings, he soon found himself on top of a valley. When he looked down, he saw many people waiting in front of a cave. The majority of these people were in the void-shattering realm. After scanning these people with his eyes, he could feel countless grievances surrounding many of them as an invisible red hue was plastered on their bodies, and no matter what they did, they could not get rid of it. With his extremely keen senses, Wang Wei could even feel a smell of decay on these people. Devil cultivators? No wonder they dared to do something with Lan Ling, even though she was a disciple of an emperor lineage. Of course, there were a few other loose cultivators amongst this group. He guessed the mentality of these people. As long as no one said anything, they should have enough time to run away and escape the hunting of the Origin Pill Dao sect. Wang Wei's gaze did not stay long on these people. With Lu Cheng's current cultivation, if he stares too long at these void-shattering powerhouses, they will notice it. He did some calculations and realized that his conjecture was correct. This method was possible to transfer the backlash to Lan Ling. So, he took a few minutes to ponder the deeper reasons behind this. Karma is the principle of cause and effect. He stole other people's fortune, that's the cause. The effect is the backlash he would receive. His identity as a thief would be revealed and people would chase him down. Then, there is the correlation between karma and luck. As long as he revealed his identity as a disciple of the Origin Pill Dao sect, and the direct disciple of the sect master, the majority of people will not dare to blame him for his action. This is a way of using the sect's chi luck to withstand the backlash of karma. However, if the cause is strong enough, meaning one of the fortunate encounters he stole is precious enough, the effect/backlash will not be so easily blocked by his sect's luck. This is the current situation of his third senior sister after shifting the backlash to her. A trace of enlightenment flashed across Wang Wei's eyes. Unfortunately, it was not enough. However, he was happy as he had a foundation to understand the Tao of karma in the future. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei looked at the cave that stopped all these people. A purple miasma could be seen coming from it. Just by the color, one could tell that this thing was highly poisonous, even to beings of law like these people. He took out 5 pills from his space ring while muttering, "Could this be considered poetic justice? Or fate?" He did not throw the pill. With these people's reflexes and their current strength, they would immediately realize something and evade it. Instead, he took out another void-transferring talisman. This one was of the highest quality and did not produce any space fluctuation. He activated it before sending the pills inside. Clouds of red, green, and dark suddenly enveloped the crowds. "Who dares to sneak attack this young master?" roared one of the devil cultivators, who immediately proceeded to manifest his law to protect himself. Unfortunately, to his horror, he discovered that it was useless. On the contrary, the more he used his law, the faster the poison spread to his body and soul. Heaven-grade law corroding poison? Could the reinforcement of the Origin Pill Dao sect already arrived? Unfortunately, this was the last thought of this person along with the rest. Their skins soon turned black before dissolving into a pool of green blood and pus. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei waved his hand and a gust of wind blew the poisonous gas in the valley. He ate a few antidotes and poison restance pill before flying into the cave full of poison miasma. Because of the purple vapor in the cave, Wang Wei could not see anything, so he had to rely on his divine sense. Even then, he could only see a few meters in front of him as the miasma seemed to have the ability to cut off divine sense. While flying in the direction he senses, a scorpion more than 30 meters tall suddenly attacked him. Luckily, he was prepared. A talisman was already in his hand and a moon-shaped sword light flashed and cut the scorpion into two. He nodded in satisfaction with this sharp gold talisman. Without pausing, he continued on his way. During the fly, Wang Wei encountered many demons. Most of them were poisonous kinds like centipedes, snakes, scorpions, and toads. 30 minutes later, he arrived at a smaller cave. However, this time, he could see a pink fog coming out. With a frown on his face, he took a few more heaven-grade poison-resistant pill, placed a shield around him, and entered. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he walked, his shield proved to be useless. The fog entered his body, ignoring the shield. The fog even ignored the pills that he took and started to directly influence his mind. Immediately, Wang Wei felt his blood rapidly rush, the yang energy in his body intensified. Countless pictures of beautiful women flashed in his mind as lust became the dominant emotion. No, the only emotion. With a slight groan, Wang Wei suppressed his desire. Unfortunately, he could not control his physical reaction. Ignoring these unimportant things, he looked around to see Lan Ling lying on the floor. He rushed to her side, and immediately, he realized that her face was flushed and her eyes blurred. The moment he approached her, Lan Ling, who was squirming on the ground, used her void-shattering power to pounce on him and pin on the ground. With a swift move, she shredded the upper part of his robe, revealing his chest and muscular physique. And she did not stop there as she reached for the lower part as well. A paper talisman suddenly appeared and blasted away. Wang Wei was freed, at least temporarily. Yet, Lan Ling seemed to have lost her mind and pounced on him again and again, even though the talisman kept pushing her away. With no choice, Wang Wei took out a small metal disc from his ring. He injected his origin essence into it. Then the formation disc was activated to create a small barrier around Lan Ling. Despite all of this, she did not stop trying to pounce on him. While using his powerful will to suppress the aphrodisiac inside his body, Wang Wei took out another set of robes to replace the current one. Once he was done, he further activated the formation, and Lan Ling suddenly laid on the floor, finally subdued. He walked inside the shield and looked at her on the floor. He could see the endless and irresistible lust in her eyes. The senior sister he knew was gone and replaced by a mindless beast filled with only desires. As he looked at her, Wang Wei was pondering about something important. After meeting Lan Ling, he knew that Lu Cheng and her were fated to be companions. However, until now, she never displayed any affection towards him. Although she was nice, this was more of the attitude of fellow brothers and sisters, and because of her education and ideologies. However, Wang Wei now knew the reason that these two got together. If he was the real Lu Cheng, there is no way that the latter could ignore this aphrodisiac and should have given in to his desires. After taking his third senior sister's body, with her conservative nature and the culture of this world, she would choose to become his companions. However, here comes the problem. If Wang Wei did not steal people's luck and acquire backlash, if he did not send that backlash to her, then they would never be in this situation. You can go even a step further and say that if Wang Wei did not impersonate Lu Cheng, none of this would happen. If he did not have a paragon quality soul, the events that lead to here would also not happen. And all the situation, the only thing that he seems in control of was the fact that his will was firm enough to resist the aphrodisiac and not go along with the final step. All of this seemed like a coincidence, but is it really? Is this the power of fate? The power of karma, of cause and effect? Everything seemed to flow so naturally that is impossible to detect. Even if detected, it is not possible to know whether all of it is true, or the paranoia of the mind. Suddenly, Wang Wei seemed to have understood something but not really. His realization seems too short and brief. If I want to control my fate, the most important step will be to understand cause and effect, and escape its shackles. After sighing out loud deeply, he pointed at Lan Ling and began to read her fate line. Chapter 356. With Lan Ling out of commission and unable to respond, it was easier for Wang Wei to read her fate and learn what he wanted to. As for the artifact that was protecting her fate line, it was quite easy to overcome without the owner present to actively use it. He did not read all of her memories and events. After finding the information he wanted, he quickly saw it. Then he frowned. Wang Wei guessed that the flame-controlling art was related to the origin pill flame scripture that he wanted. He thought that the flame-controlling art was some kind of technique that made it easier for people to cultivate the origin pill flame scripture given how high of a threshold it is rumored to have. Another guess was the fact that it was spread to find people who are fated with the origin pill flame scripture by either Lu Cheng's master or the Danyuan emperor. However, he was wrong. The flame-controlling art did not have anything to do with the origin pill Dao sect at all. Well, not completely. This art was created by the Flame Emperor as a test for fated people to get his inheritance. After cultivating the art to the 6th level, one can try to pass the test of the Flame Emperor and acquire the famous 10,000 flame art, which the Flame Emperor was famous for. From what is known about his emperor, he used this scripture to combine thousands of earthly and heavenly flames into the chaos flame. And according to rumors, when the Flame Emperor proved the Tao, his flame evolved to primordial chaos flame, able to burn chaos itself. Wang Wei sighed after knowing this. Another thing that the Flame Emperor was famous for was his alchemy level. Many people believed that his talent was good enough to compete for the title of Dan Ancestor, and win if he was born in the ancient era. From the news he learned from Lan Lin, Wang Wei knew that his cheap master, Yi Lao, wanted to acquire the 10,000 flame art to compete with Fu Kaiyan's origin pill flame sutra. So, he placed heavy emphasis on his third senior sister. As for Lu Cheng, Yi Lao did not have many hopes for him because of his level of talent. Even if he was lucky enough to acquire the flame-controlling art, his chances of passing the test of the Flame Emperor and inheriting his legacy were quite slim. At least, until a while ago when Wang Wei replaced him and began to display amazing talent. After finding this out, he was a little disappointed. Well, acquiring another emperor scripture is not a bad thing. For now, Wang Wei knew that his plan would not change. And it also might be more difficult than predicted. After all, it seemed that even his master did not have any control over the distribution of the origin pill flame scripture. He then proceeded to deal with the current situation. He scanned Lan Ling's body and frowned. Despite knocking her down, she was still in a bad situation. He waved his hand and a small vortex appeared in his hand. Then, he sucked the pink cloud that was influencing her mind and body and condensed it into a pill. He could see that her complexion returned to normal, and a peaceful sleeping look appeared on her face. To make sure that nothing was wrong, he once again used his divine sense to check her body. Then he frowned. Inside Lan Ling's primordial spirit, he saw a black and white flower with strange golden designs on its petals. Infatuation flower? As soon as he identified the flower, he quickly checked his own sea of consciousness and saw a seed in his soul. To be precise, in Lu Cheng's soul. Cause and effect, huh? Sigh, the infatuation flower is a very rare, unique, and infamous spiritual herb in the world. To be created, someone who is truly infatuated with love has to die in pain and sorrow in a place of balance yin and yang before being born. Once a person acquires the flower, he can plant a seed on the person he or she loved. Then whether that person wants to or not, their will be slowly twisted to love that person's back. The most terrifying thing about this flower is the fact that its grade is not based on the amount of spiritual energy absorbed or the passage of time, but solely on the level of love or infatuation of the person who created the flower. One anecdote that showed how powerful this flower is the fact one great emperor had one secretly planted by a person that loved him when he was young. That flower was so powerful that even after proving the Tao, the flower created a powerful karma debt that he had to repay. If he forcefully removed it, he would be injured by the backlash. To deal with the flower, he was forced to marry the woman that planted the flower and waited until she died to pay off this debt. There were even rumors that the woman was so infatuated with the emperor that he was forced to find her after her reincarnation and spent many lifetimes with her before paying his debt and removing the flower. After thinking about all the information he knew about the flower, Wang Wei smiled wryly and muttered, "This may not be a bad thing for Lu Cheng." Although the infatuation flower has a bad name, there is also a benefit to it. For example, it is a perfect flower for dual cultivations of Tao companions. If two people who love one another acquire this flower and planted it with each other's soul, the flower will mutate into yin-yang love flower which can help them dual cultivate together and break free from the restrictions of talent. A perfect example of this was the yin-yang companion emperor. She and her Tao companion used the flower to cultivate the quasi-emperor realm despite their poor talents. Then, during the Heaven Will battle, the two fought all the heaven chosens of their generation together and won. In the end, the husband allowed his wife to prove the Tao. Later, she cultivated the yin-yang love flower to emperor grade and used it to combine her Tao with her husband, thus becoming one and him also becoming an emperor. Because of this, the infatuation flower became famous and many other great emperors wanted to copy this method so that their Tao companions could also become emperors like them. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded. Not to mention how rare this flower was, so only a few even found it to even try. After sighing for who knows how many times in a few minutes, Wang Wei suddenly placed a seal on the seed on Lu Cheng's mind before doing the same for Lan Ling. Wait until I leave before you two deal with your mess. I don't want any part of it. Honestly, he was somewhat annoyed at the situation. Why was such a rare flower planted in such a place? What's more, was the reason the seed entered his body. If he was not decided to be cautious and not use his own power, how could he fail to notice such a thing? Wang Wei understood that such inconsequential decisions, such small mistakes are the machinations of fate, the subtle powers of cause and effect. Unless he becomes more powerful and further understands and controlled these powers, he cannot escape from them. So, he sighed out loud once again. He proceeded to take his cauldron to refine a few pills to heal Lan Ling's body. Although he removed the poison from her body, it still did quite some damage. You are lucky you did not touch her, otherwise you would be a eunuch right about now, suddenly said a voice. Wang Wei was startled as he immediately became on guard while at the same wondering who could sneak up so close to him without even noticing. Oh, it was you, he replied after seeing the beautiful goddess with the long chong sam showing her long and white leg. It was his future wife Wu Hong. What did you just say? Asked Wang Wei. You heard me. Hee, said Wang Wei as he stared at her exposed legs and beautiful jade feet. He instinctively stretched his hand to caress them. Unfortunately, he only received a slap on his hand. Don't be mad. As you said, I did not touch her. Wang Wei was long aware of the cliché of the protagonist being forced to inhale aphrodisiacs and act like a beast. So, as early as he designed the pagoda trial, he especially arranged a layer that involved this aspect. He trained his will to resist these kinds of things, so in case he found himself in a situation where his powerful fleshly bodis immune to poison did not work, he can still resist. I'm not mad, replied Wu Hong calmly. You cannot touch me while inside this stranger's body. It was then Wang Wei realized that he was still Lu Cheng at the moment. Did I almost give myself a green hat? Chapter 357. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these strange thoughts from his head. Then, he motioned his head sideways to Wu Hong, who immediately understood what he meant. She waved her hand and placed a blockade of the surroundings. Although Wang Wei had already placed a formation, he was more reassured with her method. Then, a gray light came out of Lu Cheng's body, and Wang Wei's real body appeared. He looked at Lu Cheng on the ground and placed a sleeping spell on both him and Lan Ling to ensure that they do not wake up halfway. Finally, he rushed to hug Wu Hong's slim body while caressing his favorite legs. However, a few seconds later, his brow furrowed as he seemed to realize something. Something does not feel right. Are you a clone? Yes, replied Wu Hong. I previously traveled to another world community. On my way back, I had a whim and wanted to check something out. So, I sent a clone to see you. Wang Wei nodded his head and did not ask further. Whatever his future wife was involved with was not something his current self could get involved with, even if he had the strength of Supreme Realm. So, he asked her about the information she could reveal, like what other Heaven Will worlds were like and other cultivation systems. And Wu Hong told him plenty of things. Besides information about the previous timeline, she told him about her experience. One thing that is fundamental to the progress of cultivators is their vision. The more they know, the more they can understand the world, which in turn makes it easier for them to cultivate. For example, an ignorant child born in a small sect in a small thousand world and has never heard of higher-level worlds. Such a person will think that the highest level of cultivation possible is most like the divine altar realm. However, once that child heard about middle thousand worlds and higher levels of cultivation, his vision will increase. Then he will be motivated to reach higher realms to see better scenery. This is the benefit of vision. Of course, it can also be damaging to a person. If that child reached the highest level of his world, then learned about Heaven Will worlds and Great Emperor and realized his insignificance in this vast universe, this might be a fatal blow to him that affects his state of mind and cut off his future path of cultivation. For the next few hours, the two of them talked non-stop. Then, Wang Wei seemed to have remembered something and said, "During the Academy's tournament, you promised to give me a cultivation technique of the beginning Emperor era, but you forgot. I want it now. Did something happen?" A member of the ancient aristocratic clan suddenly showed up. So soon? These guys do not usually show up until near the time of the Heaven Will battle. Which one is it? The Hua clan. The first acquired human who discovered fire and taught our race how to cook their food. So the rumors are true, commented Wang Wei. From what you told me that era, countless great emperors existed at the same time. For such an achievement, the Hua clan should have garnered a lot of merits. So, how could they have so few emperors? They probably died during the Null era, replied Wu Hong. From what I know, the battle between the great emperors and the primordial gods and innate demons was a battle of luck between acquired life and innate lives. The winner would be the protagonist of the lower dimension and become its ruler. Luckily, acquired life won, but it was also a tragic victory. Too many emperors died. Wang Wei nodded his head as he could not imagine how tragic such a battle was. He wished he could have participated. Wu Hong took out 2 booklets along with a stone to hand over to Wang Wei. The latter was confused as to why there were 2, so he took them. One of them was the basic cultivation system of the ancient time, while the other was another cultivation technique called Fiend God Body 12 Revolution. With intrigued, he opened it and read the opening. In this world, all lives can be classified into 2 categories: acquired and innate life. The peak of acquired life is known as paragons, while the peak of innate life is known as Fiend God. Although I do not know much about the former besides a name, I know plenty with the latter. When it comes to innate lives, they are further divided into 2, those born by heaven and earth and those bred by primordial chaos itself. Those born by heaven and earth are referred to as primordial gods and innate demons. However, the common name for them is innate demon gods. As for those bred by chaos, they are called innate fiend gods. From what I know, the weakest of them are born at the level of Great Emperor, while the strongest, well, I do not know. Most likely, they are born at the level of paragons since that is considered the peak of acquired life. After knowing about this information, I set out to acquire the power of these mighty beings known as fiend gods. Wang Wei read through the entire technique and understood that this was a body refining method that allow an acquired life to create a bloodline seed of a fiend god. Then, slowly cultivate that seed into a real fiend god bloodline is created, thus achieving a powerful body and developing their divine abilities. To cultivate this technique, 3 materials can be used. The first one is to find the body of an innate demon god and acquire their bloodline. Obviously, this is not possible as these things are extinct now. And even if they were alive, how could someone easily get their blood? The second method to cultivate this method is to use demon bloodlines since, in most worlds, the demon race was created by innate demons based on their bodies. As for the third method, it is to use a race called ominous beasts. After reading the entire thing, Wang Wei sighed. In the endless void, there are really too many geniuses. It's a shame that this book only has 9 revolutions. According to this book, only by the 10th revolution could the true innate fiend god bloodline will be born. This inheritance was left before that person ascended. At that time, he did not even know if the other 3 revolutions were possible. This is the reason that he did not know much about paragons and could only speculate. Did he succeed? Yes. And since he did, so can you. Once you become an emperor, you can deduce to the next 3 revolutions on your own. Wang Wei nodded his head as he stared in the distance, seeming a little distracted. A few minutes later, Wu Hong asked, "Did you think of something? Instead of creating a foreign bloodline inside the body that could cause problems, it would be better to sublimate the human bloodline. Reverse the acquire bloodline into innate, creating a human innate fiend god bloodline." Wu Hong nodded her head. This is indeed a good idea. That way, not only can you increase your strength, but also your talent for cultivation. Plus, once you succeed, both the Wang family and you family will benefit. At first, he was confused by her words. Then he understood. As long as he succeeds, the sublimation of his bloodline will also affect the people connected to him by blood, like his father, mother, grandfather, and all the Wang and Yu family clansmen. I did not think about that. Then, Wang Wei asked her about this brown-colored stone that looked very ordinary. So, Wu Hong explained to him the purpose of this path-seeking stone. His eyes lit up after hearing this. Tempering his blood required 3 steps. The first is to remove the impurities in the blood and create new blood. The second is to install vitality inside the blood to turn it into spiritual blood. The spiritual blood is the foundation of the realm of rebirth with a drop of blood. Finally, to reach the level of perfection, understanding or enlightenment is needed. This enlightenment could be on different concepts like immortal, eternal, undying, unextinguishable, etc. It's all based on the person's choice and his or her choice forwards. So far, Wang Wei has not chosen his path of enlightenment as he did not know which one was the best for him. However, with this path-seeking stone, not only can he find the answer but also save a lot of time in the process. Is this what it feels like to be raised by a rich lady? Should I use my handsome face to eat white rice? If you decide to do so, this rich young lady will be more than enough to raise you to become emperor, replied Wu Hong with a smile. Forget it. I still have some pride left. Chapter 358. You can always change your mind, replied Wu Hong. Well, my clone cannot stay long. Now that I have given you what I wanted, I'm leaving. Then, she disappeared into tiny particles that blew with the wind. Wang Wei smiled wryly at how his wife was too independent before doing his own things. He turned into a gray light before returning to Lu Cheng's body, sat up straight, and began to ponder. He was in somewhat of a dilemma as he wondered whether to wait for his third senior sister to wake up. However, after thinking about it for a moment, decided to just leave as it was too much of a hassle to answer all her questions. So he left to find a secluded place. He was prepared to pass heavenly tribulation to enter the divine body realm. Not long after Wang Wei left, the spell he placed on Lan Ling was finally lifted and she woke up. Where am I? She muttered as she looked at the surrounding. Then, her previous memories appeared in his mind and she hurriedly used her divine sense to check her body. My primordial Yin is still intact, she sighed in relief before once again becoming confused. She remembered a blurry figure that came into the cave with her. Logically speaking, that person should have also been affected. So, she wondered why she was intact. Well, why did that person somewhat resemble fifth junior brother? Muttered Lan Ling. Could he be the one who saved me? Did he run away so that he did not give in to his bestial urges? A smile appeared on her face after thinking like this. If Wang Wei was here, he could have detected that the infatuate flower was still slowly influencing Lan Ling despite the seal he placed on it. A few days ago, outside of the secret realm, Qilan Central Continent, Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The sect protecting formation was activated, thus isolating the entire pavilion from the rest. Inside a room designed with a black and white 8 trigram pictures on the floor, there were many people, with 2 of them sitting cross-legged in the middle. One was an old man with long white hair and beard. The old man had many people standing behind them, many of which were trembling either out of fury or fear. On the opposite of the old man was a young man with white hair and a cold and indifferent look on his face. Dressed in a black robe, he seemed to be in perfect harmony with yin and yang, with life and death. Young Master Dition, what can I do for you? Asked the old man calmly while he caressed his long beard. Unfortunately, his slightly trembling hand displayed the fact that he was not as calm and collected as he seems on the surface. After all, how could he be calm? That person just walked into the sect and someone activated their sect protecting formation without authorization. That meant that if he wanted, this person could completely destroy their sect with little effort. Recently, I had a feeling that something was wrong. So, I came for you to do a divination for me. Oh, I don't know what the young master wants to divine. I want to know who will be the winner of the heaven will battle in this generation. Who will be the one sitting at the throne? Old Chu was silent for a moment. Young master, you must be kidding. Everyone knows that a great emperor is someone that is in control of their destiny. So, how could we possibly divine who will be the final winner? The best we can do is deduce who has the highest chance. I know this, replied Dition calmly. However, there is still a way. Please do tell. In the heaven will battle, no matter who is the final winner, he or she is still a supreme realm true monarch until they absorb the heaven will. What you have to divine is the single moment before that person acquires the heaven will, before they absorbed it. That way, you can predict with accuracy who is the final winner. Old Chu momentarily stopped his action of caressing his beard, while the other people behind him looked at Dition with shock, and if he was crazy. Although you are theoretically correct, this is simply beyond my capabilities. Truth be told, I doubt any person could so precisely divine such a thing. Not to mention the punishment that will come afterward. Tion did not say anything else but took out a book from his space ring. In the beginning Emperor era, Emperor Tianzi slaughtered an innate demon that was a massive turtle. From the back of that turtle, he comprehended the mystery of 8 trigrams and created the 8 trigram myriad world secret guide. With this method, he was able to predict and prevented many calamities for the human race. The founder of Heaven Mystery Pavilion got an incomplete version of this technique by chance. Using it, he was able to help Nine Emperor in her early years, and once she proved the Tao, she helped deduce this method to a higher level while also refining an immortal artifact for you guys. With the complete technique, you should be able to satisfy my request. Then, Tion seemed to remember something and took out a counting abacus. I will lend this Emperor artifact to you so that it can replace the 8 trigram turtle shell. The room became quiet for a moment before Old Man Chu took the things offered to him. He knew that he did not have much of a choice. This person in front of him seemed to have the power to eradicate their sect. The only way they could survive the current situation was to wake up the immortal venerable of their sect. Unfortunately, with the D clan's background, a single immortal venerable was nothing. So, for the next few days, Old Man Chu comprehended the scripture in his hand to prepare for the divination. Since the original technique he cultivated was derived from this one, it did not take long for him to learn. Then, he began his divination. Young Master, Tion, you should be aware beforehand that there is the possibility of this not working. As long as you try your best, I will not blame you. Nodding his head, Old Man Chu began his divination as he used the Emperor artifact to amplify his abilities. His eyes turned all white as his mind floated to the River of Destiny. Then he saw a scene. A young man with white hair stood with many others at his feet, exuding a powerful aura. He reached out his hand to take a golden ball of light. However, right when he was about to do so, the image suddenly changed. It turned into a gray-haired young man, standing in that same position, with countless people at his feet, reaching for that golden ball. Then, the image of the 2 different people flicked back and forth before everything was gone. Old Man Chu returned to reality as he breathed out loud. So what was the outcome? Asked Tion. It is uncertain. What do you mean? What I saw was you reaching to take the heaven will, however, at the last minute, the picture changed to the young master of the Tao opening sect. How is that possible? There can only be one final winner. I do not know either. The best way I can interpret it is the fact that you were the final winner, however. Sacred Son Wang Wei must have done something to reverse his fate. Truth be told, Old Man Chu did not know what he was talking about. However, he did not want to anger this killing god next to him, so he quickly found a way to explain his vision. After hearing this, Tion frowned. He knew that divination was not always reliable, so different interpretation was possible. However, he could not understand the reason he would fail in the heaven will battle. He knew how powerful he would be by then. He was born near the end of the Emperor beginning era and was once of the greatest genius of that era, cultivated by the entire human race in their battle against the innate demon gods. When he was in the wound, Emperor Tianzi detected that he was a key figure in the war and was selected as the key figure to cultivate. So, even before he was born, his body was washed away by both Emperor Blood Essence and primordial gods and innate demons as a way to set up his foundation. And after he was born, he listened to countless emperors' teachings and preached the Tao. Many precious and rare resources that would make all the emperor lineages fight a full-scale war were used by him for his cultivation. He was expected to be another eternal emperor of the human race to lead them in that era. Unfortunately, an accident occurred to him and his wife before he managed to prove the Tao, and Tion was forced to reincarnate. The source of his strength did not diminish because of this, but instead, he became more powerful after reincarnation. Is Tion's backstory. Chapter 359. Before his reincarnation, Tion foretold that there might some accident. So, he prepared beforehand. He left secret realms full of innate treasures, innate demon gods and emperor bloods, and even a few chaos treasures to recuperate. To acquire all these things, he had to use all the merits he achieved for the human race during the war. And as he expected, an accident did occur. When he finally reincarnated, it was already after the Null Era, when the war ended. Although sad that everyone he knew was either dead or gone, he still continued forward as he had a mission to fulfill. Become a great emperor to revive his beloved wife Ninger. Using the things he left behind, he quickly cultivated to a realm similar to true monarchs. Although the environment then had changed, making it difficult for the ancient cultivation system to flourish, he did not have this problem with the resources in his hand. When it was time for the Heaven Will battle, Di Tian lost, and it was at the hand of Wang Wei's ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan. Although unfortunate, he still accepted his defeat calmly. After all, this was not the first time. Additionally, he knew that Emperor Qiyuan was carrying the luck of an era with him. He was destined to open a new era and spread the Tao to the entire myriad emperor realm. So, Di Tian planned for his next reincarnation. Before his death, he condensed something cultivation seed and reincarnated with it. This seed's purpose allowed him to absorb all the strength of his previous life after cultivating to the peak. So, in his second reincarnation, Di Tian once again cultivated to the peak. This time, he used the origin system to fit in better with heaven and earth. Once he reached the quasi-emperor realm, he absorbed the cultivation of his previous life, thus drastically increasing his strength. Unfortunately, he failed once again during the Heaven Will battle. This time, his opponent was the Yen family ancestor, the Sword Empress. To this day, Di Tian remembered that fight, if it can be considered one. The Sword Empress, holding a bamboo as a sword, gently swung it, and terrifying sword chi destroyed his body into millions of pieces. Luckily, he already cultivated the cultivation seed and his soul was still intact, so he could be reincarnated again. When it came to his third and fourth reincarnation, Di Tian does not have any memory of how he lost. He remembered participating in the battle, but for some unknown reason, he could not remember the face or the name of the person who defeated him. Truth be told, he could not even remember how he lost. In his fifth reincarnation, he was born as a Buddhist monk. He was very talented, so was cultivated with great emphasis by the Buddhist sect. That monk had the brilliant idea of cultivating the past, present, and future Buddha book together by splitting his soul into three. This was not a simple feat, as this book was essentially three emperor scriptures combined into one. It was never meant to be cultivated simultaneously. If succeeded, that monk would be able to compete with the heaven chosen of Buddhism at that time who cultivated the Buddha golden body. And, for reference, go back to chapter 166. Unfortunately, an accident still occurred. Right as this monk was about to succeed, it was the exact time that Di Tian recovered the memories of his previous lives, which led to cultivation deviation. With his understanding of the soul, he was able to cure the injury to his primordial spirit. However, his sea of consciousness was filled with the berserk power of time, constantly influencing his mind. And when it was time for the Heaven Will battle, he encountered the absolute beginning emperor. He could not even use half of his strength, so he lost miserably. At this point, Di Tian knew that something was off. Nevertheless, he continued onward. In his sixth reincarnation, he became the prince of the devil race. Once he regained his memories, Di Tian immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to have formed a feud with a little girl from a small village because some human traders wanted to give her to him. Usually, most people would not care about such small and insignificant things, but he knew his experience over the past few reincarnations, so he was cautious. After investigation, he discovered that this little girl carried tremendous luck, just like Qiyuan Emperor. Additionally, the entire devil race was enveloped by Qi of calamity and would soon face a terrible tribulation. So, he hurried to take action to smooth out the situation. He contacted human leaders at that time and asked them as long as they could set up a meeting with the little girl, he would find a way to create a better living environment and treatment for the human race. This was a perfect plan to not only smooth things out with the human race and wash away some of his karma, but also peacefully deal with a literal son of destiny. Unfortunately, his words were wrongly interpreted. As a result, more people started to chase after the little girl, making her life more miserable. Frustrated, he dispatched his sleepers, which were a group of elite information gatherers that have constantly reincarnated with him. And unlike him, there are usually many of them in each generation, so the amount of information they have gathered over the years is unimaginable. The only time that has failed him was what happened in his third and fourth reincarnation. Even they did not know. In the end, the sleepers failed to catch the little girl. Somehow, she always managed to escape. Without any choice, Di Tian decided to prepare for the Heaven Will battle. This was his sixth reincarnation, and each time, he had cultivated to the peak of the quasi-realm, so he had the strength of 6 lives. With all his strength, he did not think he would lose. But he lost. Fair and square. In that final battle, despite the secret intervention of the devil gods, he still lost to Empress Wu. Plus, once she won, he sealed him and stole his talent and strength before killing him. Luckily, he had left a backhand. A piece of his soul survived and occupied a human cultivator. He used the time that Empress Wu was madly slaughtering the devil race to secretly steal many of the resources of the race to recultivate to the peak once again. Then, he condensed the cultivation seed and prepared for the 7th reincarnation. This time again, he failed to become a great emperor once again, and it was all because of tricks. In this life, he was born as a devil cultivator. By the time his memories returned, he was considered one of the greatest devils that ever existed in the current generation. His body and soul were tainted by sins. Even worse than when he was an actual devil. What's worse, all the sins were the reason he lost the final battle. Emperor Kong was a man of great merit. For his creation of the academy system, gathered large enough merit to cultivate the golden body of merit. So when a devil cultivator like Di Tian faced someone like this, he was overwhelmed by the merit and could not even use 10% of his strength. And just like that, he also failed to become a great emperor. By this time, Di Tian had become discouraged. Failures after failures had begun to shatter his Tao heart. However, his desire to one day see the smile of his wife again, to gently caress her face, to brush her hair, to taste her lips, to hear her voice, kept him going. No matter the price, no matter how many times he has to fall and get up, he would. So, he went into his 8th reincarnation. And as expected, he also encountered another eternal emperor. However, the defeat this time greatly angered him. The reason he was defeated was that he only awakened the memories of his past life after his defeat at the hands of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. He never even had the chance to absorb the strength of his past lives. At that point, Di Tia was aware that Heavenly Tao was manipulating his reincarnation to prevent him from becoming a great emperor, just because he had committed a taboo. Nevertheless, he did not back down. He calmly prepared for his 9th and final reincarnation. At this point, his soul had reached its limits and could not reincarnate for the 10th time. Di Tian studied the Tao of reincarnation deeply and ensured that he would be born in the right era, his memories awaken just after he is born, and even ensure that he was blessed with great luck. With the strength of his 9 lives, he should be guaranteed to win the throne. But now, he received news that there were variables. No matter how talented Wang Wei was, he should not rival him once he reached the quasi-realm. With his talent, he should be able to reach the strength of his 6th reincarnation, similar to Empress Wu. Even if he was more talented, at best he could reach the 7th reincarnation, and pushing it the 8th. But not the current 9th. He knew that 9 was a qualitative change, and even he did know how powerful he will be. Suddenly, Di Tian seemed to think of something and a terrifying aura suddenly emanate from him, shaking the entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Chapter 360. Wang Wei is an outlaw trying to control one of the 5 hidden supreme Tao. There is no way for him to survive until the heaven will battle, unless he passed the trial. As soon as these thoughts came to his mind, Di Tian lost his composure and a powerful aura emanated from his body, shaking the entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion. All the people in the room felt a heavy pressure pressing them down, and all of them with the exception of old Chu were forced on their knees. As for the old man, he was wondering why their pavilion suffered so many calamities in just one generation. Could it be that heaven was finally punishing them for leaking its secrets for so many years? Meanwhile, Di Tian did not seem to notice his surroundings as he walked back and forth. With each step, the pressure in the surroundings seemed to increase. No one has ever passed that trial. Even I failed, how could he? Thinking about the trial, he gritted his teeth. This was the beginning of everything. The death of his beloved wife and all the millions of years of suffering. Many wise men warned him, many great emperors warned him, but he did not listen and insisted on going his way. As a genius, he had his own pride and arrogance. Even if great emperors were more powerful than him, he did not think he lost to them in terms of talent or wisdom. In the end, he lost everything. Di Tian looked at his hands with blurred eyes before muttering only to himself. Maybe if I listened back then, I would not have lost you, Ninger. My greed is the only thing to blame for all this suffering. No, if I had listened, you might not even exist. Or at the very least, you would not be my Ninger. Although our time together was short, it was worth every single moment. He remembered all the great memories they had together. The first time he met her. Instantly, he was fascinated by her perfect smile. He remembered when he taught her how to cook. She burned the food and was very embarrassed. So, she practiced day and night until she became a better cook than him in just a few days. He remembered how happy she was when she first started cultivating and praised her talent. The first time she made a pill, a talisman, magical weapons, and so on. There has been so many firsts in their lives, and even after millions of years, he remembered them as if they happened yesterday. He also remembered the many fights and disagreements they had. Although they were a loving couple, they still had their share of disagreements. Despite this, they still loved one another. All these beautiful and sad memories flashed across his mind. Then, Tion raised his head. His eyes had now turned to his cold and indifference, and his aura under control. There is no way I will let you pass that trial so easily. So, let's add wood to the fire, he muttered with terrifying killing intent in his eyes. He has paid too much to become a great emperor and no one can stop him. Wang Wei should have been the son of this era, with the mission not only to create a new era but also to stop me. However, the moment he decided to cultivate the Tao of Fate, he gave up that title. Nevertheless, he is still an individual with tremendous luck, almost like a son of destiny. So, killing him will not be easy, especially with a variable like Wu Hong. Thinking about Empress Wu, he frowned. No matter what relationship Wu Hong has with her, she will be a problem. He then finally looked at old Chu once again. I need you to divine one last thing for me again. Once done, I will grant you the Emperor artifact and help you be recognized as its master. With a wry smile on his face, old Chu said, It's not that I do not want to help, but... He raised his head in the sky. If it was not the Emperor artifact, he would have instantly aged and died after that last divination. Tion followed him and he could feel that heavenly Tao was slowly waking up to release divine punishment. The last divination has touched some taboo, and the entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion was about to pay the price. Don't worry about it. I will take care of it. After saying that, Tion glanced at a position. He could feel a terrifying power secretly spying on this place. He guessed that it must have been the immortal venerable of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. However, he did not care. As the future leader of the D family, his backing was great enough to prevent these old monsters from secretly attacking him. Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Secret Realm. Wang Wei had just instilled his will and goal into the good fortune flame to enter the divine body realm. Lu Cheng's ideal is to become a great alchemist respected by his master and fellow disciples so that one day, he can be worthy of his third senior sister. So, after instilling these ideals, he used the flame to temper his skin and entered the divine body realm. Then, he underwent thunder tribulations. As the thunder fell on him, a cauldron with a bunch of materials appeared in front of him. He immediately directed the thunder inside the cauldron and began to refine a pill. A few minutes later, Wang Wei muttered, It is indeed possible to use thunder to purify the materials. Maybe even the other elements as well. A few minutes later, the thunder tribulation ended and he took out a yellow pill from the cauldron. Flash of lightning could be seen on the surface of the pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Thunder appeared on his skin as to temper it, along with a good fortunate pill. It seems that my recipe succeeded. I will call this pill Thunder Skin Refinement Pill. Okay, I admit I'm not good at naming things. Anyway, it does not matter since I'm already perfect in every other way. After stroking his ego, Wang Wei began to plan on how to use the divine punishment thunder sealed inside his body to refine the Thunder Skin Refinement Pill. With his current fleshly body, few things can actually help temper it. And this problem will become more prominent after he opened his acupoints and reached completion of the ancient desolate body refining scripture. This is one of the reasons he was so excited about the method that Wu Hong gave him. Wang Wei had a feeling that there was a big secret behind the ancient desolate scripture. And once he discovers that secret, he had a feeling that he would not like it. While he was in deep thought, he suddenly felt everything around him shake. To be precise, it was the entire secret realm that was shaking. What's going on? Wang Wei was not the only one asking this question. The clone that was cultivating on the core mountains suddenly opened his eyes as well. He looked around and discovered that everyone was surprised at the sudden change, and no one could explain the phenomenon. Immediately, the clone noticed something and looked at the formations on the mountain. He could see that runes in these formations suddenly dim as if losing the power behind them. Could it be? For the first time since coming here, he attacked the formation. Bang! With a slight punch, the powerful formation that required at least 3 true monarchs to break was easily shattered by him. The clone frowned as he looked at the other factions near him. Just like him, they realized that all the formation had weakened. So, they became more enthusiastic. With the sudden change, the speed at which these factions broke the formation drastically changed. In that way, it would not take long before they could reach the core of this secret realm. The clone just smiled after seeing this as he gazed at Lu Meishio that was in front of everyone. Then, he returned to his enlightenment of formation. Although he was wondering the reason for such a sudden change, it did not change the overall situation. Meanwhile, in another secret realm, Huafeng Huang suddenly opened her eyes. A powerful aura suddenly emanated on her body. It took her a few seconds to control her strength. She then looked at the empty pool in front of her and muttered, "With the innate energy gone, there is no longer any force powering the formations at the entrance. So, these people should be able to enter at a faster pace. I need to hurry up." She proceeded to contact her Dao protectors. "What do you need, young lady? You guys need to start setting up the formation." "Young lady, did you succeed?" "Yes." Good, said one of the old men that were with her. "Our Hua clan will have another emperor in this generation. What about the tribulation?" "Young lady, do you want to wait until you return to the clan?" asked another person. Because the ancient clans cultivated a different system, Heavenly Dao is especially harsh on them when it comes to tribulation, making it very difficult to survive. So, a lot of preparation is usually required during the process. There is no need. I will use heavenly tribulation to further temper my body and true spirit. The true monarch's eyes lit up after hearing this. They understood that their young lady was not the same as before. Chapter 361 Wang Wei's real body waited for a while until he received a communication talisman from this clone. After reading it, he finally understood the situation at the core of the secret realm. It should not be long before the truth of this secret realm is revealed, pondered Wang Wei. Although he did not really care what it was as his main purposes were Lanling and Lu Meishio, he still wished that it was something that would benefit him. According to the clone, it will still take a year or two before Lu Meishio or the demon race to reach the core. This should be more than enough time to deal with Fu Kaiyun's people. Fu Kaiyun held too much power in the Origin Pill Dao sect, and with his nature of suppressing talent, Wang Wei could foresee that this guy will be an obstacle for his plan to acquire the Origin Pill Flame Scripture. As such, he has long decided to kill all the people related to him that came to the secret realm. Although this will not affect the latter that much, it's better than nothing. Maybe this act could give his cheap master a chance to breathe and gather power. After making a decision, Wang Wei turned into someone else as he began his hunt. He still decided not to use his own power, however. Although Lu Cheng was as weak as a chicken in his eyes, he still has ways to deal with the situation. Mainly the use of poison. Over the past 200 years, his alchemy has progressed drastically and he learned and created many poisons. Time is like an unstoppable river that can only flow in one direction. For Lu Meishio, the past 3 years felt like an eternity. She has been under so much pressure that she felt like her lifespan was dramatically reduced. She turned around to see the people behind her that were not too far behind. What is it with the demon race? Why are they so determined to reach the core so much? Lu Meishio looked at the white hair of these demon true monarchs. When these people first came here, all of them had black hair and the majority looked middle-aged. However, in the short 203 years, these demon races have aged rapidly that they look like their lifespan would run out at any time. It is common knowledge that the demon race has higher lifespans on average than humans. So, the people around could imagine how much they have paid to get an advantage in breaking the formations. They must know something about this secret realm. After all, it was in their territory, thought Lu Meishio. Luckily, I was prepared. Right before these people entered the secret realm, her faction in the herd-raising valley brought many resources. So, using countless pills, the true monarchs on their sides were able to keep their heads up after the desperate advance of the demon race. "Young lady, we have broken through the last formation," said the true monarch with a slight tremble voice. "Hurry up then," replied Lu Meishio as she woke from her daze. She immediately led her group to the top of the mountain. As soon as she took that final step, she found herself in another place. It was like she transitioned from one space-time to another, from one world to another. Moreover, the transition was extremely smooth, which showed that the person who created was a master of space. The first thing that Lu Meishio noticed was the large puppet army standing in 2 rows. They looked like they were guarding something. However, there was something odd with these puppets. Although they looked humanoid in shape, All of them had one thing in common. They all had deer-like horns on their foreheads. Xueqi instantly became excited after seeing this. "We were right. This should be the tomb of a true dragon from ancient times," she muttered, her voice slightly higher than normal. And it was not just her who felt that way, but all the other members of her faction. One of the most powerful great emperors to ever have the myriad beast physique was the true Phoenix Emperor. And the reason for her strength was because she acquired the blood essence of a true phoenix, an innate demon. In this tomb, there is most likely the blood essence of a true dragon. As long as Xueqi can acquire it, she can reproduce the might and grandeur of the true Phoenix Great Emperor. That meant that in this generation, their faction has the chance to cultivate a great emperor. They can finally get rid of the control of the Ji family, and maybe even annihilated them. After a few minutes of excitement, Xueqi calmed herself down, so she said, "Go set up a formation to prevent the people from the demon race from entering. At the very least, delay them long enough." The true monarchs nodded and went to execute her orders. Meanwhile, Xueqi walked deep into the tomb, full of excitement. Oddly though, a few minutes later, she returned with an ugly look on her face. Her Tao protectors taught that she might have encountered a powerful opponent that required their help to solve. However, once they saw the weird runes that appeared on her left hand, they knew something weird had happened. Back on Array Mountain, the moment that Xueqi's group reached the top, Wang Wei's clone opened his eyes with a smile on his face. "Let's begin," he said to the others. Then, a mist that seemed to isolate all prying suddenly covered all of them. Many people were paying attention to the Tao opening sect's weird actions, so they immediately noticed this when it happened. However, they did not know what they were doing as the mist could isolate their divine sense and other forms of investigation. Plus, not a lot of people dare investigate the most powerful sect. Meanwhile, inside the mist, Wang Wei took out something weird from his space ring. It was an arm. To be precise, it was Xueqi's arm that he ripped off during the Qi luck trial. An invisible gray line appeared from the hand connecting to something or someone in the distance. The clone looked at the people behind him and said, "Do not resist, and be on alert as soon as we arrived." Then, all the people turned into motes of light and entered the gray line connected to that hand. They soon found themselves traveling at rapid speed. Time seemed to slow down for them, yet at the same time, seemed to be rapidly passing. After what felt like an instant and an eternity at the same time, the group stopped as they appeared in a darkly lit space with jewels decorated in the walls. Behind them was an army of puppets with horns, and in front of them were the people of the herd raising valley. "All of this is really your plan," said Xueqi with gritted teeth as she looked at Wang Wei in front of her. The moment these runes appeared on her arm, she guessed most of Wang Wei's plans. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Wang Wei looked at her with cold and indifferent eyes, then said, "Kneel." Suddenly, a strange and mysterious force came from his voice, and to Xueqi's horror, she was forced to kneel on the floor. She was incapable of resisting with her strength. "Kowtow," said Wang Wei again, and Xueqi's head was forced on the ground. The true monarchs with her were furious, however. They were all locked by the ones with Wang Wei. "What kind of ability is this?" asked Xueqi. "You do not need to know," replied Wang Wei. This was of the two abilities he gained after opening his chakras, and it came from his tongue orifice and throat chakra. The ability is called Emperor's Words Are Law. Xueqi gritted her teeth and asked, "Why are you doing this? Is it because of what happened in the trial?" "You could say so." "Don't be so hypocritical," she snorted in disdain. Cultivators never considered the lives of mortals. The only reason that they are so restrained when dealing with them is because of karma. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. She tried to get up but failed. Nevertheless, she still continued, "You people of Tao Opening Sect have brought disaster to be many small thousand worlds before sending your people to save it to gather merit and used as a trial of luck. How is that any different from what I did?" Wang Wei looked at her calmly before saying, "Maybe you are right, maybe you are wrong. I will not talk to you regarding the issue of morality. What I hate about what you did is that you broke the established rule. Everyone agreed on a battle of dynasty, yet, you decided to overthrow the entire chessboard to win the game. Do you think that your actions would have no consequences? Of course, this is not the main reason for my dislike of you. I promised the people of Great Xia that I would protect them. As their ruler, this was my responsibility. Yet you ruined that." His eyes concentrated on Xueqi on the floor. "I counted 12, 345. 654 innocent civilians died in your beast tide. Not soldiers but civilians. Do you want me to tell you the exact number of children, women, and elderly? The room became quiet for a moment. With his divine sense, he could see that Lu Meishio did not care about his words. Okay, he said with a sneer. Since you only believe in the survival of the fittest, I will apply this rule to you too. I'm more powerful than you, then I can determine your life and death. Wang Wei no longer wasted any time with her and mobilized his powerful soul. Although he was only a clone, he still inherited some of its power. He directly broke into her sea of consciousness and went for her soul. He ignored her soul-protecting treasure and went straight for her soul. Lu Meishio resisted as her myriad beast physique was also activated to protect her. Countless illusory beast shadows appeared in her sea of consciousness to block Wang Wei's attack. However, he simply bulldozed these shadows and went straight for her soul. Once he found the bronze cloud with slight silver on it, he destroyed it and killed her. All of this happened so quickly that Lu Meishio did not have time to react, defend herself, or even use her innate talent. Chapter 362. After killing Lu Meishio, Wang Wei felt at peace. His state of mind did not suddenly undergo any changes. After all, he has gotten used to the fact that death is a normal thing in the world of cultivation. You could say that he has become desensitized to death. And after understanding some power of fate, he knew that it was the fate of many mortals to die at the hands of cultivators. Despite all of this, he was still a little bothered by what happened in the Qiluk trial. As such, he had long planned to kill Lu Meishio, no matter what. So as he watched her body fall to the ground and her soul destroyed, he felt relieved, calm, or at peace. Wang Wei sighed lightly. He raised his hand to burn her body. Then, he suddenly remembered the Fiend God 12 revolution that he just received and an idea popped in his head. So, he immediately sealed the pieces of her soul that were about to disappear and put the body away. You're not even going to allow us to bury her? Asked one of the true monarchs from the herd-raising valley. How many of the people she killed did not have the opportunity to be buried because they were swallowed whole by her beasts? Replied Wang Wei. Are you going to use their lives to justify your actions? Said the true monarch. You are correct. I do not need to justify myself. Her body will benefit me, so I took it. She will become the nourishment for my path of emperor. The true monarch was momentarily silent before adding, there is a saying, one thought to become Buddha, one thought to become the devil. It seems to me that sacred son Wang Wei has reached such a state of mind. However, you should be careful not to become the next Mo Zun. Wang Wei squinted his eyes at this person. Mo Zun was the name of the heaven-devouring emperor, who wanted to swallow the world after becoming an eternal emperor. This guy's words may seem like just a warning or words spoken to save face, but Wang Wei could understand his insinuation. He was threatening to spread rumors that he was the next Mo Zun and rally the people of the world to kill him. After all, no one wants another crazy and powerful eternal emperor to be born in this world. After figuring this out, Wang Wei laughed out loud. This kind of threat might work for ordinary people with no background. But who was he? The sacred son of the most powerful sect in the world. The son of the sect master, the heir to 2 emperor lineages. Who dare to easily mess with him? Your little faction is already struggling against the Ji family. What do you think will happen if my Dao opening sect intervened in your conflict and support the Ji clan? How long do you people think you can last? Wang Wei replied with a threat of his own. And as soon he said these words, the faces of the other true monarchs became very ugly to look at. Now that their dreams and goals at cultivating a great emperor were dead, their futures looked bleak. And once they return to the sect, they will be further suppressed by the Ji family. So, after quickly communicating with one another, they decided to leave. They rushed out of the secret realm while always on guard against the people of the Dao opening sect. Young master, why don't we take this opportunity to kill these people? Asked Yan Chen. This is not the time nor the place, replied Wang Wei calmly. If my real body was here, I could team up with all of you to kill all of them. However, with my current strength, it will take too much time to kill any of the supreme realms. And we cannot waste any more time. Yan Chen nodded his head in response. This is how he felt as well, but he wanted to see whether the recent failures about his primordial spirit would affect him. So he was relieved. All right, go set up the formation to prevent other people from entering, said Wang Wei. Truth be told, He was a little disappointed with the reaction of these people as he wanted a hearty battle. After years of planning, using countless resources, their dreams were shattered like that, but their response was still so calculated. None of them acted out of pure emotions and attacked him. And Wang Wei knew that it was not because of his background, but more to do with the fact that these people feared death. After living for so long, as time passed and they become older, they began to fear death and act more cautious when doing things. And this is not just a problem for the people of the herd-raising valley. He has noticed this fact amongst some of the true monarchs in his sect as well. Wang Wei quickly removed these thoughts from his head, and quickly helped them set up the formation to block the other people from coming. Although the formation will most likely break once these people work together, it can still buy him enough time to get the real fortunate encounter inside. Once everything was done, Wang Wei rushed to the core. On his way, he faced many puppets with dragon horns. He immediately sealed these puppets to study later on as he discovered that the method of refinement was unknown to him. So, Wang Wei's path forward was easier than expected. He discovered that the puppets seemed weaker than anticipated. It was as if the energy required for them to function was missing. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The same was applied for the formation in his way. All of them seemed drastically weakened. So, after remembering them to study later, he immediately used brute force to break them. Finally, he reached the core of this secret realm and saw what was inside. It was the bones of a snake-like creature with 2 horns. Is this a dragon remain? Wang Wei used his divine sense to check the surroundings and ensure that there were no traps or anything else. Then, he finally approached the creature to inspect. The skin or scale was already gone. As such, only by the shape of the bones and the powerful aura that remained could he tell that this was a dragon. The aura was not only suppressive but also displayed a form of nobleness. It was as if this creature was the favored son of heaven and Erath. As if it was born noble and all living creatures should respect it. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would not be able to even approach these remains simply by the aura it revealed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was intrigued as he observed the dragon bones. In his past life, dragons were common creatures in most novels, always associated with strength, power, and prestige. Many protagonists will at some power have a dragon to look cool, marry the princess of the dragon clan, or absorb dragon bloodline into their bodies to increase their strength or talent. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, the world he lived in has no dragons. They have been gone for billions of years. And from the pieces of information he gathered from Wuhong, he knew that all innate life forms like dragons and phoenixes have left the lower dimension and ascended. So, if he ever wanted to meet a real one, he would have to wait to become an emperor and ascend as well. As such, he was a little excited after seeing the dragon for the first time. Even if it was just the bones. Then, he frowned once his investigation was over. Most of the power of the dragon bone is lost because with the passage of time, with the only exception being the spine. He then touched the bones. The hardness is enough for even the lamest weapon refiner to make a quasi-emperor artifact. And in the hands of an emperor, they could probably make an emperor artifact. As for me, the best way to use this bone is to cultivate the Fiend God Body 12 revolutions. With this bone, I could probably quickly cultivate the first few revolutions. No, it would be better to use it to cultivate the last 3 revolutions. Maybe I will have some surprise gain. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction and prepared to place the dragon bone inside his space ring. However, right before he succeeded, he felt a slight void fluctuation. Immediately, he acted out of instinct and took out a supreme tier void blocking talisman and activated it. The talisman paper rushed in the direction of the void tremor, and a powerful wave came from it, trying to block whatever was coming through. Regrettably, it was slightly too late. A beautiful woman with a flame design on her forehead walked out from the void. Chapter 363. Hua Fenghuang looked at the space behind her that was completely blocked by that talisman. Her Dao protectors should take quite some time before arriving here. Then, she finally looked at the person responsible for all of this. Wang Wei. What a handsome guy, she thought to herself calmly, before looking at the surroundings. Based on the spy we left at the core mountain, the first group to arrive at the tomb should be the people of the herd-raising valley. Yet, the Wang clan descendant is the one here. For more than 200 years, the Dao opening sect has been acting very weird regarding this secret realm. They were too nonchalant regarding the entire thing. This might be because they already had a way to enter the core as we did. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was also looking at Hua Fenghuang after she emerged from the void. What a beautiful woman, he thought. Although this was not the first time he saw her, this was the first time he saw her so close. More importantly, her aura indicates that she seems to be in a realm similar to the primordial spirit realm. Based on the fact that she could not completely hide, it means that she lacked control of her strength, most likely as a result of just breaking through. 3 years ago, the changes that occurred which made all the formations at the core mountain weakened might be the result of her breakthrough. Miss Hua, are you here for the tomb as well? Yes. In that case, let's use our fist to determine the ownership. Wang Wei wanted to secretly place the bones inside his space ring, however, he felt a great resistance in doing so, making it impossible to do so in just an instant. Additionally, he could feel this girl's fighting intent as she locked on his every move. Without hesitation or saying another word, he rushed towards her. He knew that time was not in his favor. His talisman could not block the void for long, and his Dao protectors could also not stop the other factions on Core Mountain from entering. So the more time passed, the less advantage the situation was to him. Wang Wei's clone clenched his fingers into a fist to throw a punch. Wish! The air squeeze and tremble under the force of his fleshly body. However, to his slight surprise, Hua Fenghuang responded with the same action as him. Bang! The two fists clashed together, creating a powerful shockwave that made the surroundings hundreds of meters tremble. What a powerful fleshly body, thought Wang Wei after the first clash. Then he became excited. He threw punches after punches at her. In just a few seconds, he threw over 1,000,000 punches, and yet, she calmly responded with punches of her own. After a few seconds of exchange, the two of them stopped at the same time. Wang Wei immediately noticed that her fists were perfectly fine, not even slightly red. Her breathing was normal, and not even a drop of sweat could be seen on her forehead. Truly impressive, Miss Hua, commented Wang Wei. Ever since that poor boy Ji Song died, I have never had such a hearty battle. Young Master Wang, I am not your training punching bag. I apologize if my words seem rude. Sometimes, my lust for battle can get the best of me. I accept your apology, replied Hua Fenghuang calmly. Although she appeared calm, she was very serious on the inside. She cultivated an eye-secret technique that allows her to see the mysteries of heaven and earth. So, she knew that the person in front of her was only a clone of the real body. Yet, the clone had such tremendous strength. She could not fathom how powerful the main body was. Thinking about this, she decided to take a different approach to achieve her goal. Young Master Wang, why don't we each take a step back? I just need a few drops of blood from the dragon's spine, and I'll be on my way. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. With the strength of this clone, it will take a while if he wants to defeat her. And he might not even succeed. He had to admit that she deserved to be a person cultivated by an ancient clan. Additionally, time was not on his side. How much do you need? 10 drops. I'll give you 5, and I have 2 other conditions. Hua Fenghuang frowned after hearing this. She was not asking much as the spine could still produce more than 100 drops of blood, and she only wanted less than 10%. However, after thinking about it and her purpose for the blood, she agreed. Fine, but please do not go too far. Malleable to the situation, I see, said Wang Wei with a charming smile. Unfortunately, Hua Fenghuang did not care for his charming good looks. My first condition is a question. Why is your ancient clan so adamant about your consecutive ways? You all should understand that over time, the weaker your clans will become. After a moment's pause, Hua Fenghuang said, You could not possibly understand how prosperous we were in those eras. For example, our Hua clan had 8 great emperors before the beginning of the Null era. Yet all of them died. The most powerful ancient clan, as you called it, had more than 12 great emperors at their peaks. Yet, all of them died without even leaving their inheritances. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. He guessed that maybe in ancient times, the concept of the 9 emperor curse did not exist. If you count the 3 emperors that the Hua clan had after the ancient emperor era, that made a total of 11 emperors. 2 more than their Dao opening sex. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Every younger generation of our clan is taught at a young age to reclaim the glory of our ancient clans. And how exactly are you going to do such a thing? Just cultivating an emperor will not help and can only prolong the inevitable. I can feel that just by standing here, heaven and earth are slowly rejecting your presence. Wouldn't be easier for you guys to change and try to reclaim your glory with the changes of the new era? No, we will not. Instead, we will change heaven and earth, replied Huang resolutely. Change heaven and earth? Do you guys want to return the world to ancient times? To bred innate qi to the myriad emperor world? From what Wang Wei knew, in the primordial era, humans were created after the first ray of acquired qi or spiritual energy was born between heaven and earth. However, the environment at that time still had abundant innate qi even during the emperor beginning era. It was later on that innate qi completely disappeared from the world. That's correct. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei. If those ancient clans succeeded, the environment would be more suited for them to practice. More resources that they could use will also be born. Have you guys also thought about the problems that arise with this plan? With the revival of innate energy, the innate life forms will also return. Another war between acquired and innate will be waged once more. At that time, our ancient clan will also lead the myriad emperor world to win the war. Just like we did in ancient times, replied Huang. Wang Wei sneered after hearing this. Although he also had planned to return innate energy to the world, he had no intention of letting the innate life forms from returning. The myriad emperor world has long been the world of humans, and it has to stay that way. All right. My second condition is simple. We will both use our most powerful attack to determine the victor of this battle. He then clenched his fist and attacked without hesitation. Desolate God Fist. With this one attack, everything in the surrounding instantly became bleak. The ground they were standing on, the walls in the tombs, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Everything. Huang felt that the life force in her body was about to be severed by this punch, so she immediately attacked in return. Phoenix Flame. With one punch of her, a beautiful phoenix made of pure red flames appeared. She chirped like a bird. However, unlike ordinary birds, her voice was beautiful, ethereal, and contained a noble presence. Then, the phoenix began to burn everything in her surroundings, even the desolate power contained in Wang Wei's fists. A terrible explosion occurred in the entire tomb, burning and destroying every single piece of dirt in this room. Once the shockwave subsided, there was only one thing that was perfectly intact in the tomb: the dragon bones. Wang Wei had burned skins in different parts of his body. As for Huang, a few parts of her skin were dried as if they had lost all moistures. Luckily, these two were considered freaks even in the cultivating world. In just a few seconds, their injuries quickly healed. Wang Wei's healing was natural, however. Huang had flames appear on the place she wanted to heal. She looked like a phoenix that was undergoing nirvana. It was quite a beautiful sight to see. The two watched each one with great concentration. In that final confrontation, they were evenly matched. However, they both knew that they did not use their full strength. Who? Suddenly roared the two of them at the same time. Chapter 364. Both Wang Wei and Huang acted at the same time and punched in a direction close to the dragon bones. Although there was nothing in their sights, they still hit something. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed by an intense scream. A small pool of blood splattered on the ground, and the thing that they hit was momentarily revealed. Chameleon race? The strange demon race that looked like a humanoid chameleon only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing once again. Moreover, soon afterward, a space fluctuation enveloped him and he broke free from the void-blocking talisman and disappeared. Since when did the demon race have such good thing that could ignore a quasi-emperor void-blocking talisman? Thought Wang Wei. Even if the latter used the same ranked void-escaping talisman, it would still take them some time before escaping. Yet, this person instantly vanished. Both Wang Wei and Huang checked before discovering that this person managed to steal at least one drop of blood from the spine of the dragon. After seeing this, Wang Wei internally sighed. If it was his main body, there is no way that this demon race would so easily pass undetected through his senses, no matter how good the camouflage of the chameleon race is. So, he realized that the situation is constantly changing, and it is best to deal with the bones as soon as possible. He immediately took out 5 drops of blood from the spin and handed it to Huang. Then, he began to put away the entire bone. The process lasted at least 2 minutes since the bone seemed to instinctively resist. During the process, he did not forget to stare at Huang in case she decided to go back on her words. However, she seemed to a woman of her words. Nevertheless, a slight accident did occur. As soon as the bone was placed away, the entire tomb began to shake. Space cracks appeared everywhere in less than a second. This phenomenon was alerting as Wang Wei noticed that even with his clash against Huafeng Huang, which reached the level of true monarch, the space in this tomb was completely fine. It seems that the space of this tomb is about to collapse, muttered Wang Wei. With the instability of the tomb's space, his talisman was proven worthless. So not long after the tremors began, Huafeng Huang's Dao protectors appeared in the room. "Young lady, is everything fine?" asked one of them. "I am all right." Then they looked at Wang Wei with suspicion. "Let's go," said Huafeng Huang. Then, these people broke the space and teleported away. In the space channel, one of them asked, "Young lady, what happened? Do you succeed in acquiring the dragon blood?" "I had a fight with the Wang clan young master. And yes, I did succeed." "I bet the young lady defeated him." "You are wrong about that. It was a tie." "I bet that the young lady did not use all her strength." "You are right, but so did he. Plus, my heavenly eye told me that this was just a clone of him with probably 50 to 70% of the real Boda's strength." The true monarchs became quiet after hearing this. Before leaving the clan, the patriarch warned them to pay attention to Wang Wei and Di Tian, but they did not expect that this person was so powerful. "There is no need to worry," said Huafeng Huang calmly. "The Heaven Will battle is years ahead, and having an advantage now does not mean it will be the same later on." Meanwhile, as Wang Wei watched her leave, he summarized the things he already knew about Huafeng Huang in this short confrontation. The first is the fact that her body is full of innate qi. As a person who absorbed innate materials inside his body, he was quite sensitive to innate qi, and he could feel a vast quantity of them inside her body that has not been completely refined. Once she has done so, her strength would drastically increase. The second thing is that she has had a very noble bloodline inside her body, most likely related to the innate demon the Phoenix. And unlike Feng Li Juan of the Divine Tao League, her bloodline is not a shackle to her. Instead, it seemed to boost her strength, speed, talent, and give her special abilities beyond the norm. Her bloodline is basically the same as Feng Li Juan's after she used the invisibility talisman to break from her restrictions. And in terms of power, purity, and level, Feng Li Juan's current bloodline is nothing compared to Huafeng Huang. However, the talisman might still give her the ability to fight. With the dragon blood, this girl might want to turn her bloodline into a dragon and phoenix bloodline. "I wonder how powerful she will be then," muttered Wang Wei. However, he soon gave up thinking about such a thing. Anyway, he was just a clone. So, let the main body deal with such a problem. He then flew from the tomb to the hallways, heading back to the entrance. Midway through his fly, he encountered the people from the Tao opening sect. "Young master, what happened? Our formation suddenly became unstable and many people have begun to rush in. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters." After I got the things inside, the entire space began to collapse. So, let's leave immediately. After opening a space channel, the group quickly arrived outside, floating on top of Array Mountain. Ever since the main tomb began to collapse, the formation on the mountain became dormant, so people do not have to slowly walk up the mountain, they can just fly there. So, many people rushed up there to enter the core in the hopes of finding something valuable. Ignoring these people, Wang Wei said, "Let's begin." The people behind him immediately began to lay array flags in specific parts surrounding the mountain. And once everyone was done, Wang Wei activated the formation he was laying down. A massive circle surrounded the Array Mountain. Then, it began to separate from the ground. Everything in a few thousand kilometers shook, and the people still flying on top of the mountain were randomly sent out. A few seconds later, the mountain floated in the sky. Then, one of the true monarchs waved his sleeve and the large mountain disappeared. Ever since Wang Wei discovered that this mountain contained natural arrays, he was planned to take it back to the sect as a secret realm to train more formation masters. However, he still needed to find a way to take the mountain while preserving the formations on it. So, he has been planning and setting a formation for the past 200 years. Once everything was done, Wang Wei left. As for the people who entered the crumbling tombs, they soon had to run out of there. And once they saw that even the mountain was taken away, these emperor lineages could only sigh out loud. The people of the Tao opening sect not only got whatever fortunate encounter was inside, but even the Array Mountain was taken away. Truth be told, not many people cared about the mountain, until it was taken away. They finally realized that this mountain was as valuable as any fortunate encounter. It can be used to strengthen the foundation of any sect, even an emperor lineage. Somewhere in the northern continent, the space tore apart and a humanoid chameleon stepped out of it. He coughed a large mouthful of blood while groaning in pain. However, the chameleon just swallowed a handful of pills before rushing to his destination. He broke the space on his own and headed to a specific destination. Soon, he found himself deep in a mountain range. If anyone could observe the entire range, they would find out that it was used to lay a very powerful formation. After observing the surroundings, the chameleon headed to one specific mountain and rushed straight at it. However, he did not crash on the mountain but passed through it. Soon, he was in a completely different place or world. There was one city full of demons of all ethnicity, and in the middle of that city was a large mansion. The chameleon headed straight for that mansion without stopping. None of the guards noticed him. Inside of the rooms was a handsome young man with 2 dragon horns waiting for him. "Did you succeed?" asked the young man with a deep and grave voice. "Young master, I only managed to get 2 drops of blood," replied the chameleon with his head down. Then, he handed a jade vial to the young man, who immediately opened the lid and smelled the blood inside. "This is more than enough." As the young man smelled the blood inside, scales appeared on his body, and his pupils turned vertical like a snake. No, like a dragon. A powerful aura emanated from his body which forced the chameleon to kneel on the ground. This act was not by choice but an instinct from deep inside his bloodline. Chapter 365. Ocean had a deep smile on his face as he smelled the blood inside this vial, making him lose control. He was very excited. "Our demon race finally has a chance at true freedom," he muttered. "Billions of years of oppression at the hands of humans. All of this will end by my hands." The plight of the demon race has not been good ever since the end of the ancient emperor era. Before that, everything was relatively normal. Although the relationship with humans and other races were tense, they still tolerated one another. However, everything changed when the first demon great emperor was born. The golden ape immediately wanted to rule the myriad emperor and enslave the human race. As a powerful emperor on the level of the battle maniac emperor or the desolate emperor, he almost succeeded. Luckily for the human race, the human emperor showed up to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, ever since then, the demon race has been suppressed completely by humans to the point of almost being extinct. They were exiled to the north from the central continent, a place that was devastated by war which led to low spiritual energy and resources. They were hunted down as food, used for transportation, making pills, talismans, arrays, and weapons. And this did not stop there. Every time that the demon race as a whole began to slightly recover, the top emperor lineages will band together to secretly kill all their upper echelons and reduce their strength. Every time they cultivated a great emperor, their situation did not change much. At least, they will get a moment of peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, said great emperor has to eventually leave. Then, the humans will strike again with tremendous force and once again weaken the demon race. And if their great emperor showed any kind of ambition to increase the power and influence of the demon race, all the emperor lineages will take out the emperor artifacts, wake up the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables to besiege such emperor. If the demon emperor is powerful enough, he or she could barely resist such attack and protect their race. If not, they will either be killed or forced into exile. Moreover, the human race will take advantage of these situations to destroy the emperor scriptures of the demon race and steal their emperor artifacts. Even if they cannot use it, they will not let the demon race have it. Because of the plight of the race, many wise demons decided to use a more subtle approach to alleviate the current situation. So, they try to incorporate into human race's culture and society. Despite how barbaric they are by nature, the demon race decided to control their nature and learn how to refine pills, talismans, and weapons. They hoped that doing business and selling some rare resources only available on the north would be helpful. Unfortunately, the human race did not accept their gesture. The concept, "not my race must be an enemy," has been ingrained in the soul of the human race. As such, they would do anything possible to squeeze out the demon race from the business world. And when it comes to buying rare northern resources, they will do anything from threat to stealing to reduce the buying price. This kind of thing went on for billions of years, ever since the end of the ancient emperor era. After so many years and so many attempts, the demon race decided that the best way to solve their situation is to either migrate to another heavenward world or cultivate an eternal emperor. Migrating was not an option as too much would be involved. They would need a powerful space treasure to carry the entire race to other world communities. Then, There is the issue of whether the human race would intervene and prevent them from doing so. However, this problem can be dealt with as long as a great emperor becomes in charge of the migration. However, other problems aroused. They needed to find the right heaven-will world where the demon race could prosper. If the human race or another race is the dominant one once again in that world, then they would just suffer more. Finally, they also need to receive the blessing or acceptance of the original habitants of the world. Even if they find a world that is dominated by the demon race, it did not mean that they would be all right. By nature, the demon race is very territorial. Because of so many different kinds of races that make the demon race, infighting and slaughter is as much a problem for them as it is for humans. The only reason that the demon race in the Myriad Emperor world is different is because of their desperate situation. In other worlds, this issue will magnify millions of times. Despite all the possible hardships, the demon race still decided to make this plan one of their final retreats in case they one day faced extermination at the hands of a human race great emperor. Nevertheless, the second plan of cultivating an eternal emperor is still the best choice for their current situation. Unfortunately, this was more difficult for the demon race than imagined. Over the countless eras, no eternal emperor has been born from their race. There may have been a few before the Null era, but that is not yet confirmed. And there is a reason for that. The demon race relied too much on their bloodlines for cultivation. With a noble enough bloodline, as long as the resources are enough, it is quite easy for an imperial demon race to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. They do not need to have a high state of mind, powerful Tao heart, and unimaginable wills. All they need are resources. However, this is where the problem comes. To become an eternal emperor, all of these things are needed, and they have to reach the absolute peak. Because of this fact, a few demon leaders wanted to change to human race cultivation in an attempt to cultivate an eternal emperor. However, the majority of them disdained to do this. The demon race respected bloodline to the core of their soul. To them, bloodline superiority was above everything else, even their death and destruction. This disagreement led to the separation of the Golden Crow race from the demon race as they advocated the cultivation of the human race system. Another method proposed was to create a new and better cultivation system than the current bloodline one. So, many great emperors deduced a perfect bloodline system that involved refining the mind, Tao heart, and will. Regrettably, the majority of demons were used to relying on their bloodlines to cultivate. They did not want to change to a more complicated and troublesome method. As for the true heaven-chosens of their race, although they cultivated the new method, it did mean that they would immediately become eternal emperor. After all, the human race has been using such a system far longer than them, and yet, only 7 eternal emperors have appeared. In the end, the demon race realized that bloodline was the core of their races, and if they wanted to solve their problems, bloodline was the only thing needed to solve the problem. So, they gathered together to begin Project Innate Atavism. Knowing that the demon race was created by innate demons based on their bloodlines, they studied the secret of their bloodline to revert back to their ancestor and create an innate demon. This person would be the pinnacle of bloodlines. With such talent, it should be possible to become an eternal emperor without all the other required stuff. Even that person failed. Once he or she becomes a great emperor after their bloodline is baptized by the heaven will, they would not be inferior to any eternal emperor. The project started during the Middle Emperor era. Unfortunately, since then, the demon race has never had a great emperor. So, it took them 2 eras, countless generations of wise men, countless experiments, countless sacrifices before succeeding. Finally, young Master Ao Shen was finally born. A proud and noble dragon. An innate demon. Ao Shen finally managed to control himself. He could not help it to be so excited. Although the demon race succeeded in cultivating him into a true dragon, he always felt that his bloodline was incomplete. It was missing something. So, he wanted to find a way to make it up, but he did not how. However, the moment that the news of the secret realm spread, his intuition told him that the method he was searching for was inside. So, he sent the demon race on a mission, and ordered them to do whatever it took to acquire the fortunate encounter at the core. Knowing what was at stake, the true monarchs of the demon race did not hesitate to ruin their lifespan in an attempt to reach the core and get what's inside. Luckily they succeeded. It seems that fate is on my side, thought Ao Shen. Then, he looked at the chameleon and said calmly, "Hand it over." Chapter 366. After hearing Ao Shen's words, the chameleon did not hesitate to hand over a small bronze boat to him that seemed to have many cracks on the surface. This small boat was the reason he was able to break through the array of the Dao opening sect and Wang Wei's quasi-emperor void-blocking talisman. Although he knew how valuable such a treasure was, he did not dare steal it. After receiving the boat, Ao Shen nodded in satisfaction before saying, "I know that you are the only true monarch of your chameleon tribe. After what you did today, the tribal council will reward you and your tribes greatly." The chameleon chief bowed politely before rapidly exiting the room. Ao Shen just glanced at him before focusing on the vial of blood. After one last look, he placed it into his space ring. He could not absorb it now as this would bring visions between heaven and earth. And once that happened, the human race might discover him. Then, he took out a small golden orb while in deep thought. After succeeding in his bloodline transformation, Ao Shen not only inherited the surname Ao, but also inherited a cultivation technique, a few divine abilities, and memories of ancient times. In these memories, he learned many secrets regarding the reason that the Null Era occurred. The battle between acquire and innate lives that spread to countless heaven-will worlds. A battle that covered the entire lower dimension. One secret was particularly important to him. He learned that innate lives could not absorb the heaven will to become great emperors. After getting that information, Ao Shen was worried thinking that all the efforts of their demon race were for nothing. However, after digging deeper, he realized that things were not as simple as he previously thought. The reason that innate lives could not absorb the heaven will was not that they were born from heaven and earth. It was because of heavenly Tao. During the innate acquire war, every single individual, every single race, every single world has to choose a side. There was no exception, including heavenly Tao. The myriad emperor world, which was the place the entire war originated, was the first world to choose a side. It chose acquired life. As a result of this, innate life forms could not absorb the heaven will. At the pinnacle of the war, great emperors and innate demon gods did whatever possible to convince the heavenly Tao of heaven will worlds to choose their side. The innate demon gods were fascinated by the prospect of becoming a great emperor and having access to the grand Tao source. Adding to that their already heaven-defying bloodlines, those innate great emperors were cream of the top. By the end of the war, only a few heavenly Tao could still remain neutral. After thinking about this, Ao Shen frowned as he muttered, "Heavenly Tao is ruthless and the epitome of indifference. It is only a bunch of laws designed to operate the world in a standard and controlled manner. How could it choose a side? Although it can have some slight favoritism to something or someone, only if they benefit the entire world as a whole. Unless it gains sentience." However, if that was true, the myriad emperor world would be completely different than it currently was. Additionally, many great emperors would have noticed if it had gained sentience. After pondering for a few minutes and not coming up with an answer, Ao Shen did not continue on the subject. Once he is more powerful he can find the answer to these secrets. According to his plans, as long as he has enough merit, heavenly Tao should not stop him from accepting the heaven will. The question is how to get enough merit. As he had more important things to do, Ao Shen places these thoughts at the back of his head. He looked at the cracked boat in his hand after putting the golden light away. "It's time for me to leave." He rushed to a secret room inside the mansion and activated a formation. A door appeared and Ao Shen stepped into it. A few seconds later, he found himself in a small world with a few people waiting for him. They were the 4 head chiefs, Golden Lion Chiefess, Battle Ape Chief, Golden Rock Chief, and Black Tiger Chief. "Did you succeed?" asked the Golden Lion Chiefess, to which Ao Shen replied simply by nodding his head. A peaceful smile appeared on her face before handing him 2 things. 1 ring and a jade talisman. Ao Shen used his divine sense to check the space ring and a slight surprise flashed across his eyes. Inside was a very large space full of white mountains. However, these were not real mountains but ones made of origin source. The origin source is mainly for you as an energy source for the immortal bronze boat. However, there should be more than enough for you to cultivate for a while after you arrived. Ao Shen nodded as he guessed that the chiefs must have blackmailed the Golden Crow tribe to get so many resources. The demon race was too poor to use so much on him. "You should be able to arrive at the closest world community to ours with no problem," said the chiefess. The talisman contained some basic information of the heaven-will world known as Martial Hegemony World that led the world community. She paused for a moment, then a determined light flashed in her eyes. "No one will go to serve as your Tao protector. As probably the only true dragon existing in the lower dimension, you will be sought after by any world. So, Be prepared to be enemy of the entire world and be constantly hunted down. Ao Shen was not surprised by this decision. This was the best way to temper himself into a truly terrifying heaven chosen. During all the life and death battles, he can grow rapidly. And if he survives, when he survives, he will reach his full potential. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. So, he looked at the things handed to him. Ao Shen could guess that the Golden Crow tribe would not give all these origin sources. Most likely, the council paid 50 to 60% of it. And with the current situation of the demon race, this was a very large number. So, he sighed internally. Thinking about how many people were relying on him for the future, Ao Shen felt a heavy burden placed on his shoulder. No matter what, I must survive and come back. I must become an eternal emperor. With a determined look, he activated the bronze boat and began his voyage to another world community. Chief Tess, is it really all right to send him away without any Dao protector? Asked the Black Tiger Chief. After all, even Dao ancestors and immortal venerables will be interested in an innate demon. You don't have to worry about this. Many Dao ancestors and immortal venerables of our race have secretly planted savings means on him. Although they will only activate in case someone of the same level acted on him. What about lower levels? What if he dies at the hands of other heaven chosens in the martial hegemony world? Then he is not the destined one we have been waiting for, replied the Golden Lion Chiefess calmly. If he cannot survive this experience, it can only mean that he does not have the luck to become an emperor. Inside a cave, Wang Wei suddenly opened his eyes and sighed deeply. He looked at his sea of consciousness with a frown. He had just tried to combine his chaos flame with his good fortune flame in an attempt to refine his soul into a primordial spirit. But he failed. In the end, I still have to rely on the origin pill flame scripture. Hopefully, my plan works, otherwise things will get complicated and troublesome. He then checked the communication talisman that he received from his third senior sister, telling him that it was time to leave. Apparently, the true monarchs of the Origin Pill Dao sect were leaving, and it was not safe to stay here alone. After taking notes on the meeting location she sent him, he checked the talisman from his clone. It mainly contained information about his encounter with Hua Feng Huang, the memories of their battles and interactions, and his analysis of her. For once, the clone was not lazy and did some work. Once he was done, Wang Wei turned back into Lu Cheng before flying away to meet the rest of the group. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the place where everybody first entered the secret realm. He saw the boat belonging to the Origin Pill Dao sect waiting for him. As he landed near the boat, he first noticed that the number of people coming back had drastically decreased. Most likely dead. And if someone paid close attention, they would realize that the majority of these casualties were people from Fu Kaiyan's faction. It seems that the sect did a great job. Originally, Wang Wei wanted to kill these people himself, but soon realized that it would be easier to be detected if it was him. So, he contacted his fate shadow to do the dirty work for him. Chapter 367. Fifth Junior Brother, are you all right? Asked Lan Ling as she looked at Wang Wei up-down, checking to see if there is any visible wound on his body. Immediately, Wang Wei internally frowned. He could detect that her behavior was abnormal. Although Lan Ling is a caring person, she never displayed it so openly. Wang Wei also noticed a surprised look from his first senior brother. Obviously, he also found her behavior odd. Although he knew that the power of the infatuation flower was not completely sealed, it was more than enough for now. Additionally, since Lu Cheng also has feelings for Lan Ling, this flower will benefit the two of them greatly. They just have to wait for Wang Wei to leave. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei replied, I'm more than fine. As you can see, I had many opportunities and my cultivation had drastically risen. It was then that Lan Ling realized that his fifth junior brother had entered the divine body realm in just 200 years. This kind of time placed him on equal value with top geniuses. Although not comparable to these heaven chosens, however, how many people out of trillions of cultivators have the right to hold that title? With Lu Cheng's previous talent, he was considered a genius cultivator but nowhere near top genius. According to his previous displayed talent, it would have taken him between 800 years to 1,000 years before entering the divine body realm. It seemed that your luck is very good, fifth brother, said Wan Luo with a sarcastic tone, and a little hidden envy. Indeed, my luck seemed to have increased as of late, replied Wang Wei with a calm smile. Wan Luo snorted lightly after hearing this and did not say anything more. Even Lan Ling just gave a slight smile to Wang Wei before continuing to wait. After seeing this, Wang Wei was a little relieved. He was truly afraid that the infatuation flower would drastically change her personality and draw attention to his cheap master. A few minutes later, Ji Yulo arrived with a pale complexion, obviously injured. As a disciple of Fu Kai-yun, he did not escape the sex assassination target. Nevertheless, the fact that he escaped alive showed that the Ji family valued him greatly. As Wang Wei glanced at him, he could feel a slight joy coming from Ji Yulo despite his injury, and he could guess the reason. The Ji family must be quite happy that Lu Meixiu is dead. Wang Wei secretly shook his head at the short-sightedness of the Ji family, and the circumstance of the herd rising valley. If these people were not so busy infighting, they could properly raise Lu Meixiu as a heaven chosen to compete for the throne. With their ability, it would not take so long for her to reach the core of this secret realm, and Wang Wei could not take advantage of the situation. As long as Lu Meixiu acquired the dragon bone and absorbed it, she would be more than qualified to compete for the throne. And even if she failed in this generation, with her evolved myriad beast physique, it should be more than enough to survive. Then, all she had to do was shield herself and wait for a few generations to compete again. Truth be told, Wang Wei guessed that Lu Meixiu's ruthlessness or cutthroat morality is the result of her environment. Living in such fierce competition, she probably learned at a young age that the life of the weak was as meaningless as a piece of grass on a side road. So to survive, she did whatever it took to survive. She had no scruples, as long as the means justified the end, she will do it. Despite knowing this, Wang Wei did not feel bad for killing her. Since she decided to live her life with such twisted philosophy, she should foresee that her end would be miserable. Indeed, cultivators usually treat mortals as if they were nothing but ants. However, they usually restrain themselves as they know that karma exists in this world. If not careful, they could pay dearly for their action. While deep in thought, Wang Wei's group soon returned to the Origin Pill Dao sect. Wang Wei and his fellow brothers went to meet their masters to report their gains. Yi Lao was especially pleased with Lu Cheng's progress and praised him endlessly. Wang Wei placed a polite and shy smile on his face during the entire situation before returning to his cave. On his way back, he could feel a very gloomy aura from one of the caves. It was Fu Kaiyan's. The latter is obviously furious at the loss of his people. After returning home, Wang Wei began to reflect on his gain during this secret realm. And after pondering about it for a while, he concluded that he was not that happy. True that he acquired the remains of an innate demon. However, this would only benefit him in the later stage of his cultivation. Both his array and alchemy mastery have drastically increased in the past 200 years, thus increasing his foundation. He even created the embryo of a powerful technique based on Lu Cheng's innate talent that would probably help even one day when he becomes a paragon. Nevertheless, the true purpose of all this planning was not achieved. He thought the flame-controlling scripture was related to his objective in infiltrating this sect, and by learning its secret, he might quickly achieve his objective. But he was wrong. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. After thinking about this, he took a deep breath to calm down. He was not in a rush, however. If things could be achieved quicker, it would be better. So, he decided to think of another plan. A few hours later, after entering a deep state of meditation to clear his mind, he exhaled deeply. It seems that I should be a little bolder. The next day, Wang Wei directly went to the testing hall to change his alchemy grade. With little effort, he refined a top-level earth grade pill and became a top tier 2 alchemist. However, to everyone's surprise, he did stop there and asked to test to become a tier 3 alchemist and refine a heaven grade pill. When it comes to tier 3 alchemist, their status is completely different from tier 2. For one, you do not have to pay to take the test, however, only if you pass. Many people thought that Lu Cheng was crazy. To them, it was already a surprise that he managed to refine a top earth grade pill. Now, he wanted to refine a heaven grade one? However, Wang Wei ignored them. According to the rules, as long as he was a top tier 3 alchemist, he can ask for the test. So, the people were forced to observe. Then, another shock occurred. Wang Wei refined a pill with 10 million divine runes. There is a vast difference between the earth and heaven grade. The best earth grade pill requires 10,000 runes, but the lowest heaven grade pill requires 1 million, and the highest 10 million. This was an increase of 100-fold. This is one of the main reasons that most alchemists stay at tier 2 their entire lives. The difficulty was simply insane. So when Wang Wei refined the peak heaven grade pill, all the judge members were shocked, especially given his low-level cultivation. In the early tiers of alchemy, it is reasonable to refine higher tiers of pills. However, the latter tier requires a high cultivation level since the power of the soul is needed to engrave the runes. The judges of the testing hall thought they were shocked enough, but they were not prepared for what happened next. Wang Wei or Lu Cheng asked to test to become a Tier 4 Saint Alchemist. As soon as he uttered these words, the Origin Pill Dao sect was slightly shaken. All the higher-ups were alarmed and many people came to watch this test. Anyone with a slight political mind knew that things will be shaking up a little if he succeeded. As such, his test was postponed for a week later to gather the necessary people. After all, this was not a simple matter. No matter what, the status of a Saint Alchemist was very noble and required more rigid tests and standards to acquire. Chapter 368. Two old men sat on a large flying carpet flying in one direction. They both had long white hair and beard, with slightly tanned skin. One of them was wearing a red robe while the other was black. "Do you think that little boy could pass the test?" asked the red robe elder. "I do not know, but it will certainly be interesting if he did." True. In the past 2 generations, Fu Kaiyun was the only person in the Origin Dao Pill sect that became a Saint Alchemist in the Divine Body realm. If Lu Cheng managed to succeed, with the latter's small mind, his chances of surviving are really small. "Not necessarily," replied the Red Robe Elder. "The Supreme Elders have tolerated Fu Kaiyun's destructive ways because of his talent. If this Lu Cheng shows as much talent as him, they could use him to balance him. You are too optimistic about the situation. There is currently only 3 Tier 6 Quasi-Emperor Alchemists in the sect. One of them decided to remain neutral, the other one is fully devoted to the growth of the Origin Pill Dao sect, and Fu Kaiyun is the youngest one. From recent rumors, Fu Kaiyun's success rate seems to have recently surpassed the other 2. This is enough to drastically increase his influence." The 2 elders became quiet for a moment before deciding to talk about something else. These 2 were high members of the Alchemy Association, and were heading to the headquarters to serve as judges. Based on the rules, when someone wants to become a Saint Alchemist, the judges of the test have to be of the same level. Because these 2 old men lived a little far away, they were the last to arrive. The Alchemy Association main block was located at the foot of the Origin Pill Dao sect. So, as soon as they arrived, they rushed to the location. To their surprise, they discovered 2 unexpected people. Yi Lao and Fu Kaiyun, both with serious looks on their faces. After thinking about it for a while, it made sense that they were here. Yi Lao was a supreme-grade alchemist and should not care about a little Saint Alchemist. However, it was his disciple involved, so he came. As for Fu Kaiyun's presence, the 2 elders looked at one another for a moment and a playful smile could be seen on their faces. They quickly approached the 2 to salute. Although these 2 were the same generation and have the same cultivation level, it did not change the fact that they were not in the same league when it came to alchemy. So, they had to respect their betters. Fu Kaiyun just glanced at these 2 before ignoring them. Both of them were not surprised by this. By now, the latter's reputation as being extremely arrogant was already known to the world. Once the red-robe old man turned his head away, a small smile could be seen on the corner of his mouth. He could not help but think about what happened a few hundred years ago when it was revealed that Fu Kaiyun's wife had placed a green hat on his head. This was a major scandal. Although the Origin Pill Dao sect did their best to reduce the impact of the scandal, however, things instead escalated for a while. It was revealed that Fu Kaiyun's wife was very resentful of his treatment of her and decided to make him pay. So, she slept with many people as a form of revenge. Not just the academy's teacher. This was a shock in the alchemy world. Luckily, Fu Kaiyun was ruthless in the way he handled the situation. All the people who had weak backgrounds were quickly killed. As for the powerful one, he used his massive wealth and resources to essentially end the career of these people. From now on, these people would never exit their sect. To the outside world, they are essentially dead. Many of them quickly sealed themselves to become their faction's foundation and escape the situation. The 2 elders quickly saluted Yi Lao before taking their position and waiting for the assessment. Although the sect master was more approachable, these 2 knew that it was best not to be too close to him given his current predicament. Although these people did not like Fu Kaiyun, they could not ignore his influence. A few minutes passed before it was time for the test. There was 7 Saint Alchemists along with Yi Lao and Fu Kaiyun. Soon, Wang Wei walked into the room. He first bowed to his master before bowing to the other judges. Then, He glanced at a Fu Kai-in before beginning. He took out a talisman and activated it. An invisible barrier was placed to surround him. This barrier will allow the judges to use their divine sense to check his work, but if they try to interfere in any way possible, the talisman will activate to protect Wang Wei. Fu Kaiyun squinted his eyes after seeing this. He understood that Wang Wei's action was directed at. He was basically insinuating that he did not trust him a judge. Despite his arrogance, he was also a shred person, so he would never try to cheat in such a test where many people were paying attention to. And Lu Cheng should know this fact, yet he still did this. Fu Kaiyun snorted inside while also secretly sneering. He did not think that this Lu Cheng could refine a saint pill. Many years ago he had already tested the latter's talent. Besides his somewhat above-average flame control, there was nothing remarkable about him. Just the fact that he became a Tier 3 alchemist was already shocking enough. Fu Kaiyun gave a side glance at Yi Lao. To him, Lu Cheng was nothing but a puppet created by Yi Lao to fight him. Even his recent increase in alchemy talent might be related to him. Let's see what this kid is made of, thought Fu Kaiyun with no expression on his face. After Wang Wei made sufficient preparation, he took his cauldron along with the materials. He placed them in the cauldron and used his flame to remove the impurities. One by one, he purified the materials. Over the years, Wang Wei has been practicing alchemy with the heavenly destruction flame to train his control. On top of Lu Cheng's innate talent, he accomplished a lot. The process took 2 days before being completed. Then, Wang Wei mixed the purified herbs with the appropriate ratio. He was so detailed in the ratio that all the judges immediately began to pay attention. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Is that? Yes, it should be his innate talent, replied one of the judges. Although no runes appeared on Wang Wei's body like in the supernatural realm when using his talent, the people could still tell based on his aura and the fluctuation of his origin essence. The shock of the judges did not end here. After using the perfect ratio for the pill, Wang Wei began to engrave the runes. However, his engraving could also be described as perfect, or better yet, precise. It was like he completely knew the exact amount of spiritual power required to engrave every single line in the runes. He did not hesitate nor did pause or made mistakes. Envy appeared on the face of the judges. This kind of talent was too perfect for alchemy. However, they quickly shook their heads to remove this emotion. The innate talent was one of the great things about the origin system. It can allow a mediocre person to change their destiny. However, it still requires the person to develop. Obviously, Lu Cheng not only found a direction to develop his talent but also found a way to do it. While these judges were deep in their thoughts, Wang Wei was more focused on the task at hand. With deep concentration, he focused on engraving the runes. By the time he engraved 10 million divine runes, his complexion was already pale because of the depletion of his spiritual energy. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that this was his limit, the limit of his cultivation realm and talent. With Wang Wei's soul, he did not have such a problem, but the same cannot be said for Lu Cheng. Luckily, he was prepared. He touched his cauldron and activated the formation inside. Immediately, the spiritual energy stored inside entered his body and replenished it. That way, he could engrave more runes. That way, he continued his engraving. Every time he was depleted, the cauldron would activate on its own and send spiritual energy to help him. That way, Wang Wei engraved 80 million divine runes before the energy stored inside was depleted. Unfortunately, this was not enough to be counted as a saint pill. The lowest saint pill required 100 million runes, and anything below that will be counted as semi-holy pills. Once the spiritual energy was depleted, a pill suddenly came from the cauldron, turned into a mist, and entered Wang Wei's body. This pill quickly replenished his spiritual energy. According to the association rules, this was allowed. However, few alchemists could do such a thing because the rapid increase in spiritual power usually makes it very difficult to control and thus engrave runes. Fortunately, Wang Wei had perfect control over his spiritual power. So, with the aid of a few pills, he quickly finished engraving the 10th million runes. And by then, Wang Wei looked pale as a paper. He had a terrible migraine. He felt that his head was about to burst. As a body refiner, Wang Wei was used to pain, but most physical pain. Because of his strong pain, he rarely felt that kind of spiritual pain. Using his strong will, he resisted fainting as he knew that things were not over. One of the reasons that heaven-grade pill and above can only be refined by void-shattering realm cultivator is because of the law. An alchemist is required to use their own law to resonate with the law of heaven and earth to baptize the pill and perform the final transformation. However, a person of low cultivation like Wang Wei does not even have a primordial spirit to see the laws between heaven and earth. So, they have to rely on their feeling or instinct to guide the law baptizement. This requires very high talent. Immediately, Wang Wei popped another pill in his mouth. His complexion once again became rosy and full of energy. However, he knew that this was only temporary. So, he quickly closed his eyes and began to guide the law baptizement process. All the judges in the room became extremely quiet as they waited for the final outcome. They did not even dare to use their divine sense to spy on Wang Wei. Chapter 369. After closing his eyes, Wang Wei connected his divine sense with the pill. Using the engraved runes, he began to feel the power of law and guide them. According to years of studying, cultivators have concluded that divine runes are a physical manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, of the law. Normally, law is invisible, unnoticeable, unreal, and indescribable. However, through divine runes, the law can become a physical and observable concept. If Wang Wei was in the void-shattered realm, he could control his law to resonate with the law of heaven and earth, then guide such law to fuse with the divine runes in the pill to facilitate its final transformation. Now, he has to use his senses, intuition, and skills to do so. Even if he was in the primordial spirit, this process would be a lot easier as he could actually see the law. But now, he had to rely on his senses. Luckily, he had practiced in the past 200 years. So with his divine sense, he felt which runes resonated with which law, then based on the intensity of the resonance, he would guide them to fuse. The process took a few days, and by the end, he not only became pale, but very thin. This was a sign of not only an overdraft of spiritual power, but also his origin essence. Nevertheless, he still succeeded after swallowing pills like they were grains of rice. The moment he finished, a mysterious light emanated from the pill showing its extraordinary nature. All the judges waited with bated breath as they waited for the final stage of this test. Pill tribulation. All of them showed anticipation on their faces. Of course, Fu Kaiyun was the exception. His face looked extremely calm and even indifferent. The only thing that showed his true emotion is his clenched hands under his robe. In his generation, he was the only one who became a saint alchemist while in the divine body stage. At that time, he was also in a bad state like the current Lu Cheng, albeit not bad. This was because he had a more powerful soul than the latter and had more spiritual power to use. Unfortunately, this fact did not make him happy. With this mediocre soul, Lu Cheng was able to achieve the same accomplishment as him. This can only show that his talent might be even better. When it comes to the deficiency of the soul, as an emperor lineage, the origin Pill Dao sect has many ways to make it up for Lu Cheng. Thinking of this, a deep killing intent flashed deep inside Fu Kaiyun's mind. This Lu Cheng has to go, he toughed to himself. However, his face still remained cold and indifferent. Even his killing intent did not show. Talent alchemists in this world have a high status for a very specific reason. Immortal Pill. The limit of all alchemists is Tier 6 Quasi-Alchemist. Emperor pills involve the power of Grand Dao Source, and unfortunately, only great emperors and Dao venerables can have access to such power. Because great emperors can directly control Grand Dao Source while Dao venerables can only borrow the power. The pills that they make are divided into Emperor pills and Dao pills. The problem with these two pills is the fact that not all great emperors or Dao venerables can refine them. If they are not alchemists or do not have alchemy talent, the pill they refined can be best described as pseudo-emperor pill. Over the years, cultivators have come up with a way to deal with such situations. As long as an alchemist can refine a perfect quality quasi-emperor pill, then as long as a great emperor or venerable baptize the pill with the Grand Dao Source, the pill can evolve into an emperor or Dao pill. This discovery should have been a great thing. However, it only showed that the world is cruel and unfair. Alchemists all over the world realize that in their entire life, their accomplishment has been determined. Without becoming an emperor or relying on one, they could never refine a Tier 7 pill. This was a sad and devastating truth that destroyed the Dao heart of many people. At one time, the majority of professions like talisman makers and the others lost their direction in life. However, one rumor brought hope to these professions. A talented person from another world community managed to refine an immortal pill while being only a quasi-emperor alchemist. And that person used that pill to become an immortal venerable without the help of a great emperor. The cultivator world was shocked by this news and thought that it was a lie. However, the emperor lineages with the ability to travel to otherworld communities went and verified that this news was true. So all the professions went crazy. This was their only chance at controlling their destiny and escaping the control of great emperors. Since then, this has been the goal of all professions: creating immortal tier works. Over the years, the pursuit of these professions had diminished slightly after so many years of trying and not succeeding. Many people even believed that the emperor lineages might have lied to motivate the professionals in the world and repaired their Tao heart. Then, in the Middle Emperor era, a loose cultivator alchemist in the Myriad Emperor world also succeeded. To be precise, she half succeeded. She created a pill that managed to draw immortal chi from the universe. Unfortunately, the pill failed the tribulation and was considered a half-finished product. Nevertheless, after swallowing it, her body developed immortal aura, and her lifespan drastically increased. Not long after, she disappeared from the world. Many people believe that she was assassinated by some people who did not want great emperors to lose their control of the world by granting people immortality. Many people also believe that she went to wherever all those great emperors disappeared to. It was unfortunate that she did not leave her recipe or any legacy in the world. However, her success showed the people that their path was possible. They had a way forward. As a result of this, talented professionals like Fu Kaiyun have a very high status in the world and are tolerated no matter their terrible flaws. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. This is one of the reasons that so many association of different professions were created. To develop talent and exchange ideas to cultivate a Tier 7 immortal professional. After Wang Wei's pill underwent the law baptizement, it flew straight into the sky. Clouds started gathering on top of the association's main branch. The process lasted for more than an hour. Finally, thunder fell on the pill. When it comes to pill tribulation, cultivators can usually help their pill to survive the process. However, according to the rules of the test, this was not allowed. This is because tribulation is a test of heaven and earth to the pill. The tribulation, usually in the form of thunder, will target the flaws of the pill in an attempt to decide its worthiness or capability. If the pill survived the process, the thunder inside will turn into the power of good fortune and nourish the pill instead, even elevating the quality and effect of the pill. While everyone was looking at the pill in the sky with anticipation, Wang Wei took this time to heal his current situation. Anyway, there was nothing he could do to help, even if he wanted to. According to the rules of the association, the Saint Alchemist test had 20 attempts at refining their pills. As long as they succeed once, and the quality of the pill is ordinary, then they will pass the test. So, a success rate of 5% is needed to become a Saint Alchemist. A few hours later, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and a small colorful auspicious cloud appeared around the pill. "Success," said one of the judges. Then, 8 of the judges appeared in the sky to look at the pill. Its peak average quality can even be called half-step superior quality. This fact surprised the other judges. According to the rules, even if Wang Wei refined an inferior quality pill, he would still pass the test because of his lower cultivation realm. More importantly, these alchemists could tell that the reason that this pill was not higher in quality was not because of Wang Wei's refining process, but more to do with the fact that he had to constantly stop during the rune engraving process to replenish his spiritual energy. While observing this domain extension pill, which allowed saints to temporarily extend the range of their domains and increase their fighting abilities, they could not help glancing at the rapidly departing Fu Kaiyun. From what they know, Fu Kaiyun only refined a peak inferior quality pill during his generation. Nevertheless, they did not say anything. Instead, they began to congratulate Sect Master Yi Lao for cultivating such a promising and talented disciple. As for Wang Wei, he slightly opened his eyes to check everything before returning to his recuperation. The first step is complete. Let's begin the next soon. Chapter 370 in the sky. Only the 7 judges remained as Yi Lao took his apprentice away so that he could recuperate. The remaining judges were still a little shocked by what just occurred. First there was Yan Liling, now there is this Lu Cheng. As the heir of the Yan family, one of the 4 great factions of the Tao opening sect, it is quite reasonable for her to become a saint alchemist at such a young age. After all, she is a superior bloodline and the resources. But this Lu Cheng is nothing but a mediocre disciple of Sect Master Yi. A few people even wondered why he accepted him as a personal disciple. Be careful of your words. Lu Chang is now the same rank as us, and his future is not something we can talk about.
My bad slip of the tongue.
Luckily, they were talking using their divine sense, so the chances of someone listening in was greatly reduced. Do you think in this generation an immortal tier professional will finally appear?
There is a great possibility, replied the red-robe old man.
In the Origin Rune Palace, there is Wu Ming, who became a Saint Array Master at a young age. Then there is Chen Chen from Origin Weapon Mountain and Tong Ruobing from Great Talisman City. These young saint professionals all have the possibility of succeeding. This is truly a glorious age. 1 in 100 generation talents can be found everywhere.
However, one of the judges shook his head and said, "All these people you mentioned are people who inspired to become emperors.
How could they care about our little cause? In the end, only one of them can sit on the throne," replied another person with a sneer. "If the loser wants to achieve longevity, they will have no choice but to follow our cause, otherwise after a few million years, they will also turn into bags of bones." The judges became momentarily quiet before changing the topic. After chatting for a while, they returned to the association to finish their duties. As for Wang Wei, he was back on his cave cultivating and recuperating. He had to ensure that his Dao foundation was not damaged and his cultivation level regressing. While he was distracted healing, the entire world was in a little frenzy, especially for professionals. His news rapidly traveled to all 4 continents at an unnatural pace. Obviously, someone was ensuring that this news traveled far and wide. As a result, many elders of the Origin Pill Dao sect came to see Wang Wei, to congratulate and make connections with him. His 3rd senior sister, 6th and 7th fellow brother, and sister also came to see him. The only exception was his 1st senior, who could not accept the fact, who then closed his cave and used the excuse of entering seclusion. Another person was his 2nd senior brother, who was already in seclusion. The people who came to see Wang Wei did not have the chance since he was still recuperating, but his fellow brothers and sisters still send their congratulation through communication talisman. Lan Ling's message was quite sweet and personal. Many people regretted that they did not have access to Lu Cheng's communication talisman. Who would have thought that a mediocre person like Lu Cheng would one day turn from a chicken into a phoenix and soar into the 9 heavens? A few days later, Wang Wei woke up and he was already healed. His origin essence was replenished, and so was his spiritual power. And because of the constant overdraft and refill, his spiritual power has doubled. So, he could now engrave 20 million runes before running out of oil. After standing up, he immediately rushed to his master's cave.
As soon as he entered, Yi Lao was looking at him with a big smile. He seems to be almost grinning.
The old man was more than satisfied with his apprentice.
Although the latter told him about the future development of his innate talent, he did not think that he would be able to develop in just a few measly 100 years. He guessed that the latter must have worked very hard to succeed, and also relied heavily on the fortunate encounters he received.
After a quick check, he found that Lu Cheng's Chi Luck Dragon was now golden, with a hint of purple. Additionally, the purple was slowly increasing. With a smile on his face, Yi Lao took out a badge from his ring with the word, Tier 4, written on it. With a proud look, he personally changed the previous badge with the new one. Xiao Cheng. This badge can withstand 5 full blow attacks from a quasi-emperor. Additionally, it also contained a quasi-emperor grade void-breaking talisman that can allow you to escape any dangerous situation. How can it be so precious?
Asked Wang Wei in surprise.
For special talents like you, the Alchemy Association has allied with the Refining Association and designed special badges that can ensure your safety and survival. Wang Wei thanked him, then, Yi Lao invited him to seat while brewing tea. So, what brings you to see me today? Master, I want to change cultivation technique. Yi Lao became pensive. If it was before, he would have dismissed his disciple's request with a few comforting words. However, with his new status and ability, he had to be more careful. Is there a reason? Yes. Disciple feels like the flame-controlling art no longer improved my ability. Additionally, I need a way to make up for my cultivation realm, speed, and more importantly, spiritual power. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The current technique is not enough. Yi Lao frowned a little as he began to ponder. The sect had 5 emperor scriptures, however, 3 of them were unique. The pill-consuming sutra allowed the cultivator to remove their pill resistance. This might sound like a normal ability but was truly terrifying. No matter what the pill was, after consuming a certain amount, they will become invalid because of pill resistance. And some pills can only be consumed once in a cultivator's life. However, after cultivating the sutra to a high level, a cultivator can remove the pill resistance and allow the same pill to continue to have an effect. As for the amount of time pill resistance can be removed, it is based on the pill. However, when it comes to unique pills that can only be eaten once in a lifetime, the amount of time that they can be used is 10. However, pill-consuming sutra has to be cultivated to a high level. If Lu Cheng could cultivate this sutra, he could consume a bunch of soul-expanding pills to increase his soul and spiritual power. Then, removed his pill resistances to swallow these pills again until they no longer have any effect. Not to mention other pills like soul-nourishing pills, Yin Soul Pill, Ghost Chi pills, etc., which can increase the strength and quality of the soul. As long as he consumed them in large quantities, he would no longer have a problem with spiritual power. Of course, there is still a limit that his soul can reach, and that is based on talent and whether his body can bear it. Nevertheless, this sutra is the most precious thing for people with low-level talent, as they can pile their cultivation through resources only. Of course, said people also need a certain level of comprehension, otherwise they would never be able to understand an emperor-tier scripture. After thinking about this, Yi Lao secretly shook his head in denial. The second unique method of the sect is the illusory pill canon. This scripture was created more for fighting. It allows the user to create a fake or illusory pill that can be consumed and have an effect. No material is needed since the pill is not real. In the first level, the user has to have the specially prepared ingredients needed for the illusory pill. After scanning it, the technique allowed the user to gather the aura or Tao rhyme of the ingredient to make the illusory pill. At the second level, the user can use any material in his possession or the surrounding environment without specially preparing them. As long as they scanned it, the material can be used for the illusory pill. In the third level, the user can just create any pill he or she wants as long as they have the recipe and can refine it. The process is instant and does not require any material whatsoever. There is a fourth level where the user can create a illusory pill based on pills that have existed in the past, even without the recipe or ability to refine it themselves. This sutra is a combination of alchemy Tao, real and unreal Tao, and even a little time Tao. Of course, it is not perfect. In the early stages, only the alchemist can consume the illusory pill. However, later on, other people can too. The person cultivating the sutra has to have high alchemy attainment. Finally, the effect of the illusory pill is not permanent. Even if cultivated to the highest level and the effect can last for days or more, the effect will still disappear after a certain amount of time. Yi Lao did not want his disciple to cultivate this technique as it was more used for alchemists who wanted to have high combat power. Finally, there is only one scripture left, the Origin Pill Flame scripture. After thinking about it for a bit, a flash of determination appeared deep in his eyes and he said, "Wait for me for a few days. I will bring you somewhere." Chapter 371. A few days later, Wang Wei was called to his cheap master's cave. As soon as he entered, he could feel that the latter was more serious than ever, so he secretly became more solemn. "This is for you," said Yi Lao as he handed a bottle to his apprentice. Using his divine sense, he saw a bright red pill with a small phoenix drawn on it. Inside, he felt a vast amount of vitality contained. "Phoenix Heart Pill," muttered Wang Wei with a slight smile on his face. During his last encounter with his master, he hinted that he was worried about his safety exactly for this pill. "Master, isn't this a little too precious? You do not have to worry about such a thing. With your current status, talent, and future, the sect will do everything to train and protect you." "Thank you, Master and the sect. This disciple will forever be grateful," replied Wang Wei as he swallowed the pill. He did not believe Yi Lao's words. He guessed that it was not that easy for him to get this pill, especially the quasi-emperor tier. From what he knew and analyzed about Fu Kaiyun, he would not let things go so easily. After swallowing the pill, it did not dissipate into his body to take effect but instead lodge into one of the chambers of his heart, ready to release large quantities of vitality when needed. With this pill, the time needed to finish the second step of tempering my blood should be reduced by a great deal. "Master, where are we going?" asked Wang Wei once he was done. Immediately, the sect master became serious. Yi Lao did not answer him but took out a token. After activating it, the two of them teleported to a secret realm. Then, Wang Wei saw his cheap master speak to an old man for a few minutes before he teleported somewhere else again.
Although the old man did not say anything, Wang Wei could feel a few people following the two of them afterward.
After exiting the secret realm, Yi Lao took Wang Wei into a void boat and headed to the central continent. During the entire trip, the old man was very secretive and seemed very on guard. And it seems it was for a very good reason. 2 days into their trip, Wang Wei could feel a few true monarchs fighting in the sky. He guessed most likely that Fu Kaiyun had sent assassins after him. Nevertheless, he pretended that he did not know anything. After a week, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a small island between the central and eastern continent. Although he called the island small, it was relative to the domains in the other continents. If you compared it to Wang Wei's previous life, this island is probably the same size as the sun. The place that he was currently was known as the Eastern Sea Domain. Countless islands existed in that area with many cultivators occupying them, mostly loose cultivators and small families. They fight and compete for resources. Saint families are usually the most powerful and occupy the island with the richest resources. Unfortunately, the lack of resources makes it very difficult to train true monarchs in this region. Additionally, the sea race has established this region as their own and will not allow powerful human factions to exist there. White Heart Island. After secretly landing, Yi Lao brought Wang Wei to a forest in the north and gave him a token. After activating it, a white light enveloped him and he disappeared. Meanwhile, Yi Lao was not surprised by this and waited outside for him. Wang Wei found himself in a room with 2 rows of flames on each side. However, he did not feel the temperature rise or change. It was very normal. Then, he heard a female voice echoing in the room. "Welcome to the Flame Emperor Inheritance Trial. Please display the Flame Control Art." "Interesting," muttered Wang Wei. There were rumors that the Flame Emperor was born in one of the islands in the Eastern Sea Domain, and rose there as a loose cultivator before proving the Tao. Without hesitation, Wang Wei began to display his mastery of the flame-controlling art. Flame Controlling Art 6th level. "Pass," said the inheritance spirit. A white light suddenly appeared and entered Wang Wei's sea of consciousness. After closing his eyes, he found the information for the 7th to 10th level of this art. He also received the information that this was the basic reward for passing this test and coming here. "Let's begin the second test," said the female voice. Then, a strange flower appeared in front of him, and he was asked to purify it. According to the information, the better he purified the material, the higher his score, and the better the reward he will receive. A bright flame appeared in his hand as he sat down in front of the flower and began the process of purification. With his ability, this should have been a very easy task, but he was wrong. The beginning part was as easy as he expected. However, later on, he discovered that the purity inside this flower seems to have some form of consciousness and would actively run away, making it very difficult to cleanse. Additionally, they were very good at hiding, so Wang Wei had to take a lot of time and effort to remove it while also making sure that he did not destroy the medicinal property of the herb. At some point, he even take out his cleansing purifying flame to see whether he could use it. And the spirit told him that it was allowed. So, he used this heavenly flame for the final step. "You have received a perfect grade and passed this trial. Please receive your reward." According to the grading system of this trial, there are 5 grades: inferior, average, above average, passing line, excellent, and perfect. A green seed appeared in front of Wang Wei and he could see a small flame inside. Then the knowledge of this reward was placed inside his mind. Between heaven and earth, there are magical flames that are bred under certain circumstances or environments. These flames have a variety of functions or purposes and are very rare. As such, cultivators often hunt for them to use as their own. The seed given to him by the trial contained a heavenly flame called Earth Spirit Flame. Its main purpose is to nourish spiritual herbs to increase their age, accelerate their growth time, and even evolve them into better herbs. This was an excellent flame for alchemists as it can also be helpful during the refining process. So with a smile on his face, Wang Wei put it away. This was a worthwhile award. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Then, Wang Wei wanted to be cheeky as he asked the inheritance spirit if she could give him another one of the flowers used in this test. Based on his knowledge, he had never seen this flower before. She agreed. For the next trial, a book appeared in front of Wang Wei and he was asked to use his divine sense to list all the herbs he knew along with their description, his understanding of them and their properties, and the different recipes that they can be used on. And without hesitation he did so. He already guessed that the better he performed, the more rewards he will receive from this trial, so he did not hesitate. In this part of the exam, he even expressed his idea of unified measures for herbs and mixing ratios. With Lu Cheng's precision talent, he modified many pill recipes with this system in mind. "You have passed this trial," said the female voice. However, Wang Wei noticed that he was no longer calm or monotonous. There was a sense of excitement and surprise in it. Immediately afterward, 2 jade talismans appeared in front of him. And after checking them with his divine sense, he was a little surprised. One of the books contained information about many herbs and analysis of them, while the other contained many recipes. The precious thing about these things was the fact they were personally written by the Flame Emperor himself. With a wider smile, he placed the talismans away. For the next part of the test, a rune appeared in front of Wang Wei. For some reason, he had the feeling that this rune was perfect. He then noticed was that he did not recognize it. Additionally, he quickly realized that this rune was made of countless other runes. He could not understand how they fit so perfectly together, so he quickly began to understand. After an unknown amount of time, he realized that this rune was made up of 269 trillion runes that fit together. Unfortunately, he could barely identify a few 100 million of them. This was a small blow to Wang Wei, who had become a little inflated after his years of studying the natural array mountain and his little alchemy accomplishment. Nevertheless, he quickly remembered the entire to study later. Additionally, based on the runes he identified, he still passed the trial. As for the reward, he was actually once again a little surprised. It was a quasi-emperor pill called Dao Foundation Patching Pill. After swallowing it, the pill reforged or patched Lu Cheng's previously weak foundation. In a few moments, his cultivation was abolished and started over. His previous 10th layer blood chi realm became 12, transforming from a holy foundation to a Dao foundation. His divine sea was wider, more solid, and his origin chi purer. His divine altar was now engraved with 365 veins. Unfortunately, it still contained a small crack and was not perfect. His previous 11-color good fortunate flame turned into 12. His sea of consciousness expanded and his soul drastically increased in size. In other words, this Lu Cheng was reborn into a new and better version of himself. He could now accept the title of Heaven Chosen solely based on his foundation. Wang Wei had to sigh at this reward. He was aware of the Dao Foundation Patching Pill as it was one of the most difficult quasi-emperor pill to refine. Most emperor lineages only had a few. After thanking the inheritance spirit for the reward, he proceeded to the final trial, which turned out to be quite simple. All he had to do was refine the highest possible pill in his capabilities. So, Wang Wei refined another saint pill. However, unlike last time, he was not that tired. Although still paled but not as bad. "You have passed the final trial. Congratulations. You are now the successor of the Flame Emperor." A book containing Dao rhyme appeared in front of Wang Wei with the title, 10,000 Flame Art. He smiled as he was a little interested in this emperor scripture, especially since the Flame Emperor cultivated a chaos flame like himself. So he raised his hand to take it and give it a quick check. Unfortunately, his body suddenly paused, unable to move a single inch. Chapter 372. Not the destined one. Wang Wei was not the only one momentarily frozen but also everything around him. The flame in the room, the dust on the ground, the spirit of inheritance, and even the space in the surrounding. When everything returned to normal, Wang Wei found himself standing in his original place, before he raised his hand to take the scripture. He could not tell whether time returned backward before he raised his hand, or he just subconsciously did so. He did not know when but a young man stood in front of him. He had long hair dancing with the wind, dressed in blue robes with flame patterns on them. He was handsome but not too handsome. He appeared to be more like a mortal than a cultivator. His eyes were very bright, and after one glance at them, Wang Wei was almost fascinated. He saw time, space, matter, chaos, and many other concepts. But all of these concepts were burned off by this indescribable flame. This flame seemed to be one yet millions of different ones at once. If he did not control himself, he could feel that he would be lost in these eyes, and even would his Tao would be affected and changed to flame. So, he used his will to remove himself from the state of enlightenment that he felt was coming. Immediately, he guessed the identity of this person, the Flame Emperor. After realizing this, Wang Wei was a little surprised as the Flame Emperor gave him a different feeling than Emperor Kong that he met. He felt more mysterious, more powerful. From what I guessed, Emperor Kong was most likely an Empyrean. Does that mean the Flame Emperor is a paragon? Or is he in a higher stage than Empyrean but not your paragon? While Wang Wei was looking at the Flame Emperor and analyzing him, the latter was doing the same too. A few seconds after appearing, the Emperor finally spoke. What an ingenious method, stealing the fate of someone and taking on their identity, talent, memories, soul, luck, and even karma. Then, he slightly waved his hand and Wang Wei and Lu Cheng were instantly separated. Lu Cheng lay unconscious on the floor while Wang Wei stood calmly looking at the Flame Emperor. Meanwhile, the latter waved his hand and the 10,000 Flame Sutra that was floating in the air rushed into Lu Cheng's sea of consciousness and was sealed away.
Although this lad is not as talented as you, he is destined to inherit my mantle, said the Flame Emperor as he looked at Wang Wei.
Are you the descendant of the Qiyuan Emperor? Junior has seen the Flame Emperor. **** Your Wang clan is truly a blessed bloodline. Wang Wei felt that these words did not just praise his talent but had a different meaning. However, he did not ask any further questions. The moment he saw the Flame Emperor, he had the urge to ask about his plan to use the Origin Pill Flame Scripture to refine his primordial spirit, whether it was possible to succeed, and what other things to watch out for. However, he refrained from doing so as this would involve his paragon's soul. Wu Hong has warned him not to reveal this secret to anyone, and she even helps train in the Empress Wu Sealing Sutra to place a seal on his soul to prevent others from peeping at it. So, he immediately gave up the idea.
I understand that one of the main reasons that he was able to achieve so much in such a short period of time is because of you.
So, I will not let you waste your time in vain, continued the Flame Emperor. With a wave of his hand, a blue cauldron appeared in the room. Then, Wang Wei was absorbed inside of it. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor shook his head calmly. What a talented young lad. As an eternal talent, he has a high chance of becoming an eternal emperor. Thinking about eternal emperors, the Flame Emperor sighed with a little dejection. When he proved the Tao, he was so close to becoming one, you could say that he missed a single step. Back then, he had the strength of an eternal emperor but unfortunately, not their means and abilities. This has been a sore spot for him in his path of cultivation.
After shaking his head slightly, he had a look of regret on his face. If this lad was not a supreme outlaw, his accomplishments would still be unimaginable.
And if survived, he will probably shake things in the eternal Ascensian world and maybe even cut off the roots of these parasites.
After saying these words, the Flame Emperor paused as he suddenly had a whim.
As higher-dimensional creatures, his whims were not for no reason. So, his eyes suddenly changed to contain space and time. He no longer perceived time as one-dimensional or linear but experienced all of it at once. Past, present, and future. That way, he can calculate the reason for his whim. After seeing countless futures and possibilities, Flame Emperor began to deduce the truth. And right he was about to succeed, he felt an instinctive fear, the fear of death.
So, he immediately withdrew from his deduction with the information he managed to gather.
Ultimate taboo? Is this kid involved with the ultimate taboo?
The Flame Emperor frowned deeply.
The last time the ultimate taboo occurred, he did want to participate so he ran to hide in chaos. However, even then he was not totally safe. Nevertheless, his actions allowed him to survive the incident intact, without losing much of his powers. Yet part of him still regretted it.
This time, I may not be able to run away, he muttered.
In that case, I should take this opportunity to accomplish my dream. I have to escape this cage. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. After making a decision, the Flame Emperor no longer hesitated. A seed appeared in his hand before throwing it into Lu Cheng's body. The seed blended with his bloodline, changing his natural talent for the better. As for Wang Wei, after entering the cauldron, he found himself in a world of fire. Yellow fire. The fire began to burn his body. To be precise, the impurities and imperfection in his fleshly body. The things that even Wang Wei and Wu Hong could not spot. After all, the current Empress Wu was nothing compared to her former self. She has too many limitations and worries. The process was quite painful but nothing he could not bear. And once everything was over, Wang Wei knew what the main change occurred to him. After refining Ji Song's heavy axe physique, He did not completely absorb all his talent since his alchemy back then was shoddy at best. There were many residues left in his body that was not properly absorbed. Now the yellow flame helped him absorb these residues, thus increasing the strength of his fleshly body by a few %, and increasing his talent for body refining. And the changes did not stop there. The flame optimized all the other body parts that he previously tempered, including the 7 chakras. After he was done, Wang Wei really felt that he achieved true perfection. The yellow flame entered his heart where the phoenix heart pill was located and absorbed it. Then, an unimaginable amount of life force came out from the flame heading towards Wang Wei's blood. His blood seemed very thirsty as they absorbed as much life force that was granted. In the process, they quickly turned golden purple. Wang Wei did not know how long the process lasted. Maybe an instant, maybe days, months and even years. However, what he knew was that once it was finished, he completed the second step of tempering his blood. Life force absorption. Only the last step of comprehension remained. Standing inside this world of flame, Wang Wei clenched his hand to feel the power flowing through his veins. According to his calculation, he was only one single step from the strength of quasi-emperors. And regular quasi-emperors could not kill him. Is this what Sun Wukong felt like in Lotus furnace? Thought Wang Wei for a moment before removing this thought from his head. The yellow flame gave him one last opportunity. It gave him the Flame Emperor's understanding and use of the Chaos Flame. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei found himself in the previous inheritance space with only Lu Cheng on the floor. Another message was sent into his mind. He can continue his plans as Lu Cheng, but the latter must not be harmed in any way. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment before using the fate-stealing technique once more to become him. Then, he exited the space. As soon as he left, he met his cheap master who has been waiting for him outside. Did you succeed? Wang Wei shook his head. Although the sutra was sealed inside Lu Cheng's mind, he could not get access to it. So, even you cannot pass this trial? Master, I did pass it. However, the Flame Emperor appeared and said that it was not the destined time for his inheritance to appear. So, he sealed inside my sea of consciousness. Chapter 373. Failure as a master. Wang Wei had no choice but to tell the truth. According to the Flame Emperor's seal, once he left, Lu Cheng will be able to gain access to the 10,000 flame art. After hearing this, Yi Lao said, "Let me see." He then used his divine sense to check inside Lu Cheng's sea of consciousness. The Naiwan Palace is a very fragile and important part of a cultivator's journey. So, normally, they would never allow anyone to randomly check it. However, as master and disciple, socially and culturally, their relationship is better than father and sons. As such, although Wang Wei was very uncomfortable with Yi Lao's request, he had to accept it since he was currently playing as Lu Cheng. Anyway, it was not his sea of consciousness that was being scanned. So, he immediately adjusted his mood and hid the infatuation flower deep inside his soul. Meanwhile, Yi Lao did not notice the strange mood change of his disciple. After checking the latter, he discovered a book with a powerful seal inside. The seal was similar to many bans that were placed on emperor scriptures to prevent them from being leaked. He tried to discover the conditions necessary to release such a ban. Unfortunately, he was only a little saint, so he was powerless. Then, a deep frown appeared on his face. The main reason he wanted his disciple to pass this trial and acquire this scripture was to use it as a bargaining chip to gain access to the Origin Pill Flame Scripture. Although the 10,000 flame art might be powerful, but Yi Lao, who knew some secrets as a sect master, did not think that it was as good as the Origin Pill Flame Scripture. And even it was, he would still want his disciple to cultivate the former. After all, it is the orthodox inheritance of their sect. These old and conservative supreme elders would not complain because of this. One of the reasons that Fu Kaiyun is so heavily supported in the sect is because he is the only person that succeeded in cultivating the scripture. Even Yi Lao failed during his generation. So, as long as one of his disciples managed to do the same thing, he can drastically decrease Fu Kaiyun's influence. Unfortunately, Yi Lao could see that things would not go as easily as he imagined. So, after complimenting Lu Cheng for passing the trial and giving him a few words of reassurance, Yi Lao quickly returned to the sect. On their way back, they also suffered a few assassinations attack. However, the sect master seemed to be prepared and ensured that his disciple was not the wiser. Of course, with Wang Wei's senses, he could still feel some of the battles that occurred. He just pretended that he didn't know anything. After returning to the Origin Pill Dao sect, back to his cave, Wang Wei began to analyze the changes that occurred to Lu Cheng while waiting for news from his chief master.
He realized that some changes had occurred in Lu Cheng's bloodline which radically increased not only his talent for cultivation but also for alchemy.
During the process of refining pills, Wang Wei now did not have to use his understanding and senses as Lu Cheng's talent was more than enough. This was somewhat of good news for Wang Wei as it reduced the chances of him being discovered. Additionally, once he leaves this body, Lu Cheng can more easily inherit all the abilities and status that Wang Wei created for him.
However, at the same time he was also worried.
His intuition told him that Lu Cheng's inheriting this scripture has him falling into the Flame Emperor's calculation. And in the end, he might end up very miserable. Truth be told, Wang Wei guessed that even if he fell into some sort of calculation. If you think about it, there is no way that a person like Lu Cheng could pass the inheritance trial without his help. After thinking about it, he felt that he was right. So, he thoroughly checked Lu Cheng's body and his but did not find anything. So, he became a little worried since he could not figure out what the Flame Emperor wanted to do. In the end, he calmed down as he realized that he was not Lu Cheng. He is still the sacred son of the most powerful sect in the world. It was not that easy to scheme against him, even for a great emperor. And if all fails, he still has a mysterious wife that he cannot fathom how powerful she is. Additionally, as long as he becomes a great emperor, he will not care about the Flame Emperor. So no matter what, the one who will suffer is probably Lu Cheng. After figuring this out, he was relieved and just waited for news from his chief master. Right now, he was so close to achieving his goal. Although he was excited, he still managed to properly control his emotions. A few days later, Wang Wei was called into his master's cave.
As soon as he entered, he saw that the old man had a haggard look on his face. Tiredness oozed out of his body.
Wang Wei even smelled a faint odor of alcohol. Although Yi Lao tried to remove the scent, as an alchemist, his sense of smell was better than most dog demons.
Master, is everything all right?
Little Fifth, do you think that your master is useless? Wang Wei guessed that something happened the moment he saw the state of this old man. Most likely, he failed in his mission.
But he did not expect him to be in such a state.
Master, what happened? I tried to get you the Origin Pill Flame Scripture. But Fu Kaiyun and many of the elders and even supreme elders rejected my proposal.
Even when I said that you have acquired the 10,000 flame art, they did not believe me.
No, they insisted on checking your sea of consciousness to ensure that I was not lying. How could I not see the malicious nature in their words? If I let that happen, heaven knows what would happen to you in the process. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Yi Lao looked at his hand and sighed deeply, full of melancholy. I knew that Fu Kaiyun controlled a lot of the upper echelons of the sect, but I did not expect it to be so bad. Today, when I saw so many people siding with him, I felt useless, broken, and unworthy. As a sect master, I have so little power in my own sect.
The worst thing is that the situation would have been even worse if not for you recently becoming a saint alchemist.
After saying this, Yi Lao seemed to have aged by a lot. A depressed aura emanated from his body.
Master, you're not useless.
He laughed sarcastically at himself. As a master, I am forced to rely on my apprentice to sustain the most basic level of faith. If I'm not useless, then what am I? Wang Wei was momentarily quiet as he sighed internally to himself. In the cultivating world, everyone has difficulties that they have to go through, no matter the strength and status. Look at Yi Lao to the outside world. He is the sect master of a powerful emperor lineage, has high cultivation and level, and is a respected Tier 5 alchemist.
Yet, who would have thought that he was almost like a puppet leader in his faction, not being able to control the resources of the sect?
Looking at Wang Wei.
To the outside world, he is the future leader of the most powerful sect in this world.
In his life, he has nothing to worry about and he has a beautiful and powerful wife.
Yet, how many people know how much pressure he is under? How many people's lives are depending on him, waiting for him to bring the sect to prosperity?
Over the years, he appeared to have lived up to these expectations. However, he along with everyone knows that if he cannot become a great emperor, then everything is vain. So, everyone has their problem. Master, this is not the time to wallow in pity, said Wang Wei. What else can I do? You said it yourself, as long as I acquire the Origin Pill Flame Sutra, Fu Kaiyun's power in the sect will be drastically decreased. Additionally, I have the Flame Emperor inheritance. With those two scriptures, wouldn't be easy to deal with him?
Yi Lao's eyes became brighter after hearing this, then the luster slightly abated. But I cannot get access to the Origin Pill Flame Sutra?
Is there really no way?
There should be a way for me to acquire it without giving Fu Kaiyun any chance at stopping at it.
Yi Lao frowned as he pondered deeply.
Then, his eyes suddenly began to shine brighter than the sun itself.
The Pill Sage Trial.
Chapter 374. Wang Wei frowned after hearing his master's words, faking a look of confusion. Of course, he knew what the Pill Sage Trial was after all. He did extensive research on the Origin Dao Pill sect.
However, he did not know how it could help him acquire the Origin Pill Flame Sutra.
This should one of the secrets that only the sect master or a few people could know. After seeing his disciple's confused face, Yi Lao explained, May different sects and emperor lineages have different ways of choosing a heaven chosen to cultivate it in each generation. When it comes to our Origin Pill Dao sect, the Pill Sage Trial is one of them.
Master, I do not think that becoming the sect's heaven chosen will have any effect on our situation. Normally, you would be correct. However, our sect's trial is different. Above the heaven chosen, in this trial, there is a level referred to as Ancestor's Blessing. As long as you can acquire this grade in the trial, according to our ancestors' rules, all the resources of the sect will available to you without hesitation. So simple? Simple? Boy, you do not know anything.
Since the sect's inception, the number of people who got that grade can be counted on one hand.
What about Fu Kaiyun? Did he get an ancestor blessing?
Even he failed, replied Yi Lao with a sigh.
With Fu Kaiyun's talent, many people thought that he would succeed, but he did not. At that time, Yi Lao was both relieved and disappointed at the same time. What exactly is this ancestral blessing you talk about? Asked Wang Wei in confusion. He had never heard of this, so he wanted to gather as much information as possible.
The so-called ancestral blessing has to do with our founder, the Danyuan Emperor, and the current predicament of professionals in this world. Wang Wei remained silent as he listened intently.
Alchemist is in a very hard predicament in this world. When it comes to proving the Tao and becoming emperor, alchemists are at a disadvantage as the heaven will require strength to acquire. Most alchemists focus their lives on cultivating their pill refining level, and are usually very weak in terms of combat. And every alchemist that becomes emperor must be excellent in both pill refinement and have high combat value. The majority of cultivators have to spend their entire lives increasing their combat power. How could they have time to raise their alchemy level to a truly profound level that can bear the heaven will? Wang Wei was silent as he already realized the unfairness of the situation to alchemists. When it comes to other professions like weapon refining, talisman making, and array master, they usually have some combat power in the later stage of cultivation, especially talisman makers and array masters. Nevertheless, it does not change the fact that they are at a disadvantage when it comes to the battle of heaven will. As a result of the current situation, all the great emperors who prove the Tao through alchemy are usually extremely talented geniuses or extremely lucky individuals. While traveling to other world communities, the Danyuan Emperor once discovered a heaven-will world called Myriad Pill World. In this world, only pill refiners can become great emperors.
Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this.
In the endless void, anything is possible. The laws of heaven and earth of each heaven-will world is different, leading to different cultivation system, different Tao, philosophies, ideas, and civilization. One day, he will experience all of them to broaden his vision. Master, what about other professions? Can they also become great emperors too? All the other professions are used to develop alchemy. In this world, most alchemists will dabble in other professions to find inspiration on how to develop their alchemy. And no, other professions cannot become emperor. Then, how do they compete for the heaven will? During the heaven will battle, alchemists will simply compete on their skills. The person who has a better pill refinement method will become emperor. However, despite how simple things seem, the competition is not. Yi Lao momentarily paused with a look of yearning on his face. According to description, in this world, alchemy is developed beyond your imagination. Countless techniques, ideas, and methods of alchemy are invented every day. The alchemists in this world is all about innovation, surpassing the predecessors. So, each generation new ideas or ways of thinking in the Tao of alchemy is created. This sounds like the paradise and the hell for alchemists, replied Wang Wei. Indeed. In this kind of world, only the truly talented alchemist can thrive while the others will become foils to others, forever bound by the shackles called mediocrity. In the myriad emperor word, all alchemists have some level of status, no matter how low they are. That is mainly because the ratio of alchemists and cultivators is so low that they are unique. However, in a world where almost everybody is an alchemist, only the truly elite can shine, only they can have respected status, wealth and power. Master, what does this have to do with the Pill Sage trial? After traveling to that world, our founder established the Pill Sage trial and the ancestral blessing level. You mean? Yes. To acquire the ancestral blessing grade, you have to innovate. Whether it is a brand new alchemy concept, techniques, refining process, or even philosophy. As long as it is something new and original, the will of the ancestors in the trial will judge this innovation and decide whether you can get their blessing. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. If you succeed, you will be the default sect master of the sect, gaining access to all the resources, including the origin pill flame scripture. Wang Wei frowned while in deep thought. This is harder than it sounds. He could guess the reason that the Danyuan Emperor created this level of this trial. However, unlike the people of the myriad pill world that are used to innovation, the majority of people in this world are very conservative. They take the words of the ancestors, of the sages of the past, as doctrines that must be followed. And when people actually try to innovate, they are criticized for being unorthodox and even killed. A perfect example of that is how the formation ancestor killed his junior brother for creating a new path for the Tao of formation. Of course, Wang Wei does not have such problems. Not to mention that his mind is not shackled by the achievements and ideologies of the people who came before him. He is still a transmigrator who has access to a completely different civilization. In his mind, there are many ideas on how to innovate alchemy. However, there is still the issue of turning these ideas into reality. He needs time and more information. Master, do you have any information on the people who received the ancestral blessing? Yi Lao nodded his head before entering one of the rooms in his cave. A few minutes later, he returned with 2 jade talismans. In one of them, there was information about the previous people who received the blessing. Meanwhile, in the other, there was a recording. With intrigue, he looked at the recording. He saw a woman refining a pill. Based on the materials and runes that were engraved, Wang Wei knew that it was a saint-grade enlightening pill. The process was standard, and the technique she used was sublime. However, there was nothing new or innovative. Or so he thought. After she was done, 14 pills were floating inside her cauldron, all perfect quality. Then, she arranged 13 of the pills in different locations with the last one at the center. A small formation was created by the 13 pills. The pill formation allowed the other pills to transfer their medicinal materials and strength to the one in the middle, elevating it to a quasi-supreme pill. Ingenious, suddenly muttered Wang Wei. Indeed. At that time, she had just invented this technique, so it was not perfect. Later that year, she further refined this method and was able to create a real supreme tier pill. At that time, she was also in the divine body realm like you. Master, who is she? Such a genius should not be unknown, right? She's the illusory pill emperor. That makes sense. Based on the description of the illusory pill canon, it is obvious that she took inspiration from array masters and talisman makers. In the later stages, talented people in these professions can set up instant formations or instant talismans. Most like, the illusory pill emperor had the idea of instant pills, so she studies these other professions intensively for inspiration. And even succeeded. So, little Chung, what do you think? Can you pass the trial and receive the ancestor blessing? Wang Wei pondered for a moment. He was not worried that he could not pass the trial. What he was worried about was whether the will of any of the sect's great emperor would manifest itself if he succeeded. After his encounter with the Flame Emperor, he knew that his method was ineffective. So, after pondering for a while, he decided to take the risk. Master, give me some time to prepare and there should be no problem. Chapter 375. Wang Wei took at least 5 years before he entered the Pill Sage trial, preparing for what to do to receive the ancestral blessing. Additionally, since he feared that he might be discovered, he called the Tao Opening sect to secretly stay close to the Origin Pill Tao sect. If his identity is revealed, he can use his background to smooth things out. Albeit it will be a little embarrassing, as long as the sect comes forward to explain the situation and pay a certain price, everything should be fine. After all, who would not give the Tao Opening sect's face? On top of it all, He can use this opportunity to explain the situation and ask for an exchange of scripture. As long as they agreed, he did not mind exchanging any of the emperor's scripture of his sect with them. They can both sign the highest contract and swore the heaviest oath to prevent these scriptures. And if the Origin Pill Dao sect did not agree with all these conditions, then Wang Wei will not hesitate to start an Emperor Dao war with them. The Origin Pill Flame scripture is not only necessary for him to create a primordial spirit, but to create a unique one that can help in his path of cultivation. So, he did not want to forfeit the benefits and advantages of doing so. Nor did he want to change to another cultivation system to deal with the issue of his paragon quality soul. That would bring another set of problems. So when the time arrived, Yi Lao summoned the elders to open the trial. This time, things went smoothly. Although Fu Kaiyun tried to interfere or delay the process, he did not have any valid reason. Anyone could see that he was doing it out of pure spite. This time, the elders sided with Yi Lao. After all, Lu Cheng has proven that he is as talented as Fu Kaiyun, if not more. It was in their benefit to give him a little favor in case, later on, he became successful. At the very least, remove his resentment for the previous thing. All the elders could guess what Yi Lao was going to do. Although they did not think that he would succeed, they wanted to see him try, just in case. So, without much effort or struggle, Wang Wei entered the small realm where the trial would take place. It was a large room with 5 statues in the middle. These statues were of the great emperors of the sect. He bowed to the statues to show his respect to the ancestors, while in secret, he was checking to see whether there were any residual will or spirit inside these statues. He did not dare use his divine sense, but he used his true vision. Unfortunately, he could not detect anything, nor did he dare use extreme means, as he knew that his master and the elders of the sect were watching. After bowing, 3 choices were given to Wang Wei, as there are 2 different trials. The battle trial, the pill refining trial. According to the sect's rule, a person can become the heaven chosen of the sect if he has a high combat level. So this part of the trial was added. However, if someone chose the battle trial, they are still required to have some level of attainment in alchemy. After all, this is an alchemy sect. Wang Wei chose the pill refinement test. During his time as Lu Cheng, he has never displayed any form of high combat power. After making a choice, he immediately began. He took out a bunch of materials from his space ring. Then, he moved his fingers to cast a strange spell, making the herbs disappear. When they appeared, they were inside his divine sea, floating on top of his origin sea. The people who were watching this trial through formations were puzzled by his actions. Then, to their surprise, the trial began to display what was happening inside Lu Cheng's divine sea. The latter started using his origin essence to wash every single part of these herbs, both inside and outside. Once that was done, a fire came out from his heart and traveled to his divine sea. The flame then began to purify the materials one by one. Once done, the medicinal liquids of these herbs were mixed at the appropriate ratio. Could he be? Muttered Yi Lao in surprise. He's using his body as a cauldron to refine pills. What a great idea. However, this should not be enough, commented another elder. You're wrong. He's not using his body as a cauldron, but as heaven and earth, added another person. Using heaven and earth to refine pills. Wouldn't that be classified as an innate pill? No one answered this question as they focused on what Lu Cheng was doing. To use the body as heaven and earth does not mean just placing the material inside the divine sea that it will work. No, you have to treat the body as a universe and makes behave like one. And how did Wang Wei accomplish that? Simple. In the heaven stage of the divine body realm, cultivators have to control the power of heaven and earth, which is a precursor to understanding the law. Wang Wei studied that power deeply and created a way for the divine sea to exude similar property as heaven and earth. After all, the divine sea is similar to a small world inside the human body. This was the second step in refining this pseudo-innate pill. The first step is when he washed away the materials with his origin essence. Innate materials are needed to refine innate pills. However, he does not have them, nor does he plan to use them. So he come up with another method. Wash away these materials with his origin essence so that they are branded with his divine sea. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. That way, it would be as if they were grown by the divine sea just like heaven and earth grow innate materials. According to Wang Wei's theory, it would be best to raise these herbs inside the divine sea in the future before using his technique to refine the pill. When it comes to the final step of rune engraving, the situation became more delicate. Divine runes are a language discovered by cultivators that allow them to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. As a result of this, every world's runes are unique since the laws of every world are different. This also meant that Wang Wei's Divine Sea is different since he is treating it as a world on his own. So he cannot use the same runes he used on the outside, at least not completely. Since Wang Wei is imitating the power of heaven and earth of the myriad emperor law, there are still many similarities. He had to adjust the runes accordingly to fit his Divine Sea. This step alone will make this technique very difficult for ordinary alchemists to use. Each person's Divine Sea is different, so when using this technique, they have to rely on their deep understanding of runes to modify them accordingly. Without high affinity and understanding of runes, ordinary alchemists will never be able to use this method. Truth be told, Wang Wei has thought of a solution to this problem. Material alchemy. Removing the rune engraving process entirely and relying solely on a large number of herbs to refine the pill. Material alchemy was perfectly fit for this new technique. Despite this, Wang Wei did not use this method as the Origin Pill Dao sect was an orthodox sect in the Rune Way.
Not to mention that they are largely responsible for the decline of the material way.
After the rune engravement was finished, Wang Wei had to deal with one last issue, the law baptizement. After a pill is refined, the runes inside will resonate with the laws of heaven and earth and underwent a baptism that elevates the pill to a higher level. The heaven and earth of the myriad emperor world contained all the laws in existence, making pills have endless possibilities in their effects and abilities. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Wang Wei's Divine Sea. Even if he was in the void-shattered realm and possessed the law in his body, it would be a specific law. And that law might not be the one he needed for the baptism of his pill. Based on his fact, the highest level of pill that his method can refine is top earth grade. When it comes to higher grades, each alchemist could only refine specific pills based on the laws that they have comprehended in the void-shattered realm. Of course, Wang Wei was prepared for this problem. He took 2 pills from his space ring and swallowed them. The first one is an already existing pill called Second Primordial Spirit Pill. This pill allowed cultivators to create a second and temporary primordial spirit. This pill is mainly used when facing soul backlash. The cultivator can use this pill to use a second primordial spirit to withstand the backlash for them and prevent injury. This pill is also very rare as few places have a recipe.
This is mainly because of the second effect. The second primordial spirit can slightly increase the comprehension of cultivators and help them understand the law and reach the next cultivation level.
After taking the pill, a temporarily primordial spirit appeared on his sea of consciousness.
As for the second pill, that is something that he created himself.
And, the volume finally ended in the privilege section, and it was longer than anticipated, but I'm still satisfied in general with the entire thing despite the pacing. Tomorrow is my birthday, so I will most likely not post from now on and take a week's break.